Hello everyone, this is Warhawk Beyond 2040 and welcome to a very special edition of the movie review series. And today I am joined once again with the one and only, the badass himself, Rex the Boss 11. How are you, brother?
I am well, brother. Hey guys, how's it going? Let's talk about the dawn of justice, Batman versus Superman.
Here we go. So, Batman versus Superman Dawn of Justice came out in 2016, over 6 years ago. So, this is the first time in history, as far as live action is concerned, that Batman and Superman have met each other face to face. So we'll start with you first, Rex. What was your reaction to Batman and Superman coming together for the first time in a live action team up movie? What did you think of it?
Well, originally when I seen the advertising of Batman v Superman, I was a bit like, whoa, so Batman's going to take on Superman here, which was good for me because, as I have repeated before, I am not the biggest fan of Superman. What they've done with his character, even before Man of Steel and then leading into that, has been always questionable for me. I'm not sure what they want me to like about Superman. But of course, when you mention the word Batman, I'm already invested immediately in that because it's just like a fail-safe, isn't it, with Batman?
Absolutely.
So I was almost like, well, we'll see where this goes. But then obviously down the line a little bit, when I started to see the trailers and some of the promotional stuff, I could clearly see that it wasn't going to just be a Batman versus Superman movie. It was a case of, Batman being the vigilante, etc., and being a bit curious about how powerful is this guy? How seriously powerful can this Kryptonian be? And, notifying some of the things that Superman may or may not be doing for his own purposes and selfish needs. And, kind of questioning, should we be allowing this, ultra powerful being to make these decisions when there are people in this world that can, with money and technology, stop this either way? And I feel that they should have just gone directly with the Batman versus Superman thing. I was more excited when I thought that this film was just going to be straight out and out good guy versus apparent good guy, or apparent good guy versus apparent good guy in this battle. I was more excited then. And then I obviously learned we're getting the Justice League. So you have to accept that this is part of that. Overall, I'll say I was excited about this film. Like I said, the word Batman will always get me invested, but I was concerned at the same time because of the fact that I didn't like Man of Steel and I don't really like Superman.
Oh, fair enough. The first time I heard about this was they announced originally that they were going to make a sequel to Man of Steel. And as I said, previously when we did a review on Man of Steel, Man of Steel, I watched it at the cinema and I enjoyed it. And then obviously I watched it again on Blu-ray years later. I had quite a few issues with it. So when they announced that Batman was going to be in Man of Steel, I was completely mind blown. I thought, holy cow, are we actually going to get Batman and Superman together in a live action movie? Because over the years, they've been trying to get this off the ground. I remember back in 2000, they were going to do this movie. It never happened. There were rumors that they were going to do Christian Bale and Brandon Routh together as Batman and Superman. That didn't happen. So there'd been numerous attempts to try and get this project off the ground, and it just never happened. So to finally hear that we're going to get Batman and Superman together was a huge deal for me because, having grown up as a fan, watching Superman and Batman teaming up with each other in the DCEU, and obviously several animated movies like Superman and Batman Apocalypse, Superman and Batman Public Enemies, and of course the Justice League animated series. For me, this was a huge deal. I mean, I was a little bit concerned because, Man of Steel had its issues, but I thought maybe this could work, because we've never really seen Batman and Superman in live action together. So I was really excited. And obviously, I was curious to know, well, we've got Henry Cavill as Superman. Who's going to play Batman? Because Christian Bale wasn't going to be coming back, even though it would have made much more sense to just have Christian Bale come back.
I don't know what the backstory to that was. I can't remember now, but to this day, nothing against Ben Affleck, but to this day, I still cannot understand how they went into this Justice League thing without already getting Christian Bale to be on side with that.
I know that's
For
what
me,
I'm hoping.
for me, he had to play Batman in this film.
He should have done, really. That's what I thought originally when they announced Batman was going to be in Man of Steel 2, which was what the working title was. I thought, well, gotta have Christian Bale, because Christian Bale had 3 Batman films under his belt, so it just would have made more sense to just bring him back. But they clearly didn't, so I thought, okay, I can understand and respect that Christian Bale probably wants to move on to different things, but I just would have
I
liked
didn't
to see
understand
him.
it.
Just didn't
Yeah, I
understand.
didn't understand it. I've said it for many a year now. Christian Bale is Batman.
Of modern
Obviously, we know
times.
now he's gone on and he's now part of the Marvel universe.
Yeah.
Whatever. He will always be Batman.
Yeah.
Because he was the best, regardless of who thinks, opinions, facts, etc. Those 3 films are untouchable films.
Still to this day, I'll probably say they are.
Billions them films made. Yeah,
Oh,
billions with an S at the end. The almost untouchable DC films that have been out are those 3 films there.
definitely. I also, when I heard that Batman was going to be in what they called the Man of Steel sequel, I thought, okay, it's still a Superman movie, but I thought Batman will have a big part, but he'll take more of a backseat like he did in the Superman animated series. But then when they came out with Batman v Superman, I just thought, right, are you doing this because it's Batman and Superman, or are you doing this because you're not confident that Superman is going to sell? And I noticed very interestingly, they didn't call it Superman v Batman, they called it Batman v Superman. So there was something there already. I thought, okay, fair enough, I'll roll with that. So then, obviously, they announced that Ben Affleck was going to play Batman. So I'm going to ask you, Rex, what was your reaction to Ben Affleck being cast as Batman? Because this was very, very polarizing for everyone. So I wanted to hear what was your thoughts about Ben Affleck's casting as Batman.
Well, he'd already played
Daredevil.
Daredevil, hadn't he?
Yeah,
Was it
it was.
Daredevil that he played previously?
Yeah, that's right.
And that wasn't a terrible movie, but
It could have been better.
it could have been a lot better. So I understood where the thinking was for him to become Batman.
Mm.
But it's strange because he's a very good Bruce Wayne, but he's not a very good Batman. It's very strange, if you know what I mean. It's got that George Clooney effect. Without the suit on, he's way more polarizing, way more captivating on the screen. But as soon as he puts the suit on, it's like this is Ben Affleck in a Batman suit. It never meshed well with me. I mean, I didn't have a problem with it per se. Like I say, I would have desperately have wanted Christian Bale to have returned as Batman, especially just for this movie, if not, tried to get him to be part of the Justice League. But if they were going to recast, I didn't have a problem with them recasting as Ben Affleck. I wanted to see what he could offer. It was more for me to hit on what you just spoke about before, about were they not confident about a Superman film. I actually think that's true. I feel like there should have been a Batman film between Man of Steel and then Dawn of Justice. There should have been a standalone Batman film that not only introduced us to Ben Affleck as Batman, it also gave us a story. I mean, I'm going to throw it out there. Maybe this should have been the Batman and Deathstroke film that, maybe this should have been that film. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
or maybe because then, you could have then have Lex Luthor as the guy who's behind Deathstroke, and then Batman has no choice but to reach out and get help from Superman. But that could also lead to something that backfires, and then we get Dawn of Justice. A lot more things are explained. There's a lot more reason for Batman to be suspicious of Superman and his power, all these things, like with great power comes great responsibility, all these things, who stops him if he gets out of control, that sort of theory. Yeah. There'd be more reason for Batman to be paranoid about those things if we'd have had a standalone Batman film, which then featured a role for Superman. Then we got Batman versus Superman. I feel like there was a film missing in between Man of Steel and I feel like it's what you've just said. They were scared. They were scared that
totally.
it was too soon to do a Batman film in 2015 after, especially when Christian Bale wasn't returning.
Of course.
It was too soon to do a Batman film in 2015, but it wasn't, because, like, for instance, if they'd have done a standalone Batman film, then their theory would have been that it would have failed. I actually think it would have been a huge success. I think 3 years would have been enough to have recast Batman as Ben Affleck, had Superman feature at the end of the film, and then you go into this arc with Dawn of Justice, Wonder Woman arrives, talk about the Flash, talk about Cyborg, then you get into the Justice League 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Both films, present and future, and then we get to see how Superman became, because that's one of the most frustrating parts about this film. There are things in this film that we never got a resolution for.
No,
and it feels that they're added into the film to give you that hope for the future. I would be almost adamant that there was supposed to be a Batman film either before or after this film.
Yeah, there was definitely plans for one. Well, I mean, my reaction to Ben Affleck was a little bit different. Everybody was like, "Oh, really? He just played Daredevil. Do we really need to see this guy again?" I looked at Ben Affleck and I thought, this guy could actually work. I don't know how, but I just had that feeling about Ben Affleck. I thought he could make this work, but I've been wrong before. So I held judgment. I thought, okay, well, I'll wait till a trailer comes out or a picture or something, and then I'll judge. I'll never forget, I saw Ben Affleck's picture as Batman in the suit of armor, standing on the rooftop with his eyes glowing white in the thunderstorm, looking up at the bat signal. I thought, holy cow, this is actually like I'm watching Batman from the animated series come to life. I thought, okay, all right, I'm sold. I think this guy could do it. But again, questionable about the writing. Could they pull off what they did with Christian Bale? Could they do it with Ben Affleck? Now, in terms of the writing for Ben Affleck's Batman, I felt his scenes were much more enjoyable to watch than Henry Cavill's Superman scenes were, because Ben Affleck's Batman / Bruce Wayne, it took some of the best elements of the cartoons, it took some best elements of the comics, specifically Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns graphic novel, which we'll touch upon as we go along here, and of course some of the games as well.
Something that he didn't take, though, which I thought was a bit strange, obviously because of the exclusion of Robin, because this is an older version of Batman. You got to imagine that this would have been Batman 15, 20 years down the line from when he first started, yeah?
Yes.
Wait, what are we supposed to have thought? Because there was no mention to Robin in this film.
No.
Meaning, was this before Robin, but then none of the stuff that happens after? Because Robin obviously came around before the Justice League.
Years
So
before.
It's a little bit, there was this, from the very time I watched this, there was this thing going off in my head where I was thinking, we've already gone through the origin story and the early stages of Batman with Christian Bale now. But when do we start to, in a chronological way, tie in Batman with Robin? This film should have had references or actually an appearance from Robin, especially after we've seen the tease for Gordon Levitt to become Robin previously before.
Yes.
So the next time that we've seen Batman, yes, he didn't have Robin then, but the next time we seen him, he should have definitely had Robin or a reference to Robin, because the next time we see Batman, there's the suit where Robin's been killed. Huh?
Yeah.
What? So where was Robin? And I'll say, and I'm getting that out early. This is where the Ben Affleck Batman Bruce Wayne, for me, failed real badly. Like, we're looking at a really good version of Bruce Wayne here that's got all the ability to be a father figure to someone, but we're missing, the child that needs a father figure. It could have been Jason. It could have been, Dick Grayson. It could have been any of them. But for some reason, it's very weird that when are we supposed to now squeeze in this Robin? Because Batman and Robin was supposed to be this lifetime thing when we were growing up. But then now I've got older, it seems like Batman and Robin were only a team for like 5 minutes. Because after The Dark Knight Rises, between that and this, where does Robin come into the Batman story arc?
That's another thing as well that sold me, but at the same time it didn't, was they weren't going to go with the traditional young Bruce Wayne. They were going with a much older Bruce Wayne. So that sold me immediately. I thought, okay, we're actually going to see something different. We're going to see a Batman that's been around a long time. They say Batman's been around for at least 20 years, so he's very highly experienced. He's seen a lot of stuff, and I was immediately sold to that because I've always liked the idea of an older Batman going all the way back to like Batman Beyond and The Dark Knight Returns, and then also, as you say, the whole Robin element. Yeah, that really disappointed me because they show, obviously we'll touch upon it later on as we go along, but they show a teaser of Robin's burned out suit with the Joker graffiti hung up in the Batcave. It just would have been nice to get at least a quick flashback, even if it was 10 seconds, no dialogue, just showing you what happened to whichever Robin it is, whether it was Dick Grayson or Jason
You're
Todd.
telling me that they couldn't have got Jason Gordon-Levitt to come to the studio and film? Honestly, Zack Snyder could have got this guy to come into his back garden and filmed a 5-minute clip with Jason Gordon being tied up and being, beaten to death by what's his name? What's his name? What's the guy's name who plays the Joker? Joaquin
Well,
Phoenix?
he
Not
wasn't
Joaquin
cast.
Phoenix.
Oh, Jared Leto. Yeah, he wasn't.
Jared Leto.
He wasn't even
Well,
cast.
you couldn't film that. Yeah, but I'm saying, think about it, yeah? In these flashback scenes, like, we didn't need to get it in this film. We could have got some of this stuff in the later stuff.
Yeah.
Like the Justice League could have started off. These are the I'm just asking why, when Ben Affleck, the whole time that he played in that suit, we only got one reference to Robin, and it was clearly after we'd all accepted, well, Robin's not in this universe then. It made no sense because we should have just got, and you didn't even need Jared Leto. You just needed a figure that looked like the Joker.
Seen glimpses of the Joker. All you needed really was just someone to stand there in a purple suit or a coat, and that's it. That's all you needed. You didn't need to show his face. You could just blur his face.
Take off Robin's mask. Jason Gordon-Levitt beaten up, clearly there. He should have stayed as a beat cop or something like that. Made a joke, laugh, Joker laugh, crowbar. We've seen the party.
Yeah, they could have really done something.
Just me seeing that scene would have been perfect to spear on Batman's mind and thinking at that point there, and then no more sidekicks. I don't want any more of them before obviously Jason comes along. No more sidekicks. I'm going to go and get some actual people who can fight this war with me. And that's when he has to go and reach out to other people who can help him fight.
And another thing, obviously, we'll touch upon this more. Another thing that wasn't explained in this movie regarding Ben Affleck's Batman was why was Wayne Manor burned to the ground? What happened with Wayne Manor? I do really think we should have got that bit explained because all you see with Wayne Manor is just run down and burned. What happened there? Was it something to do with Robin and the Joker? Did something else happen? We never got that.
From before,
yeah, we never got that.
I'm almost certain they're trying to play it like from the Batman Begins or whenever it was when they burnt down the.
Oh, when Ra's al Ghul burned the house down.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say. There's bits in this film, and I actually like this film. To be honest, I actually think this is one of the better films. But it's bits like this that I feel like they weren't thinking straight. They were so desperate to get Batman and Superman on the screen that every other logical explanation of where did these two characters meet in the middle from Man of Steel and from the Dark Knight trilogy, where would they have? Where's the film that makes it so that they actually would have started to? Honestly, we needed another film.
We should have at least got two films out of this.
A Batman film after Man of Steel that showed Batman's concern with Superman and how Superman can easily save the day, but he might not be doing it in a way which is actually safe for humans.
No,
and
totally.
Why did we not get this scene where Batman discovers kryptonite? Why is that just almost like handed to him on a plate?
Yeah, we should have at least got something like that.
Like, come on, you couldn't have had a thing where one of these mad scientists, or even Lex Luthor, but then we'd have to get the Deathstroke thing. And once again, I go back to the Deathstroke thing again. This would have been the perfect movie, Batman versus Deathstroke, or in a film with Deathstroke. And because it's at the end of the film that we get revealed that the higher power to Deathstroke is, of course, Lex Luthor, and that then immediately invites Henry Cavill's Man of Steel into this world, and at the end, Superman ends up saving Batman, but Batman isn't happy because he's like, right, how powerful is this guy? Can he be trusted? There's been a lot of casualties here. You know, not that Batman's ever been concerned about the casualties of war before, but maybe this could have been the film where we started to see that. And then you get to see Batman sort of doing that underground detective work that has been very, very covered up.
Yeah.
I feel like Ben Affleck's Batman could have been such a good detective but version of Batman, especially when he's surrounded himself with all these gassed up, powered up alien, you know, affected by lightning bolt people.
I think for Ben Affleck's Batman, I think he did a great job of what he had to work with. I mean, it could have been a lot better, but as I said earlier, I quite enjoyed watching him more than Henry Cavill's Superman, if I'm truly honest. I don't know, really, just
There's
some
something about Henry Cavill as Superman that just, it grinds my gears. I don't know if it's the whole mustache thing. I don't know if it's because it's taken so long. Like, even to this very day, he's teasing us that he's going to return as Superman. Hang it up or give us the thumbs up. Because to be perfectly honest, if any of these characters should have been recast, it should have really have been Henry Cavill. Because that mustache debacle, for some people, including myself, is unforgivable. It hemorrhaged a decent movie into what mess that the movie ended up turning out into, to the point where, you know, years later we got told, oh yeah, well, by the way, there's actually more to this movie than meets the eye.
Yeah.
You know, I said it to you earlier on off record. I would love to know what Batman Forever was supposed to actually be, because DC's got a horrible knack of allowing these producers to just pull the plug on a decent film to give us something that just looks like it's going to sell toys and nonsense like that. Every film seems to have that same problem.
And also, they seem to cover up their mistakes by saying, well, this is not actually the film you were supposed to get. This is the film you should have got. This is the director's cut. No, put your hand up and say, look, we messed up. That's all you have to say. Not
We didn't like what they gave us because we didn't think that that would sell enough magazines and toys and stuff that are completely irrelevant to the 2020 or 2014 market of things, because we're still living in the 1970s at Warner Brothers here.
Yeah.
These DC people keep giving us these great things, and then they get great producers and great directors and great things, and then what we do is we slap them around the face multiple times and remind them that we're in charge, and they have to do what we want them to do. With Batman, Superman, clearly they sabotaged that second Wonder Woman film to capitalize on Gal Gadot and her beauty, and, you know, come on. What? It wasn't a bad film, but you could clearly see
there was something
the
wrong.
exploitation of the character and all that type of stuff. It's not even funny, Warhawk, at this stage with Warner Brothers, and I will continue every single time we do these reviews and these segments to say Warner Brothers has been the biggest like evil towards the DC universe.
Speaking of Gal Gadot, what was your thoughts on Gal Gadot being cast in the role of Wonder Woman? Now, bear in mind, this is the first time we're actually getting a cinematic big screen portrayal of Wonder Woman, because Linda Carter was, of course, the original Wonder Woman back in the mid-70s, but she never got her own big screen movie. So this is the first time, you know, we're actually getting a Wonder Woman on the big screen, which is kind of like served as a backdoor pilot for her own movie, which came out in 2017. So what was your thoughts on Gal Gadot being cast as Wonder Woman?
Well, we finally got something positive to talk about here, because of course, like most people, you would jaw dropped and you were blown away as soon as you see, and oh my word, look at this beauty. And not only did they cast it correctly. Like, none of this Wonder Woman's American or English nonsense. Why would she be American or English if she's from somewhere different? So yeah, like, she can be Americanized, you know, like less of the stars and stripes stuff. You know, we know what outfit she wears and stuff, but less of the Americanized version of Wonder Woman. I like what I see in here. This was where you couldn't help but you know, your eyes couldn't help but raise up, not just because of her beauty, because of the actual performance of Wonder Woman in this, because she makes this movie actually, at certain points, she makes this movie watchable. And then she also developed the question that I ask about all of the DC Universe programs, you know, whose side is she on?
Yeah, totally.
At the classic trailer moment of, wait, I thought she was with you.
Yeah.
But where has this girl been hiding? It's weird, because don't you think that Marvel kind of copied off all this with Captain Marvel, like this exterior being that's been living around for a while. I feel like the Justice League's lazy introduction of Wonder Woman. Mark my words when I say this was very lazy. How she just turned up out of nowhere after 25 years of all these guys fighting against multiple villains. Batman has been through literal hell. Like, where the hell were you like 10 years before this? And with her and Captain Marvel, they both got the same story, haven't they? With the I decided to stay away because mankind wasn't treating people right. Well, then put them in place then. You know what I mean? Put them in their place and you have the power. I feel like it was a bit of a crappy excuse of Wonder Woman, but I was really happy when they introduced her in this. But I'll tell you what, and I read something about this at the time, and I do feel that this is actually thinking this should have been Batman versus Superman featuring Wonder Woman. It should have been made very visibly clear in the title that Wonder Woman is in this film, because I feel like if you're foreign and you don't know, you wouldn't have had a clue who she was.
Not really, no.
Because they don't actually call her. Has she ever been called Wonder Woman, like, by them? She's still Diana, isn't she? She's
they
not
always
called...
refer to her as Diana.
I would almost be certain none of these get called. Like, has Aquaman ever been called Aquaman?
Nope.
Has the Flash ever been called the Flash? I don't think that
Definitely
these are
not.
actually these
Definitely.
characters. This is why I questioned this before. Like, I think we watched that Paradox, didn't we? And I was questioning, like, who are these characters?
Yeah, I know.
At this stage, you have to ask the question of, only Batman is Batman and only Superman is Superman. Lex Luthor is Lex Luthor. Alfred's Alfred. Lois Lane is Lois Lane. None of these other people even get referred to as anything except their real names.
Correct.
Aquaman is just Arthur. Wonder Woman is just Diana. The Flash is just Barry.
And Cyborg is just Victor.
Cyborg's just Victor. Yeah, they're not. In fact, yeah, Cyborg as well. No. In fact, no. Cyborg is referred to as Cyborg.
Oh, he's not called Victor.
Where he's referred to as Cyborg, they say he's like a cyborg. So at least we got something.
Yeah.
That to refer to his real name. But yeah, you know what? Looking back on that, and I know this is not a Justice League film, but this is the origin of the Justice League films.
More or less. Yeah, more or less.
So basically, this is just Batman versus Superman with a load of side characters. This is the reason why this stuff failed.
Yeah.
Not calling them by their actual names. Like, honestly, in this film, there is absolutely no reference to her being called Wonder Woman.
Not once.
She's not called Wonder Woman in her own 2 films or in the Justice League film. So she's been in 4 films and she has never been referred to as Wonder Woman 1. But Batman's Batman. Even though they still call him Bruce, obviously, but Batman is Batman.
Yeah.
And then they call...
Barry always called him Superman. The rest called him Clark. Wonder Woman was the only one who addressed him by his Kryptonian name, Kal.
Kal-El, yeah.
Yeah, Kal-El, yeah, or Kal. So that's that really.
So what we're discovering here, guys, is that the origin of the Justice League features no reference to any of the other members of the Justice League. We know who they are, and we get to see who they are, but these don't have names in this universe.
No.
So there's mistake 101 there.
There you go.
Not introducing the audience to the characters that are actually in the film because you're so scared that Superman can't carry a film on his own, and you're so scared that the Superman Man of Steel film will destroy any progress that the Christian Bale Batman made, and you know you need to recast him, so you're too scared to make a Batman standalone film. So what you actually give us, and this is clearly Warner Brothers, what you give us is Batman versus Superman with no reference at all to Wonder Woman, even though she's clearly the star of this film, by the way. Yeah, by far she's the star of this film, and that's why her film went on to become the most successful film out of a lot of these films, apart from, of course, if you want to actually add in the Batman Dark Knight trilogy, which they stand above everything, don't they? So
totally.
Do you know where I'm coming? Do you see where I'm coming from, though?
Yeah, totally.
The decisions leading into this film, that we were willing to accept Ben Affleck. Henry Cavill wasn't fantastic in Man of Steel, but we were willing to accept that these two were going to be on the screen together, and we finally got Batman and Superman together. And not that you would have known it, but Wonder Woman's going to be involved in this as well, and she's going to be cast by a beautiful woman that's going to blow your mind.
Big deal that was.
Not
And
in reference to her in this movie at all.
when I found out that Wonder Woman was going to be in this movie, I was quite surprised. I thought, okay, I'm not really sure why they would do that, but I'll buy it. And when they announced that Gal Gadot was going to play her, I didn't really know a lot about Gal Gadot. I remember her very briefly in Fast and the Furious.
Just to let out all the boys out there know, in case you're wondering, where was she in the Fast and Furious? She was the Brazilian beauty that had the handprint on her specially made like
Hmm.
bikini thong, where
Hmm.
if someone touched her bum cheek with their hand, it would steal their handprint. And in the film, it was like they kept giving you, and then this is where I mean, like she's a beautiful girl, but at least they didn't sexualize her up in Wonder.
No,
Like they completely, and I mean, even people said that she was very skimpy for what Wonder Woman really should have looked like. But if you go back and look at some of the origins of Wonder Woman, and I will refer you to a film that's nothing to do with Marvel or anything like that, but it's based on the origins of Wonder Woman, the Professor Marsden's. Have you ever seen this, Warhawk? It's a film. I want to say it's got Luke Evans in the film. I could be wrong about that, but it's called Professor Marsden's something, yeah. And it's about the person who
no,
created Wonder Woman, how he was trying to sell the Wonder Woman character and all this type of stuff, and how
I think
she
I've read
she
this
became.
before.
Yeah, I mean, I watched it on Film 4 a few years ago, and I'm telling you guys, middle of this, that is an incredible film to just watch and see. Not because of anything to do with comic books or anything. It's to do with obviously feminism, and there's some suspicious activity going on. The guy is clearly living a life where he's married to a woman who has homosexual tendencies, and then she goes on to find a mistress, but the mistress is also his mistress, and she bears 2 kids for him. And obviously, people around in the local area started to notice that something's not quite right. Why is the young fit one unable to get a man? Well, she's got 2 kids, but the older one is married to the guy. There's clearly something weird going up here. But in the background of all of it, he was the creator of Wonder Woman. And
Yeah,
because of, let's just say, less than savory life and lifestyle, it hindered Wonder Woman until later down the line. And then finally, the comic books bought Wonder Woman and then the idea for Wonder Woman. And that's where Action Comics obviously came in and, took over and said, look, we will publish this. We think there's something here. But you had to change the character. But what we got in the end was that character. But then, as you know, in the history and the publication, they did take off all of the stuff of her, the lasso of truth. You know what I mean? Because that was supposed to be part of what he said. Like, she uses that to basically seduce men, and that part of it didn't really sit well with the, DC Comics, Action Comics at the time. They were like, no, we want a woman that's better, like a woman, the kitchen stuff, all the nonsense like that. Stay keeping the kitchen, make her good in the house. What kind of superhero is that?
yeah, I know.
I thought I'd just let people know on that little tangent there. Yeah, that film, Professor Marsden's something. Look it up online, guys. It's an absolutely fantastic film that, weirdly enough, is linked to the creation of Wonder Woman. And, all these years later, his creation was on the big screen for the first time. And to be honest, she was the star of this film, bar none. I don't know if they planned this, but she completely steals the show from
Oh, totally.
Batman, completely
Well,
steals it, and rightfully so.
well, when I saw a photograph of Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman, I was completely blown away. I just thought, wow, that is an amazing look for Wonder Woman. I thought, I don't know how much she's going to be in this film, but whatever role she'll have in this film,
Sure.
it's going to be very, very good.
She was
It
in
kind
this.
of reminded me a little bit of Xena Warrior Princess from the 90s, a little bit, the whole armor look, but at the same time, I thought, yeah, I think this girl could work. I think she's going to do a really good job. And I
If,
remember she got slammed for being
if you
too
look
skinny.
closely, and this is where Wonder Woman 84 kind of contradicts itself a little bit. If you look closely at her and her outfit in Dawn of Justice, she's clearly wearing ancient,
Yeah,
tried and tested
yeah,
Wonder
she's been
Woman
around a long time. You can tell.
Amazonian armor. Yeah.
Yeah,
But then in the Wonder Woman 1984 film, she's got a clear, like, modernized version. So it's a little bit convoluted. And I did notice that, a little bit convoluted because of the fact that if she got a new outfit in the 80s when she was doing all the 84 stuff and, you know, stopping Max Shrek or whatever the hell she was stopping in that. I forget what the guy's name was. Whoever she was
yeah, I know what you mean.
it makes me think in my head she should have had a better suit in this. But then I like the suit that she was in. I like the way that she looked. But it's just that skipping forward. What does she look like in? Why would she have turned up in this clear, you know, vintage Wonder Woman outfit that looks great in this darker version of Batman and Superman? But at the same time, it didn't really make much sense because it's like we go on later down the line to see her in her own film wearing a much brighter costume in the 80s. And this was obviously clearly set, you know, between the 80s and now.
Yeah.
So that's the only complaint I've really got about Wonder Woman, because I feel like they kind of exploited us with that. Oh, give her the darker suit that looks real gritty in this world. And trust me, she looked absolutely fantastic in this.
Oh, totally.
Amazing. But then it makes no sense that we've now been given a film where we've been told in 1984 she actually came out of, you know, hiding and she helped save the world then. Well, why on earth did we not get to see her in the 1984 outfit? And I tell you guys, go and look at Wonder Woman 1984 and look at her outfit, and you will see that it doesn't look anything like the outfit that she wore here. Maybe she just pulled out the old ancient armor. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it would have been nice to have got a scene of that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would have been nice to have got something like that. But, you know, aside from that little issue, as you mentioned, I think
just a silhouette of a woman picking up ancient things out of a box because she can't get access to maybe some of the newer stuff because she's hidden it away on somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, aside from that little issue, as you mentioned, you know, Gal Gadot definitely, as Wonder Woman, she was definitely the highlight of, you know, this movie. And, you know, to have, for me anyway, to have Batman and Superman together was a huge deal in itself because of the history, you know, in cartoons and comic books. But to actually throw Wonder Woman into the mix, first time ever, Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman together in one film was a huge, huge deal. And it definitely, in terms of that aspect, that definitely paid off.
They're all fighting Doomsday, aren't they? So
Yeah.
he's been led to believe that this is an unstoppable monster with some incredible power. Now, I was always told that some of the Doomsday was created by some form of like kryptonite, so that's why Superman always had trouble fighting this guy. We didn't get any of that, so I was like, "What's this guy's power?" And
Doomsday. I mean, I've read a lot of the Superman graphic novels. I've got Death of Superman. Doomsday, basically, he's from Krypton. He was built and created thousands and thousands of years ago. He's made from dead creatures, and he was created to be like this ultimate soldier, hence the name, the Ultimate Destroyer. But they got rid of Doomsday because they felt he was too dangerous, and he couldn't decipher the difference between good and evil. So he'll just go around just destroying everything because he doesn't know the difference between good and evil. He just knows one thing: kill all Kryptonians. So the beef with Superman ties into the fact that Superman's the last Kryptonian. I'm a Kryptonian killer. There's only you, so you've got to go. So he's basically like the ultimate soldier. You know, like Bane is Batman's ultimate opponent in the physical sense. That's the same with Doomsday. And nothing could hurt him. No matter what you could try to do to Doomsday, nothing could hurt him. His bones were unbreakable. He had these fangs, these teeth.
how introduced in this again?
It's very different to how they did it in the comics. Basically, how Doomsday.
It's a lot different.
Basically, how Doomsday is introduced in this film is, we'll get to about Lex Luthor in a moment. But basically, how he's introduced in this is, Lex Luthor takes General Zod's body after he got his neck snapped at the end of Man of Steel, and he basically takes him to the fortress, cuts off Zod's fingerprints off his skin, and he basically creates Zod into this mutated version of Doomsday. Because Zack Snyder revealed later that the Doomsday we saw fighting Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman isn't the Doomsday that Superman will fight later. The real Doomsday is still out there in space somewhere. So this Doomsday we've got is essentially General Zod mutated. As a fan of Doomsday, I didn't like this version of Doomsday. he just looked like something out of Ninja Turtles.
I mean, obviously, it's
It's
not as bad as the Doomsday that we got in the Krypton series, if you remember that. Oh, but
I don't think
yeah,
it's that bad, but yeah, I mean,
the
Doomsday.
creation was just bizarre. Like, surely it would have been better if he'd have been found on Zod's ship, and then he'd have opened a pod and realized that it had some way of, I don't know, transporting or maybe contacting Doomsday as this being, or Doomsday happened to just be searching the galaxy for any sign of Kryptonian life, and the ship
Or
then activated, and then the
what they
beacon
could
or
have
some
done.
kind of beacon, and then he came down to Earth and realized obviously Zod's not alive.
Mm.
There's a different Kryptonian on this planet.
What
Boom.
they could have
But
done was
I
they
feel like
could have
it's so
just.
simple sometimes. It's very simple how they could do these things. And I feel like they just look at each other in these meetings and say, "Oh no, that's too simple. No, that's right. Do that.
That's
Do
perfect.
that because that's right. Not simple, it's right. It makes sense to the audience that's sitting at home and saying, right, so this isn't Doomsday, but this is a Doomsday. Why not just call
Yeah.
him
What
something else?" You know what I mean?
or what they could have done. Yeah, I know. What they could have done instead was they could. What they've always done is they could have had Doomsday already here on Earth, hidden underground, and
Or
one
in the
day.
ship. He could have been in the ship.
Or it could have been the ship. What they could have done was Doomsday's here already, hidden away. He gets sense that, wait a minute, I smell a Kryptonian, and he just punches his way out, like he did in the comics.
It was Gorilla Zod.
That's
Some
basically what he
hybrid
was.
version of Zod with some gorilla looking Dr. Connor's lizard
Yeah,
creature
that's
look.
what it was. It was just a mutated version
And I
of a dead
swear
body of
Doomsday
Zod.
changes about 4 times in this film as well.
Yeah, I mean, you even see like later on,
Just
he
look
goes inside
safe
this Dragon
throughout
Ball
the film.
Z sort of looking thing.
Like throughout the film, I know he's getting more powerful,
Hmm.
but there's no indication that he would be changing his features. But he does. He looks more like a lizard creature when he's first born. But
Yeah,
then after, when the film goes on, he just looks like more like a jacked up version of, say, Ben Grimm, like a rocky.
and then towards the end, when he's in his like his final form, he looks like something out of Dragon Ball Z. He looks like Broly on steroids, if that's possible.
I like the Doomsday theory in this, but I didn't like the
Yes.
execution of
No,
Doomsday,
I
and
didn't
I
either.
didn't know.
I personally feel for a villain like Doomsday, he had no business being in this movie. Doomsday should have been saved for either a Justice League movie or a Superman movie. He had no business being in this movie at all. And that's coming from a Doomsday fan. I did read somewhere that the original intended villain for Dawn of Justice was going to be Metallo. Now, the guy who lost his legs in this movie, which we see at the beginning, he was supposed to be Metallo. Lex Luthor would have paid for his operation using the technology, and he would have just turned him into like this half man, half machine, like Metallo is in the Superman comics. That was was the main villain was going to be. That would have made much more sense because think about it. He blames Superman for the loss of his legs. That's a reason to go after him. Batman's Bruce Wayne. Oh, so you're friends with the guy who cost me my legs. Well, I've got a beef with you now. So that's perfect right there. There was no need for Doomsday. No need whatsoever.
Two words again. Too
Warner
simple.
Brothers.
Too simple. Too obvious.
Yeah.
Like, they just don't understand. Why even have that in the film to give us that? Because we know we're not going to get that down the line, because we've got to focus on all the other stuff that you've teased us in the film that's going to take place in the future that we never got to see, by the way. Maybe
No.
less focus on what we're going to get to see in 5 years and more focus on what we should be seeing right now, which is the Batman movie that was missing between. And I'm going to keep hinting on that. And believe it or not, guys, I actually thought The Dawn of Justice was a pretty decent movie for what it was. I
It was,
just feel like it could have been way, way better. But then we have to also accept, where did this come from?
of course.
A panicked Warner Brothers and DC production team that still wasn't grasping the fact that we don't need everything to be thrown at the wall just by trying. Just strategically introduce these characters. Like, Wonder Woman's origin was perfect, but I feel like they got to the point where they realized we can't be dedicating half a movie to one of these other characters in every movie. We've got to start pushing forward here. But they didn't. I feel like during COVID, they could have had 2 or 3 films stacked up, ready to go, and then started to film some of the other ones. And then it all came out. Like, there were these issues, but we've got past them. Now you're going to get the, because let's be fair, we know that these Black Adam and all these films were supposed to be part of all this stuff. How have they now gone on to film these films with no reference to what's going on? And the problem is the Flash film is going to have things in it that we've already seen a while ago.
Yeah,
so
it will.
We've gone so far away that by going back and watching this Dawn of Justice film, as much as I enjoyed it at the start, and I still enjoy the film now, you can't help but look back and say, so where were they going here?
Yeah, I know.
Like, you get it with Wonder Woman's part. Whose side is she on? We now know what side she's on. But where are we going here? We can't just keep hitting this brick wall that is powerful being that we can't stop, and we need more people to team up because we've not introduced the more people yet.
No.
At least with Marvel, they had the guts to just keep introducing you to characters like Captain Marvel and Ant-Man and characters like that. I mean, come on, Ant-Man's got 2 movies, but the Flash still hasn't got that movie out there.
He should have at least had 2 by now. At least
exactly. Cyborg should have had 1 film by now. Aquaman should have had 2. These people have been in this universe, and anyone can say about, forget what happened with the pandemic. They've had 7 years since the start of this thinking, in fact, longer, 8 years since the start of these mindsets have got in where we need to build this universe. And to this moment, it's like, I feel like we've not even got off the ground yet.
No, it's like you get the sense that no one's even started yet.
Yeah, like we've actually been introduced to the Justice League team, because you could have had me fooled, because I've never heard them. Like I said, they've not been referred to as the Justice League. They're not even called the names of the characters that they're supposed to be. And then we've got this situation here, which is Dawn of Justice, which is a real good film, like Wonder Woman, really good film. But in the whole spectrum of things, these films make no sense. Why are we trying to just constantly build that one amazing film rather than just doing what we wanted to do in the first place, which would build the universe?
I know, it just makes no
There's
sense.
more to this, obviously. We know that behind the scene,
there's more to this story.
That must have been one of the biggest headaches that any producer or director could have been able to have been involved in. And that's without talking about the performances of people. I mean, like I say, Doomsday, pretty powerful creature, pretty powerful situation. Took 3 of the superheroes to take him on. It had you gripped from when the moment that you knew that this, the S was going to go down.
Yeah.
But, you get to see the Batwing, you get to see the Batmobile, you get to see all of the gadgets, and these things are completely overlooked, of course, in this film.
Yeah.
They're completely. I bet most people won't even reference that you get to see the Batwing in this and all that kind of stuff. You get to see all the. This film is an indication of all of DC's failures of how to control and promote their characters. You got this real badass version of Batman with all these gadgets. You finally got the introduction of Wonder Woman, who completely outshadows the other 2 people that are in the film, and then you've got Superman.
Yeah.
And they just can't get Superman right. I don't know if it's the acting. I don't know if it's the portrayal. It's like he's a robot. Like I said it earlier on, it's like he's less alien in this world, and he's like a robot.
To a point,
very,
yeah.
Very, very robotic. Very, very static in his feelings and his thoughts. One-track minded. Can only really love one person, which is, of course, Lois Lane. And, of course, his adoptive parents. But I still feel like they would go out of the window. Like, if it became me, I feel like Lois is the only person that he truly loves, that he cares about, and he would, as we're supposed to see after this. And maybe that's because that's what they were teasing, weren't they? Like, they were teasing that in the end, he will put Lois before everybody else. So that's why I get that overwhelming feeling about Superman in this film. It's like, whose side is he on, A? And B, are we supposed to like him? I said that in the Man of Steel film. Are we supposed to like this guy? Because I don't really get much likable qualities from this Superman.
No, I don't either. It's almost like, well, I'm not saying you're supposed to hate him. It's like you just don't really care about him because there's nothing worth caring about.
In wrestling, he'd be a tweener, but he'd be not a very good one.
No.
He'd be like, is the bad guy in the good guy group, if you know what I mean? Or is the, when heel groups turn face. He's the bad guy that everyone remembers as being the real bad guy from the bad guy group, and you just can't take to him as a face. You just still sit there and say,
he's a hero.
nah, I can't trust him yet. I can't get behind this guy yet.
I feel like I don't trust him yet.
Like, Superman just gives off those heel vibes to me, like so powerful, all conquering. Like there's an element that they've turned Superman, and I don't know if they did this on purpose, Warhawk, but there's an element where they turn Superman into like a godlike creature.
Well, there's actually one moment in this movie which we'll touch upon as we go along here. There's actually one moment where Superman essentially almost turns heel without actually turning. You know, it's just like, oh, wait a minute.
I think he was already heel. He just started to show more heel tendencies. My argument would be that Superman is a heel, and he just doesn't understand. Like, he may be the protector of the humankind in this DC universe, but I feel like if I got 20 minutes to sit down with the people that created him, I'd say this was a warning because you guys were paranoid about the incoming, alien attacks that were about to start happening worldwide. Yeah, you were fearing what people fear now in reality, which is what would actually happen if an alien being was to be revealed and was to be unstoppable in this world. Like, no one's going to think, oh, yeah, let's ask this guy to look after us and to stop all the likes of Bin Laden and Hitler and etc. No, no. We would all be like, we can't have this guy in this world. He's too powerful. We need to kill him. You know what I mean? It will be a war between us and him. And I feel like this is the theory of the mind. There's no difference between what they say is the crackpot theory of 2022, which is aliens still rule this world and eventually they will show themselves. And this theory of this character that they built, these geeky people built these characters that were all powerful and all conquering from out of space because they truly believed that on a different planet somewhere they were extraterrestrial beings, whether they look like humans or not. They were extraterrestrial beings that were just way more powerful on this earth than they were anywhere else.
Before we get into talking about the actual movie, what was your thoughts on the casting of Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor?
I don't like him. He doesn't look.
No.
He doesn't look. And I'm not saying that Lex Luthor should look imposing.
No.
But he should have that element of being a chicken shit at the same time as being just like so arrogant and thinking that money will overcome, which obviously, like we know, would make him a great foil for Bruce Wayne.
Totally.
But of course, put him in with Superman, which makes a lot more sense because Clark doesn't come from that rich background or that. He doesn't believe in all that.
He doesn't come from a privileged background.
I feel like it's more to do with we need somebody who's really annoying who you want to stick your hand around their throat, but because you're a good guy, you can't do that. The other ones, Kevin Spacey and that, they were the Lex Luthors that I like to see. You don't want to get your hands dirty, you will just pay your way out of a problem.
When Jesse Eisenberg was cast as Lex Luthor, I thoroughly hated it. I just looked at him and thought, no, this guy cannot be Lex Luthor. The guy I wanted to see play Lex Luthor, and he was rumoured for a long time. I even saw fan-made pictures of this guy. Bryan Cranston from Breaking Bad was rumoured to play Lex Luthor, and I said, yes, that's who I want to see. That's a Lex Luthor. That's a guy who can match up with Superman and Batman. So when they bring Jesse Eisenberg in, I mean, I've got nothing against him as an actor.
Would have been perfect. A little bit of the Breaking Bad character mixed in with the dad from Malcolm in the Middle. There you go.
That would have been perfect. But
don't get me wrong. He would have been perfect as Lex Luthor in that Superman Returns film with Nicolas Cage back in the late 90s, before people knew that he could get real serious. Bryan Cranston, when he was way more unhinged and probably willing to, that he might not do, and there was that element, that mixture of his Jim Carrey and the seriousness that that now he's capable of. Can you imagine what he would have been like in like a 2000 film as this version of Lex Luthor, where he was like a 20-odd-year-old younger version of Lex Luthor? Which also I have to point out as well, why is Lex Luthor like 30 in this, 35 in this, but Superman's clearly older?
Yeah, I know. Even his portrayal, My friend said to me the other day when we watched Dawn of Justice again, he said, "You know what? If I was casting Jesse Eisenberg, I wouldn't have cast him as Lex Luthor. I would have cast him as the Riddler because he just seemed more like Edward Nygma, all very twitchy and unhinged, like, hey, all like that. That's not Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor is supposed to be very quiet, very calm, always has a plan. He's a bit unhinged, but he's very focused at what he wants to do. And I still say the best portrayal of Lex Luthor was in the animated series, where he was kind of like the kingpin, where you knew he was a criminal, but you couldn't prove it. And all Lex Luthor would have to do to Superman, when Superman confronts him and says, "I know you had such and such killed off, Lex," Lex Luthor will just calmly say, "Okay, prove it." And Superman would just stand there like, "I can't." And Lex Luthor would say, "Well, until you've got proof, then you've got nothing against me. Now get out of my office or get out of my building." And he'd always used to make fun of Superman, would say, "Well, I'll tell you what, Superman, if you ever get bored of saving people, you could always be my window cleaner." Little things like that. That's what I wanted to see.
That was the same Lex Luthor that was also in the New Adventures of Superman and Lois, or whatever it was called.
Referring to Superman as his window cleaner.
In that, yeah. That was the same type. Basically, the premise was, the premise of the show was, try and stop Lex Luthor, but it's that you not only got to stop his henchmen, you've got to prove that it was Lex that's behind all of these things.
They should have done that in the film, because then you had the detective element to it. It goes, okay, Superman could go to Batman and say, "Look, Lex Luthor's had all these people killed off. I can't prove it. He's framing me. He's making me look bad. Can you help me?" Batman could turn and say, "Right, you do what you're doing. You do your thing. I will work from behind the scenes and see what I can do on my end. We'll get Bruce Wayne's help. We'll get Batman's help." Obviously, he's talking in third person, because we'll do everything we can to clear Superman's name. That should have been the story for this movie. Batman and Superman get off to the wrong foot. They don't like each other, but then eventually they've got to work together. Batman says, "Well, I still don't trust you. I still don't like you. I still think there's something funny about you, but I know you didn't do any of these things, but I will do everything I can to help you. But nothing's changed between me and you. All right? I still don't like you, but for the sake of justice, I'll help clear your name." That should have been the story. That should have been the story right there, but they didn't go with that. And Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor, I hated it. Every time he came on the camera, I just felt like just screaming at the telly and saying, "That's not Lex Luthor. That is not Lex Luthor."
You know why I hate Lex Luthor? You will know, because you will know why I hate
I
Lex
don't like
Luthor.
Lex
Because he
Luthor
did
either.
one thing that really still gets on my nerves.
Go on.
He introduced the one character that I have still, nearly 10 years, I have been screaming since the second series of Arrow. This guy needs to be in the movies immediately. The costume, the suit, the mask, the sword, the guns, the behavior, the way that he fights. This guy needs to be in the films. He introduced us to the one and only Deathstroke.
And we still got a movie for him
as Lex Luthor because of that. Like, why did they have us see that moment and never execute that moment? Why was the film between Man of Steel and between this film not Batman with Deathstroke in that film? Why did that not come before this? It would have settled him in, Jesse Eisenberg, I mean, as a much more sadistic and willing to do what we've seen Lex Luthor do in the past, hire other people and take a backstage role. It would have also built us into the Deathstroke character that I wanted, that I'm sure many a person's wanted in this cinematic universe, that we should have got, yeah? And it would also have given us the Batman film that would have given us the introduction to Ben Affleck as Batman, and then thus at the end, when they reveal that Lex Luthor is the person who brought in Deathstroke, bang, that's where you get Superman with Batman, and this film would make 1,000,000% more sense.
Totally. Absolutely.
So much in this film that just feels like, well, we're all supposed to just know that Batman and Superman are in the same universe, but none of the films have ever referenced or spoke about the two characters in the same thing ever before.
No, it's just that would have been much better to do that, but they didn't go there in that way.
Sorry, can I just mention one more character? I did like Ben Affleck's Alfred. What's his name? Jeremy Irons. I did like his version of Alfred.
I love him.
Over the years, they've always seemingly got Alfred right.
Yeah, they've always got a good Alfred.
I did like Alfred in this one. I did like Ben Affleck's version of Alfred, which is obviously Jeremy Irons.
Yeah, he was a fantastic Alfred. Even though he had little screen time, but the scenes he was
Obviously,
in, he
Jeremy
was just
Irons is a
phenomenal.
bit of a subjective actor because obviously a lot of people remember him being in, the film about the guy who marries his daughter or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Some film, Lolita or whatever it was called. There was something. And even though he's only an actor, he was heavily criticised for playing that role because it was quite controversial at the time. And yeah,
It
later
was.
down the line, he went on to be considered as one of the better British actors. In fact, is he British or is he Scandinavian?
I believe Jeremy Irons is British. I believe he is British. Jeremy Irons Alfred, he was excellent. I loved him. I've got nothing bad to say about him. I mean, he wasn't in it a lot, but the scenes he did have, yeah, he was phenomenal. Definitely
So
would have liked to have seen much more.
not Martha Wade, Martha Kent in this, and
She was fine. Diane Lane
Lois
was
Lane
fine.
was in this as well, wasn't she? What's his
And
name? Lawrence Fishburne's character.
yeah, he was back as well. Everybody pretty much from Man of Steel came back. Even Kevin Costner, your favorite guy, not. He had a little cameo in this one as well.
Ridiculous. Absolutely
Yeah.
ridiculous.
But yeah, I like Jeremy Irons. I thought he was excellent as Alfred. No bad thing to
You
say
see
about him.
that
They always
all of the people that are linked in with Batman or with Superman are all dead subjective people when it comes to who they are, and they
most of them,
absolutely them. But with
not
Batman,
all of them,
people that are
most of
linked
them,
to Batman are all dead good, but it's the Batman person, isn't it? Like, always seem to
most
get
of
all the Batman sidekicks and thingy right, but they never seem to get Batman right. But with Superman, they
not
seem to
always.
get Superman right, but then all the side characters are always a bit iffy and like seems like they're wrongly cast in the roles that they're in.
Or some of them are just hit and miss, really. Just like, yeah, I don't remember them, but oh, okay, don't remember much about them. But if you say so, yeah, yeah. No, very, very hit and miss with a lot of these characters and these actors and actresses. So, Dawn of Justice kicks off with a flashback. We see, again, we see Bruce Wayne's parents get murdered, but here we have like a funeral.
What a surprise that the origin of Bruce Wayne, Batman, gets involved in this.
Yeah, yeah, this is about a flashback, and again, this is supposed to be Batman versus Superman, but yet here we are. We're getting Bruce Wayne's origin addressed again. I thought, having this flashback, I'm glad they didn't drag this out too long. I don't really understand the point of doing this, but I thought it was a decent flashback, and the two people they casted in Thomas and Martha Wayne, I thought they were very well cast. Definitely looked like Zack Snyder was a fan of the animated series because Thomas Wayne looks just like how he looked in the cartoons with a big mustache. So I thought that was quite good. What was your thoughts on the opening?
I'm just watching it in the background here.
Yeah.
It's unnecessary. We don't constantly need to be reminded of why Batman is Batman. I'm sorry. I've said this before. It actually makes me quite nauseous when they do this. Like,
Yeah.
don't need the origin story. I mean, especially if this is not even just a Batman film. It's like every time they recast Batman, we have to get given this origin story of why this person became Batman. Like, we know how he became Batman, and we know you've recast the character. Those two things shouldn't be one in the same. We should just look at this like this is the same Batman, but it's a different actor behind the suit.
Yes.
It's
still the Batman we know.
Don't seem to understand that. I mean, this is obviously where we get the down the well bats thing, don't we? The interaction with the bats and that, things like that. Like,
Yeah.
what's leading to, obviously, there's bits in here that he sort of skips through. He runs off at the funeral, doesn't he? We know what that leads to because we've seen it happen 100 times in these films.
Yeah.
He goes to the cave, doesn't he? And the bats come out.
Yeah, and there's a bit coming up here in a minute because I'm just looking at this as well. Yeah, he falls down.
I see this guy. I see this Dan Severn looking. What's his name? What's Bruce Wayne's dad's name?
Thomas Wayne.
Wayne. I see this Dan Severn. What was his name?
His name, the
Don Fry. Don Fry, American, that mustache guy. Yeah, like not quite the innocent hero that he's been portrayed over the years, but somebody who would step in front of a bullet for his family and stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Totally.
This scene was good though. I think
Good opening scene.
this was obviously the film that they filmed for the Batman film that we never got, guys. By the way.
Oh, it must be. Clearly, you can see that. 'Cause
Clearly,
why would I have it?
Parademons and all this was clearly filmed at the same time or a part of the same film.
Yeah. Yeah, this
I
was a
feel
good
like
opening scene. I mean,
as well, they're never confident with the theory of how Bruce Wayne becomes Batman. Because this isn't how he becomes Batman. This is what the tragic set of events that lead to him wanting to stop crime, etc. And they always add in a little bit extra, don't they? Like where in this version, the guy puts the necklace around the gun and then shoots her, don't they? Like just in
yeah.
this version, and all
I have to say,
the pills break.
out of all the different Batman films we've had over the years, like Bruce Wayne's parents getting shots, this is probably the most horrific.
And the guy was black. Why is the guy black?
Was he?
He looked black to me.
Must be the shad. Must be the lighting.
It looked like a dark. It definitely like if you look at Thomas Wayne's face, who you would say is a Caucasian male,
Mm.
the guy
Looks
who's
quite.
a lot more Mexican, Brazilian,
Yeah.
potential mixed race. That's
Yeah.
not what Joe Chill looks like.
No, Joe Chill. I always remember in the comics, he looked quite not old, but like middle aged,
I
like
mean,
maybe like around
that,
like mid
that
40s.
made it so that Joe Chill is now the Joker as well, haven't they? So these
That
characters
was
are all,
in Batman '89. They did that.
yeah,
Now this bit coming up here, we see like Bruce Wayne's fell into, the hole, and we see all the bats, kind of like a nod to Batman Begins. But this was a bit where it annoyed my mates. It annoyed me initially, but then I realised it wasn't quite what it was. We see Bruce Wayne floating as the bats. We thought, because my mate thought that, oh, they're making Bruce Wayne fly now. Why would they do this? But it's not. It's just a dream where Bruce says that the bats took me to the light, the beautiful lie. So I thought that was quite an interesting scene that they try to throw in one thing and then they
I'm
turn out to
actually
be something
watching the
else.
scene right now, and this is the most convoluted load of bullshit involving any version of Batman and Bruce Wayne that I
Mm.
have ever seen. Obviously, clearly it's a dream, isn't it? Yeah.
You can see it
Uh,
now.
But
So
yeah, the bats are swirling around him in a tornado-like style
yeah,
while he floats to the surface. And
yeah.
obviously now it says in the dream they took me to the light, a beautiful lie. So yeah,
So we now fast forward to the present, and we see here that this is basically picking up from Man of Steel, but this time we're seeing it from Bruce Wayne's point of view. So the scene opens with the world is introduced to the Superman. Now this scene here, this is the first time we see Ben Affleck as Bruce Wayne. I thought this was a phenomenal opening for Dawn of Justice. This was kind of like going back to Man of Steel, but we're seeing it from Bruce Wayne's point of view. As I said, I thought this was really, really good. I thought Ben Affleck was really good in this scene. It's like you said earlier, Ben Affleck was phenomenal as Bruce Wayne. He really was.
yeah, as Bruce Wayne, yeah, the guy unquestionable.
Could very well be the best
He
Bruce
might have,
Wayne.
yeah, I literally was just about to say that. Yeah,
Could very well be the best
he
Bruce
would be
Wayne.
the best Bruce Wayne out of the lot of them. They were clever enough to make him play Bruce
And
Wayne.
another thing as well, Ben Affleck's got over all of the other actors who've played Bruce Wayne. His Bruce Wayne is the tallest because if you look back at the other actors who've played Bruce Wayne, they weren't very tall, were they?
Now, Val Kilmer had no business being even portrayed as anyone who would have been big enough to have stopped. Why do you think he couldn't get roles in films like superhero? It was always that type of sidekick, surfer, sports type of guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, Bruce Wayne in the comics, he's around 6'3". Ben Affleck, he's 6'4". So very well cast there. And looking at Ben Affleck as Bruce Wayne compared to the other actors, he looks just like Bruce Wayne from the comics and the cartoons. Very, very well cast, I must say, out of everyone. Yeah, probably some other guys were probably better actors, but in terms of just the appearance and the feel of it, I look at Ben Affleck and I say, yeah, that is Bruce Wayne. That is exactly how Bruce Wayne should look. It's like they just took him from the comics and brought him to life. So we're seeing, the General Zod's army destroying Metropolis, but we're seeing it from Bruce Wayne's point of view. Do you think this was a good opening for Dawn of Justice?
Yeah, I think it made sense, didn't it? Like, obviously, what would Batman be doing? It was the first time that we'd seen the perspective, the third person perspective of another superhero looking across and saying, what on earth is taking place here?
Yeah.
What's not involving me? Is this what it looks like from the outside?
I like here what you see. Now, obviously, the heat vision's going off in Wayne Tower. Now, obviously, that's General Zod because he's adjusting to his powers. But from the point of view of Bruce Wayne, he thinks that's Superman. You know, I thought that was very well done. All the heat vision going off, and he just thinks it's Superman. I think that was really, really good.
But it's bound to think that, isn't it? Because
Mm.
as
Oh,
far as his intelligence tells him, Superman is the only creature on this earth that has got that
exactly.
kind of power.
Now, this bit coming up here, the tower's falling down, and you see all the debris, and everyone's running away. But Bruce Wayne, in full badass mode, he could run straight into the debris with all the dust and the concrete falling down. This, for me, cemented Ben Affleck as a badass Bruce Wayne. He literally, no pun intended, runs into danger.
It's the
Really?
first time that we get to see no nonsense. Who know if you're Batman, you're already risking your life as Batman to
Yes.
save people. What is the suit when it comes to saving lives? No one cares. So even if people say people are only going to look at him, he's not stupid. People are only going to look at him because he's not got the superpowers.
No.
People are only going to look at him like he's just some crazy guy who's fearless, saving people. Whereas with all of the other this is where he's got the advantage, by the way. With all the other superheroes, they would naturally have to use their powers, which would then expose them as, Peter Parker without the Spider-Man mask on.
Yeah.
In this, you get to see that moment where Bruce Wayne doesn't even consider, what if people see me without the mask? And we both know that even Adam West Batman had issues with that. What happens if people see me without the mask? This Batman doesn't care.
That's a good thing as
One
well.
thing that comes to Batman's mind here: lives are at risk, and that's the difference between, I think, a lot of these, and I think that's Batman's problem. Why he would see it like that, because he doesn't see that the humanity side to Superman. Obviously, like you say, he thinks that this is Superman with the lasers and all that, but at
Yeah.
the same time that he thinks it's Superman, he's bound to, because he's not going to ever think that Superman's going to have that same link to humanity that, say, he would.
No. No, he wouldn't.
I like this. I like to see.
I
I
liked
like what I seen here, where I seen you actually got to see Bruce Wayne saving people.
Yeah, that's
Very
something you didn't really get to see much in other films. You never really got to see Bruce Wayne in action. And
any of the other films. You never even got the third person referenced. I mean, like I said, I that's maybe one of the reasons why I've kept so positive about this film over the years, because those things cannot be duplicated. You've never seen that before.
No.
And you've asked yourself the question of, and I've said it to you before loads of times, what are we supposed to buy here that Superman and them man have just idly sat by previously and watched other people die, watched Batman and them man trying to save the day, etc. But yet somehow they've now started to talk to each other.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. It's almost like, would you say, in this scene where you see Bruce Wayne's running towards the building, it's almost like it's Batman, but he's not in the suit. This is essentially what the scene.
He's abandoned all logic of what Batman is, but he's still Batman.
Yeah, he's still
That's what I
Batman,
said.
very much so.
The problem has always been, who is he? Is he really Batman, or is he Bruce Wayne? Because you can take the mask off of Batman and he's still Batman, but you
Definitely.
can't put the mask on Bruce Wayne and he's still Bruce Wayne.
Doesn't work.
He is Batman.
And that's essentially what you're seeing here.
More Batman. He is at this stage in his life, his whole life has become consumed by whatever it is to be the Caped Crusader and the Dark Knight.
Well, this is, as you say, this is
beyond that, aren't we? Because which version of Batman is this? This isn't the Dark Knight. This isn't the Caped Crusader. Which one is this? Because this is later down the line. This is a different version of Batman that you're seeing here. This is partial reckless abandonment, no more identity crisis, because let's be fair, he's clearly not bothered that if people see him.
No.
So I think that what you are seeing here is the evolution of the Bruce Wayne character. What we've seen in the games and that, where Bruce Wayne wasn't scared to get his hands dirty as Bruce Wayne. He'd have to do things as Bruce Wayne. Like, no, none of this Superman, like when you're Clark, you're an idiot, but when you're Superman, you're this all-being and all-seeing powerful creature. Like, they treat these guys like they're the Incredible Hulk, don't they? Like, they transform into the other guy, and they don't transform. They should not be a psychological thing. The thing that I've always said with Batman up until this film was, who is Batman? Is he the guy in the mask, or is he the guy out of the mask? And I think this film shows you without a shadow of a doubt, he is definitely Batman in and out of the mask.
Yeah, he's basically it's Bruce Wayne, but it's Batman.
He's lost all of the signs of Bruce Wayne here.
More or less.
He's just simply become, there's no thought in his process of what happens if I die as Bruce Wayne. There's no, this is Batman. What you see is Batman here right now. This is his new suit, a shirt and a tie and a vest. This is what you're supposed to be seeing here. In the dark, no one can see who he is. No one knows who really is. People might not even know that he's Bruce Wayne.
No, probably not. A lot of people may not know who he is.
This moment, he doesn't need, this might be the first moment this ever happened as well. Batman doesn't need a mask or a cape. He's wearing a suit there already.
There you go. Now, obviously, the building's all collapsed, and we see Bruce is up walking around trying to look for any signs of life. Now, there's a little girl here, and they showed this little girl a lot in the trailer. I was under the impression, and so was my mate, that this little girl was going to be the next Robin, Kerry Kelly. We didn't get that, because they kept showing her a lot. Why do they keep showing this little girl? Is she going to be Robin or something?
Girl in the orange and grey shirt, striped shirt.
Yeah.
Pointing up, white girl pointing up.
That's the one.
Yeah. Yeah, I seen her in the trailer, and I've heard those rumors that she was going to be Robin. She probably was. But we all know, and I keep repeating this is the opening to a solo Batman film that we never got. There are 3 things in this film that are not part of this film.
That's a good save, actually.
Get me down with the producers of this film. Let them deny that. This opening scene, the flashback scene with Bruce Wayne all the way through until what we've just seen with the third-person view of Metropolis and the fight with General Zod. Also, flashback scene with Batman in the future, or the flash-forward scene with Batman. These are part of a different film. We were never supposed to get this Batman versus Superman film. We were supposed to go from Batman to the Parademon stuff with the Justice League. Superman was never supposed to be on the side of these guys until it got too desperate towards the end. And then obviously he woke up as Kal-El and realized what his purpose was on this earth. That's what I feel. I feel that this, up until this scene here, this is not part of the Dawn of Justice film.
I like, after he saves the little girl, I like how we see the battle with General Zod and Superman when they're falling from the sky, and you see it from Bruce Wayne's point of view. I thought that was a very, very good scene. And that scene there, that if they had added that at the end of Man of Steel, that could have probably saved Man of Steel. Maybe not completely, but it could have been a cool setup. You see it from Bruce Wayne's point of view.
Well, you say that this was supposed to be a Man of Steel 2 film, yeah?
Originally, it's conceived.
I just look at the scene and I say, this doesn't portray Superman in a very good light.
No, it doesn't. Far from it.
Batman supposed to be the villain in this Batman versus Superman film, or Man of Steel 2 film? Was Batman supposed to be the villain? Because I don't get that. I get Bruce Wayne and Batman being this human hero who saves humans because he doesn't want people to die like his parents died.
That's right.
And I see this all-powerful, God-fearing being that is out of control and is destroying a major city, which is basically Washington, D.C. I'm thinking that I'm more with where did we decide this? Did we film half a film that was supposed to be Batman as the villain for Superman? And did we film half a film which was supposed to be Superman as the villain for Batman? And then we just closed them together? Because that's why I feel like this should have been two different movies. I feel like the first film is Batman realizing, wait, what's this guy all about? What's he doing? And then, like you say, he saves the girl, him and then go on an adventure, Deathstroke, fight with Deathstroke, fight with somebody. You know what I mean? Like, somebody could have been this villain in this film. Bring back the Riddler, bring back one of these people, Mr. Freeze, some of them. And then at the end of the film, and Deathstroke would be the one for me because you could tie it in with Superman and Lex Luthor. End of the film, I repeat, Lex Luthor is revealed as the guy who sent Deathstroke to destroy Batman. And obviously maybe the girl maybe gets hurt or, I don't know, something like that. And then at the end of the film, Superman arrives and says, you need, basically, like, cockily, you need a hand. And Bruce is like, no.
I don't need your help, sort of thing.
Yeah. Superman's like, what do you mean? And he's like, I don't need your help. Back off, Kryptonian. You know what I mean? Like, boom, Kryptonian gas canister thing in his face. Superman's days like, what the hell is this guy doing? Deathstroke gets taken out. And at the end of the film, you just get this sort of stare down between Superman and Batman, as in, which side is anyone on? Whose side is anyone on here?
Yeah.
And then the next start of the next movie, which would be the Dawn of Justice movie, you then get the small origin of Wonder Woman, who then doesn't like what she's seeing because the Earth's two most powerful beings are now going against each other. She then decides she has to be the mediator and come out of retirement, step in between them. But in the meantime, the guy who tried to bring Deathstroke, you know, the guy, the big bad evil that's bringing in all these bad people to destroy people, then does create Doomsday or releases Doomsday, because I'd rather have the real version of Doomsday.
Oh, yeah, totally.
And then you get, right, are we all on the same team here? You know what I mean? Then you get that. Why? Why not that? You know what I mean? Why not that?
Well, as we move on here, we fast forward after the events of Man of Steel. We come to 18 months later, and we see the kryptonites discovered under the bottom of the ocean. Now, this scene here with the kryptonite, it was okay, no problem with this, but I really feel this should have been a post-credit scene at the end of Man of Steel. You're introducing kryptonite for the first time, so that way it kind of lends itself to the fact that, okay, so Man of Steel 2 tonight.
We were clearly already. This is the Bruce Wayne parents being killed padding nonsense that we get 1 minute 35 of in every. You know how? And this is the negative side. Do you know how much that these films cost, frame by frame? So you're talking like 7 seconds of filming. Do you know how much that cost? It cost millions and millions of dollars to produce these things. And you cannot tell me that 2 minute 50 of 3 minutes of Bruce Wayne and 2 minutes of this could not be combined into a 5-minute segment where we got to see what Batman's real deep down issue with Superman was. More character building, more focus on the characters that are in this film, rather than nonsense that we are already, as the people watching at home, blatantly aware of. How many Superman films have we seen at this point? We know kryptonite is a danger to him. It's like we needed. Honestly, though, I know it sounds overly negative, but it's like, why do we constantly need this slap in the face in every single film? It's like they can't get past Uncle Ben in Spider-Man, and this is throughout the whole comic book universe. They can't get past the Gamma stuff with Incredible Hulk, Tony Stark's origin story. They can't get past that first 30 seconds of, let's remind the audience 7.5 films in what's going on with this character. Why do we need this? Yeah, like you say, post-credit situations, fair enough. This was part of the actual film, randomly just cut into the film.
Yeah,
I feel like the first five were also snippets of other things. That's why I said it about the Justice League. I feel like this is where this problem started, where they started to film like different things, if you know what I mean. Like they started to film different things and just throw them together as like some kind of compilation.
Yeah, it does feel like that to a point. Now, after the kryptonite's been introduced, we see Lois Lane in the desert, which appears to be, I'm not sure, is it like Nairobi or Kenya or Africa? I don't know. She's here somewhere and she meets this photographer who is dressed as Jimmy Olsen. And here we go here. Very interestingly, Jimmy Olsen, who's supposed to be Superman's best friend, he's never been in any of the. He's never been in these recent Superman movies.
Yes, because we're not allowed. Oh, yeah, that is weird. Yeah, you shouldn't have asked this question. You should have asked this question during the Man of Steel review, and I would have given you this answer because we're not allowed to be invested in the Clark Kent character.
No.
This is where I say, who is this guy? In the DC universe, in the production of Warner Brothers, they're showing us that this is the be all and end all, the be all powerful, all being, etc. Don't care about the ditzy glass. That half of the original film was Clark Kent. We barely get any of Clark Kent. And you know why? Because they allow Clark Kent to be on TV. That's the reason why. That's why we get Bruce Wayne and Diana and Barry and all the names and all that kind of stuff, because they want you to be invested in those characters, but they want you to forget that there's this other side. Like, show me in Man of Steel, honestly, show me a Man of Steel. And I said this about the action problem with Man of Steel. Show me a Man of Steel and in Dawn of Justice. There is no reference to either Bruce Wayne or Clark Kent being anything but Superman and Batman. You wouldn't think that they were a reporter and a business billionaire philanthropist, loads of businesses. There's no reference to these things. Like honestly, one thing that they always forced to us when we were watching Batman and Superman in their own respective cartoons and films before was the simple fact that these guys have lives outside of being Batman and Superman. Even if it was just the scene that led to Superman changing into Superman, you constantly got it drove into your head. He is a reporter by day and he is Superman by night or by incident. But in these films, you wouldn't even think that these guys had jobs or lives. You wouldn't even think they had alter egos. They are just, you know, your basic 1997 villain. Don't tell them that these people have real names. Just tell them Poison Ivy. You know, just give them the thingy name. Now I feel it's the complete opposite now. We're not even explaining who the characters are or anything because we're too scared to show who Wonder Woman is and the Flash is and all those is. But at the same time, we're lacking to even show who Clark Kent is. Like, show me any scene in these films, in the two films, Dawn of Justice and Man of Steel, show me any scene that really shows Clark Kent as Clark Kent.
No, you're absolutely right. No,
There is
totally.
no Clark Kent in these films. It's just Superman, which to some people that might not be a problem. But you can't be a lifelong fan of these characters. We need to see how Bruce Wayne is being portrayed in these films. Am I right or am I wrong?
No, totally. No, you're absolutely totally right.
How Arthur Curry is portrayed. We need to see how Diana Prince is portrayed. All of them in their own films, we get to see, even if they don't do anything, like Arthur don't really do anything, we get to see them in their real lives. But apparently this version of Superman has been fast forwarded so far that we now don't even have an explanation as into what does Superman do when he's not Superman. Because we know he's called Clark Kent. He has to portray, like I said about the masking with Batman earlier on, Clark Kent has to portray that he's a real person outside of being Superman for the safety of himself and others. Bruce Wayne's got two different aliases. But in these films, we don't get to see any version apart from Batman and Superman. Even the Bruce Wayne in this is just Batman. Clark is just Superman. Not that we get to see Clark, of course.
No. Well, we do see Clark, but he doesn't feel like Clark Kent.
No, it's just all there's the same character. I feel like they were trying to, well, maybe Ben Affleck was. They were trying to portray, maybe Henry was as well, but they were trying to portray their characters as Clark and Bruce, and they were never allowed to be outside. Everything was based on what was going on with Batman. Whereas we know, because we've been taught this for years, Warhawk, we get random scenes in these films before, which would just focus on something that Bruce Wayne had to do. Like, I've got to go to Wayne Tech because there's a business meeting about something to do with something that you get a reference for. And if you were clever enough to know, it'd be a reference to maybe something that down the line could turn into the arrival of, say, a random character like a King Tut or someone like that, if you were clever enough, which will probably never happen. But you would get the Easter egg people saying, is that been a reference to that? You know what I mean? And I feel like in these two movies, this movie, one thing it strongly lacked was anything to do with Bruce Wayne or Clark Kent. These films are literally just Superman and Batman. And obviously it's in the headline, but I didn't expect a movie that was just based around Batman and Superman, nothing to do with the actual alter egos of them. You know, barely, remember, Lois is not in love with Clark in this. She's in love with Superman. That's what I get the picture of.
Yeah, that's always been portrayed that way. So we see here in this scene, Lois is out on the story somewhere in Africa, as I mentioned earlier. This scene, I don't know really. I mean, what did you thought of this scene with Lois Lane? This is Lois Lane in the deserts.
I feel like this was the scene that you were on about in the last film about, do you feel that sometimes that they just force characters like this into the movies just so they've got a reasonably debatable role in the film? It was one of them. I feel like we don't need anything with Lois at this stage.
No, I mean, obviously you need to have Lois Lane in the movie, but I just felt little scenes like this didn't really add much to the story. I mean, what you could have had in this scene instead is you could have had Lois Lane in Gotham trying to find out the mystery of why is Batman suddenly going around branding criminals with his bat symbol.
To put Lois in a situation where she was in danger or she was being maybe watched or monitored outside of Superman, and you know, just to give him the reason. And I said this before to you, like, I didn't know that Superman had like a beacon where anytime that Lois gets in trouble, all of a sudden he's like, boom. You know what I mean? Like,
the signal watch.
Superpowers. I had no idea until I watched this film.
Well, that was always Jimmy Olsen's thing. Whenever he was in trouble, he used to just tap this special watch that only Superman would hear it. It was like an alarm, and Superman would, boom, be there in a matter of seconds.
Yeah. You give me something like that, and I'll take it all day. You give me the whistle, you give me the bell, you give me the phone. Even in 2022, you give me a phone, you give me anything. Call on me with this.
Yeah. And only,
Do not give me Lois is in danger. I'm so emotionally connected to Lois, even though I'm an alien creature on this earth that's more powerful than everybody else. But Lois is in trouble, so I'm going to automatically know that Lois is in trouble.
Yeah, well, yeah, you could have had that as well, that Superman would know, unless I know it, unless I hear that, I know it's you, but if someone else is using it, well, hang on a minute, why would Lois call me at this time? You know, they could have introduced that, but I just felt this scene in the desert with Lois was just didn't really add much.
This is one of the scenes that was probably left. Well, I feel like it was probably left out of Man of Steel, and we just got it. Honestly, I would love to sit down with the producers of some of these films and say, what was Dawn of Justice? And they'll say, oh, well, you know, here, this another 45 minutes of film that we're not legally allowed to show you that was the first half of this film that actually was nothing to do with what you've seen. What the first half of that film was 12 random scenes that we'd started to film to build the Justice League things. Some of these were post-credit scenes mixed in with, mid flash forward scenes and flashback scenes. And then we just decided that was the first 30 minutes of the film because we ran out of budget and production towards the end of filming Dawn of Justice. And we only had about 45, 50 minutes film. Yeah, we've spoken before about things that don't seem in the right place. This scene was filmed perfectly well. It was nothing wrong with it. But this felt like this should have been in the first movie before Zod arrived. This should have been this is who I am and this is what I do. This would have also give you, if this was in the first film, a look into the less ditzy falling into holes Lois and more just ballsy asking stupid questions Lois that we seen from Terry Hatcher, etc. onwards. You know what I mean? Like, this would have been a perfect scene in the first film.
Yeah, this would have made more sense to have this sort of scene in the first film. It didn't have any place in Dawn of Justice. It just felt a bit out of place.
It's literally just to get her on the screen and put her in a situation where you thought, oh, Superman might come and save her.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like we go so close to the comic book of it's all about saving people, it's all about this, that I feel like we drift so far away from it. Like, we don't know what the modern people want in 2022. You know what I mean? We don't know, or maybe even, like I say, 2022. No, we're talking 7-8 years ago. So probably 2014, 2015, when these films were at their height. I feel like we had the audience like us wanting one thing, and then you had the people that were filming it wanting something completely different. And those things are just so far apart that they cause these moments where they smash into each other, and you just ask and say, that don't make any sense.
Why was that even there?
Yeah, like what was they thinking here? This African scene was just, it was weird. I think it was, what was the resolution here? Like, what was the outcome of this?
Well, from my understanding, just watching this scene at the moment, this was obviously to make Superman look bad. Why, we don't know. It wasn't really made. It never really made it clear. I mean, obviously they're clearly the guys in the.
Oh my god! And they'll turn out to be like Deathstroke, and you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, that was what's his name? And it's like, wait, is that not Deathstroke without the mask on? Oh yeah.
That's Slade Wilson right there.
Yeah, that's Slade Wilson right there. Like, is there any name for these characters? Like, come on.
You made a good point there. These guys in the masks, you could have had them in orange and black masks and say these are Slade Wilson's men.
Just give him the origin and the introduction so that later down the line it makes sense.
Yeah. Now, the photographer here, who's addressed as Jimmy Olsen, he's revealed to be a CIA agent, and he gets his head blown off here.
Yeah, he does. He gets executed.
It's just stupid.
Are we supposed to be invested in that character?
I don't think we were supposed to. I don't know what the purpose was here. Would have been cool if he was an agent of Amanda Waller or something. I don't know, really. This scene here, as you said earlier, it should have been in Man of Steel, the first one. It would have made more sense. It kind of fits in with that tone more. To go from a big, epic opening scene with Bruce Wayne in Metropolis, General Zod and Superman fighting each other, to this, it just feels out of place.
I didn't enjoy that anyway. I feel like this is why we don't get any reference to Clark Kent or really Bruce Wayne in this film to that point, because I feel like they jammed in so much unnecessary stuff that.
Now, yeah,
I mean, this is all subjectively. At the time, I didn't really notice any of that because I was highly entertained. And this was weirdly around the time when I did finally just decide in 2014, 2015, 2016, right, I'm all in on these comic book films and series. They're getting too good now. Around the time when Marvel started releasing just absolute blockbuster after blockbuster after blockbuster after blockbuster. You can't say that Marvel weren't doing that around this time, because they were.
No, they were on the roll by this point.
And you looked at these characters, you looked at these actors, and you just thought, wow, DC, fine. And don't tell me, like many, everybody had a hard-on for what it looked like on paper. This was like a Galactico situation. Getting in the right actors, names. The characters look so good, but it's almost like they did everything just so they could put up 5 or 6 really good trailers, and then forgot that you actually have to back them up with a 2-hour movie.
Exactly. Now, we see here, now this is obviously the ultimate cut I'm referring to here. Now, we see here these men have gone around shooting everybody in the village, and we see who turns out to be Lex Luthor's right-hand man. He gets like a flamethrower out and starts burning all of these bodies. So clearly this is to make it look like Superman was the one responsible for all of this.
Firefly, at the time when I seen it, I won't lie, I thought he was supposed to be Firefly because of the flamethrower, because of all that. I thought he was supposed to be Firefly because Batman's in this, obviously. But then when I realized that he's Lex Luthor's guy, I was kind of like, this is not making sense. But then obviously I've always been torn once again between that whole Lex Luthor bringing in Deathstroke. So that's why I thought, well, maybe Lex Luthor could have just hired this guy, and that's where he blends in with Batman, so that it makes sense.
Cool.
Like Lex Luthor's the big baddie between Batman and Superman, rather than just
cool if that guy would have been cool if that guy with the flamethrower was Garfield Lynns, who's also Firefly. That would have been quite a nice thing. He could have got taken out halfway through the movie by Batman, and that's why Deathstroke get introduced.
It shouldn't have anyone, in these films that represents a behavior or a type of, type of situation that would reference you. Like, if you get a guy who's wearing some kind of eye patch or eye thing, you're gonna think maybe that's Slade Wilson. Them kind of things there, like those little subtle touches where maybe down the line he was supposed to become Firefly. You don't know. Like, we never got a name for him. We never got anything that would reference to who he was. Them kind of things. But we obviously know it wasn't Firefly.
No.
But then why did we have him using a flamethrower?
Yeah, it should have been Firefly. Even if he wasn't ever going to wear the Firefly costume, should have at least said that his name was Garfield Lynns, something like that. So we move along to this scene, and we see Lois has been held hostage, and obviously we see Superman is coming to the rescue. Now, this scene here, where we see Superman comes to the rescue, he takes out a missile. This is in the Ultimate cut of Dawn of Justice. We see him arrive, and the way he takes out the bad guys, not very Superman-like. It's very rough, as you can see here.
Because he's the heel.
It's a very rough thing. It's not like
This is the point where we're all supposed to take a seat. They never tell us this, but we are supposed to be watching this through the eyes of Batman.
Yeah.
Humanity and saying, because Batman is humanity, isn't he?
Yeah? Yes. He represents justice.
Supposed to be looking at this through the eyes of the human person who fights crime and say, does this guy really care about the safety of humans? Not that Batman does, but this is where the human side of him comes in. Like, I have to go home every day and wonder about the people that I may have cost them their lives and all that type of stuff. And we know that Batman deals with this judgment and stuff like that. And like he says, he is vengeance, meaning that he obviously has been through something. Now, it's the same for Superman, but in a different way. He is capable of basically destroying mankind in just a fit of rage. Whereas Batman, it would take him a lot. So Batman knows he has to fight on the side of good. Whereas Superman's just fighting for himself and for the people that he loves. That's a dangerous outcome to something that happens if, somebody like what we run into. What happens if somebody accidentally kills Lois, but they're a good guy and they've done good things? What, does Superman just get to kill them?
Yeah, more or less. It's just the way he takes out this bad guy here. Like, you see Lois slowly lets go of herself, and she gives Superman the nod, and then Superman just basically puts this guy through a wall, and that's it. You don't ever see him again.
He just makes mincemeat of this group of.
He just takes this guy out. He just tackles him into the wall, and that's it. You don't see the guy again. It's like, oh.
I mean, the black guy, his name, they name him here. He's named in the actual headline here. Oh no, it's just from a drone attack. So it's not even like it's like anything. There's no names here. There's no names given to these mercenaries. They're just nameless mercenaries. Are we supposed to be invested in them? And is that why Superman's treating them like absolute, bloodless creatures, that they haven't got any life or anything now? You know what I mean? Come on. There's an element here of, remember, Batman doesn't kill. Like,
he does here. Well, he does in this one, but there's a good we'll get to that later. There's a good reason why he goes around killing people, which we'll touch upon later. But yeah, Batman essentially doesn't kill.
Isn't that when we get the flash forward to the Batman in the future where he does kill people?
Yeah, we do see that. But yeah, also in the present, he does go around killing a lot of people using machine guns, which we'll touch upon. There's a good reason why he uses guns. It's not really addressed in this movie, but it's left. There's an idea of why he does it. It's tied to Robin.
Okay, well, I'd be curious to know what that reasoning is later in this review.
We will indeed. So as we move along from that scene in Africa, I believe it was, we get a courtroom scene where everybody's debating about who Superman is, where he stands.
Yeah. I'm just looking at this scene now with the flamethrower. He clearly was supposed to be Firefly here.
He must have been, because he's the only one who'd used that sort of weapon.
Come on. The guy's got a pair of sunglasses on, hair gelled back, and he's got the jetpack with the gas, the petrol canisters, gasoline canisters on his back with the flamethrower. Come on. He was all you need is the flying bit.
That's it. That's all you needed.
The line in it that could just come later down the line and stuff. Yeah, I'm almost certain this was supposed to be some version of like a Firefly hybrid with somebody else.
Clearly.
This was a good scene there, but it just seemed a bit out of place. This would have been a good opening scene for the first movie, like I said, like the missile strike thing, just to introduce you to the fact that Superman's not. And I know what this film's here for. This scene's here for. This scene's here to remind everybody once again that Superman cares more about Lois than he does about anybody else.
Here in court was quite good. They're all talking about, about what Superman does, why, where does he stand. I remember you said before that if Warner Brothers was smart, they could have made a whole trilogy about who is Superman, where does he stand in the world. They really had a golden opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
But they didn't. It's just kind of like this Dawn of Justice. It's kind of like a mishmash of everything. There's a bit here, there's a bit there. It's like there's nothing like solid or concrete in this movie.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's moist. It's very moist. There's bits of this film that are on solid ground, but it's like almost like building your house on a marsh, if you know what I mean. You can build decent foundations, but eventually those foundations are probably going to start to sink into the floor. And I feel like this is what this is. Like, there are bits in this that are holding up this movie, but there are some things that are surrounding it that are like sinkholes. And most of it includes just the scenes that involve Superman, Lois, and Superman's part of the world, the Metropolis universe, rather than involving take Batman and Wonder Woman out of this film and any of the bad people. It's a pretty shabby film, to be honest, because once again, it's very Man of Steel like.
I don't know, really. I feel like with these DC movies, it's almost like they want to be good, but it's just something in the way that stops them from being good films.
It's normally the characters that are in the films, like they're not cast right or they're not portrayed correctly. Like, you can't go wrong here. Like, you're always going to get a decent film because Batman's in this film. And I know that sounds very simple to say, but you're going to get a decent film because Batman's in this film.
Yeah.
So we're already at a 5 or 6 anyway. That's where you can clearly see where Man of Steel went wrong. This character, this Henry Cavill Superman, it just doesn't fit in this world. Whatever they were saying that this character needed to be, they've made him so unlikable, so alien towards what Superman was. He's got no humanity in him. That's where we need more Clark Kent, less Superman. But we don't get any of those scenes in this film where it gives you a look at Clark Kent being more human, more humanized towards, other people, understanding. Maybe then Bruce Wayne would understand a little bit more, but it's clearly obvious in this film that Superman's quite a selfish and self-centered creature.
Yeah, he does come across that way. So we're now in Gotham, and this is even though we've seen Bruce Wayne already at the beginning, we're now seeing the introduction to Batman in the DCEU. Now, this scene here, where you see the cops are going into the basement and they see these, I'm guessing they're supposed to be like prisoners or asylum seekers. I'm not entirely sure what they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
But I like this scene a lot because this definitely gave me Batman Begins vibes.
As soon as Batman's on the screen alone, this film picked up exponentially. You know what I mean?
It
Like,
felt like Batman Begins.
This looks good.
Yeah,
They
because you're not
definitely
seeing
filmed
Batman
this.
yet, but you can know
Definitely
he's
filmed
there.
this first. Like, they definitely filmed this first and tried to continue. This is why I feel like this was like two movies spliced into the same movie. Like, I feel like they filmed this because this is almost a straight continuation of what Batman would have been doing when it was played by Christian Bale.
Yeah. This scene is very good here because these girls, they're speaking another language. They're saying that he's still here. So obviously that he is Batman. So I'm guessing that these girls were.
Where is it? It's at the seaport or whatever it is, isn't it?
No, it's
And
yeah, it's kind of like a seaport area. It's like in a
the cops
warehouse.
turn up and try and find what's going on, and they see the. Is this the scene we're on about where the cops come in and they see the bat thing stuck in the wall?
Yeah, you see the cop here.
First appearance, isn't it?
Yeah, you're seeing this cop here. He's got a shotgun. He's trying to look for the noise where it's coming from. This was really good. I definitely.
It was definitely real part of a Batman film that we never got. Like, honestly, like
This definitely felt like Batman Begins or a continuation of that sort of style that Chris Nolan made the Dark Knight trilogy famous for. This was really, really good. I can't help but feel maybe this should have been the first scene we got, but I like what we got with Bruce Wayne's points of view of the Zod and Superman battle, and we see the cop turns slowly around, and then there's Batman hunched up in the corner like a bat. This was really good. It's almost like Zack Snyder took Chris Nolan's fear concept to the next level.
Still here. She didn't say he's still here. She said it's still here.
Love it.
It's like you got a movie here. There is no way when you got the cops that are scared, when they know it's Batman, but they're just that scared because they know they're not good cops. They're probably not good people. And it's like everybody has to. And this was the start of it, though, really. But they never did what they did in the one this year. This was the start of it, wasn't it? This was everybody has to deal with vengeance.
Totally.
That's why the cops and all of the villains, everything, they're all scared of Batman as well as the villain. Like, that everyone's scared of Batman in the same right. Look how the cops open fire on Batman immediately in this as well, because obviously he's obviously like not a good guy in this, is he? So obviously they think that he's like a bad guy.
Yeah. No, this was very good. Very, very good scene here. And then we see the criminal chained up to the radiator, and you see him, he's been branded by Batman with his symbol. Excellent scene. I like what Zack Snyder did here. He almost like took Chris Nolan's fear concept of Batman Begins, took it to the next level, and embraced some horror. I thought it was very, very well done.
To be the more sick and twisted version of Batman after Robin was killed.
Yeah. This is essentially.
We don't get any reference to Robin whatsoever. So it clearly shows that this is the Batman after Robin had killed. But we don't get any reference in this film to who Robin was or is. And like I said, all we need is a 2-minute scene. Like, take that 2-minute kryptonite scene out, which was unnecessary. Take 45 seconds off the Bruce Wayne scene at the start. Ask Jason Gordon-Levitt to come into the studio, put him in the Robin suit, and have him just pictured beaten to death. And Bruce gets the flashback and says, I can't go through that again. Like, where he's looking at that girl and he's thinking, and she's like, help me. And he's like, I'll help you. But, and she's like, I want to come with you. And he's like, no, you can't come with me. Or maybe she discovers that he's Batman. And she's like, you're Batman. And he's like, yeah. And she's obviously like, take me with you. Let me be with you. Let me help. And he's like, no, I won't do that again. And it cuts to a scene where obviously you see Jason Gordon-Levitt beaten to death in the chair, the vision of the Joker hanging over him. And that's why you get to see this much darker, sadistic, tattoo burning version of Batman rather than the Batman that we know.
What made more sense. And also this Batman we're seeing here, this is a Batman who's been around for over 20 years. He's a lot older, a lot more darker, and as you say, more vengeful, more bitter. This is essentially Batman without the handcuffs. This is Batman just not caring anymore due to what happened to Robin.
You hear that Alfred's trying to as well. Like, Alfred doesn't really talk to him in this film, does he? Sort of shouts at him like a dad, doesn't he? Like,
Yeah, he does. He just,
you are going to listen to me right now. You need to back it off, and you need, what's to do what's best for mankind and not what's best for Bruce Wayne.
This Alfred, unlike the other portrayals of Alfred we've seen before, this Alfred's no pushover. He even questions him, as we will see in a second. He questions him. New rules, Master Bruce. And Bruce will obviously say, they're criminals, Alfred. Nothing's changed. And Alfred says, of course, things have changed, Master Bruce. Everything's changed, which we'll get to in a moment. But we see here, Lois Lane finds the bullet in her, I think it's her personal diary. She's trying to figure out where, the bullets comes from. Now, this scene here, me and my friend talked about this the other day. Lois Lane's in the bathtub, and Clark Kent's back, and obviously I'll talk Clark does here in a second, but his whole attitude here, he pretty much, this goes back to what you said, the whole heel characteristics. Lois says to Clark that they've been having hearings about you, about what happened, and Clark goes, I don't care. I really don't care. That's not very Superman-like, is it?
No, it's not. I mean, well, then it's weird though, isn't it? Because if you think about it, what about when, and this is the thing, because it gets me annoyed, people are quick to forget what these characters are. What are we supposed to do? Go into every single film and be blind to what we've seen before? Let's not forget that Lois had previously shot Clark to prove that he was Superman. Yeah?
It's in Superman 2, the Richard Donner cut.
And it's almost like at this stage, because she obviously knows that he's Superman, we're supposed to just forget about certain things that deal with certain things. Like, do you understand what I mean? Like, there's still this mystery over what he's supposed to do, but then she knows that he's Superman now. It's not the mystery. Like, let's get rid of all the mystery. And what the scene was necessary because it forwarded what we're doing here, or what people have started to suspect, in the storyline, But at the same time, I feel like this was just that scene that we need. I mean, even the soundtrack in the background was unnecessary to this. Everything about this just felt, and I'm seeing this more now, I'm even speaking about it. Every time we're seeing Batman on the screen, it's like you sit forward.
Yeah.
Every time you see these on the screen, you just sort of take a deep breath. It's almost like go away heat at this point for these characters. You tell me now, what was this scene, and what was we supposed to take from this scene? Oh, she's found the bullet. Could have been 10 seconds.
The thing with this scene that I had a little issue with is when Lois tells Clark that they've been having hearings about you. My Superman, the Superman I know, he would go all sad and say, what have they been saying? Oh, they've been saying that you let those people die. And obviously Superman being the caring soul that he could have just turned around to Lois and said, Lois, I didn't kill anybody. I was trying to save people.
But why is she questioning him, though? That's the thing. Like I'm saying about the thing where she shoots him.
Yeah.
When he lie to her and say things that she knew was nonsense, she would always use her investigative skills and think, no, I'm not settling with that. Is he trying to kid me or himself? And in the end, we know that Lois, and I know that these are slightly different Loises, but she did shoot him in the end to see what he was or whatever. You know what I mean?
With a blank bullet, of course.
Yeah, of course. But she wanted to see what the thing was because she knew something was going on. This Lois is like, she's too much girlfriend Lois and less reporter Lois. But then in every other situation, she's then in everybody's face. I'm basically I'm Superman's girlfriend. No one can't mess with me. But then forgetting she's the one thing that she is, which is human. She can die right there and then. But then in the scenes with Clark or Superman, it's like she then turns into just wife. She's his mum now. Questions him. Oh, should you be doing this, Clark? Or should you be like, no. Lois Lane should always be that annoying, overbearing Lois that questions every step that Clark makes because she thinks that she knows what's best for everything. And as annoying as that is, that's what Lois should always be. She shouldn't be this uber daring sort of soldier reporter that doesn't have any fear because she knows she's being backed by the most powerful being on earth. When it comes to that said powerful being on earth, because she loves him, she's weak to everything that he says.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just this scene here, like, Clark says, "Oh, I don't care what they're saying. The woman I love could have been blown up or shot." Again, goes back to what he said. He just cares about Lois and Lois only.
Yeah, but she knows this, and it's not like she can't sit there and say to him, Clark, people would respect you more if you were to show that you would be willing to save everyone, like, say, you're willing to save me.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree. But here she's explaining to him that saving me always has a price. There's always a cost.
That's an interesting line from her. Like I said, that's an interesting line from her to deliver, because I feel like that's where her humanity is coming across, and we're supposed to see that this is the difference between him and everyone. He's not human. He is not human, and they have made him in this universe so that the humanity in him is almost non-existent.
More or less, yeah. It's a very conflicting scene here, but at the same time, it's very interesting because, you know, Lois is like, as you say, he's pointing out that, look, saving me, there's a price, there's a cost. Clark's like saying, well, I don't care what the cost is, you know, as long as you're safe. That's what matters. Now, this scene coming up here, which is in the same moment here, Clark gets into the bathtub with Lois. Now, when I first saw this scene in the trailer, my initial thought was, oh, Lois is with Bruce Wayne, because that's the sort of thing Bruce Wayne would do to keep up the Playboy image. It's not very Clark Kent-like. Clark Kent jumping into bathtubs with his clothes on. You know, I mean, it's not important, but do you think it kind of goes against Clark Kent's personality a little bit?
It's like truth and justice and all that kind of stuff. Like,
yeah,
we don't normally see Superman doing these types of things. Yeah, like Batman, I get it. If this was say Catwoman or, you know, one of them, I could kind of understand. And it's also the same as them trying to sort of force some kind of chemistry between Wonder Woman and Batman.
well, they did have chemistry in the animated series, so they were trying to play more of that, which I kind of liked. Yeah. I like that they played that up a lot. But Clark Kent jumping into bathtubs with Lois, not very Clark Kent-like. Sorry. I understand what they were trying to do. It was fine for what it was, but yeah, it didn't really gel with me here.
This was what I was on about earlier on as well. This guy doesn't know how to be Clark Kent.
Now,
changing his hair, putting a pair of glasses on him is the most ridiculous thing that I have ever come across in my life. At least in the original movies, they had him portray a more clumsy, humanized version of Clark Kent.
Yeah.
In this, he just feels so unnaturally robotic as Clark Kent, like he's so desperate to put the Superman outfit back on.
Yeah, totally. Now, another great scene coming up here. We see Ben Affleck as Bruce Wayne. He's arrived in the Batcave. I'm not joking. I paused that just now. When he comes down the elevator, it's like I just saw Batman from the animated series. The way he's just standing there in his suit and tie. I thought, wow, they've really got the casting of Bruce Wayne to a T.
Why would he get with his clothes on? What's he doing? What is he doing? This is so forced and so ridiculous. These two look so awkward around each other when they're doing this.
Yeah,
you can clearly see she's like, don't you dare touch my anywhere like that.
Now, this scene coming up here, which is one of my favorites, this is what you was talking about earlier. We see Bruce Wayne's arrived in the Batcave, and as I said, he looks like it just came out of the comics or the cartoons. And we see Alfred, played superbly by Jeremy Irons. He starts questioning Bruce about his actions while Bruce is in detective mode, trying to look for the mysterious white Portuguese. I love this scene. I thought Ben Affleck and Jeremy Irons had tremendous chemistry together, and I really wanted to see more of these two. Really wanted to see more of these two together.
Yeah, because this was supposed to be the once again. This was supposed to be part of this Batman film that we never got.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the chemistry between these two is incredible. I thought about this later down the line as well. I thought I would like to see if somebody's made a YouTube video where they've taken out just Ben Affleck's scenes from all of the films with, you know, him just doing his stuff and Alfred, and then somehow they could maybe splice in a few other things, because you could probably create an extra Batman film from those scenes, you know, even that
Even if you got like 15 minutes worth of scenes, would have still been nice to see.
Yeah, man, I'm not even gonna lie, like this chemistry between Batman and Alfred is very, very, very eye-opening. It's very good, man, and it makes sense as well, because when I'm looking at Bruce Wayne, I say Batman, it's between Bruce Wayne and Alfred, because Ben Affleck's actually allowed to be Bruce Wayne in this film, which is, like I just said in the previous scene, it makes me wonder why they were so comfortable with Ben Affleck being Bruce Wayne, but Henry Cavill clearly was being told and directed and almost walked through his performance as Clark Kent as regards to when he was playing in the Superman suit. But yeah, it's nice to see Alfred here, less doing the nodding and just getting on with stuff and pressing buttons, and actually addressing the, you know, I've raised you. I didn't raise you to have some of these thoughts, and I'm going to question them whether you like it or not.
There's a line here, just going back on this here. There's a little line here. It's not much, but I thought it was very interesting that they'll throw this in here. So it says to you that somewhere along the way, this has happened. Alfred says here, if he is indeed a him, he could be a phantasm. I thought that was the geek in me geeked out to that. I thought at some point, we're probably never going to see it.
Wow.
At some point.
Andrea Rambeau in the DCEU.
The DCEU.
Right.
Geeked out to that. Even though it was just for a couple of seconds, I thought, are you telling us that at some point in the cinematic universe, Mask of the Phantasm has already happened? Is that what you're telling us?
No. I think that you have just randomly, among probably some of the other people that might have been looking for this a few years back, you may have just discovered what film was actually this was supposed to be.
Yes.
Because like I said, I would almost be certain that the Batman and Alfred scenes, the Batman standalone scenes, the Batman fighting without Superman or anyone else being involved were all filmed separately as a part of a different solo Batman film. And I think that you may have just uncovered what that film was supposed to have been. That could have actually been the live action version of the Mask of the Phantasm.
Oh boy.
And imagine they could have originally had Gal Gadot cast in
as Andre Beaumont. Now that would have been interesting.
So she was never really supposed to be Wonder Woman. She was actually supposed to be the Phantasm in this film.
But just imagine that, though. Imagine, okay, everything worked out fine. You know, Gal Gadot went on to become, you know, a phenomenal Wonder Woman. But just imagine if things went a different way. If she was cast as the Phantasm / Andrea Beaumont, would have been really interesting.
Seen her recently in things like Red Notice play one of these seductresses that are not exactly good characters. You know what I mean? We've seen her play one of these characters recently, and I feel like maybe back then they weren't confident in her playing a bad character, but she was in the Fast and the Furious, and they're not exactly good guys, are they? They're thieves and stuff. So an element that they can't be trusted, and that's where I feel like she would be believable to be able to seduce Bruce Wayne. Like, think about it. Like, you never know. You might have stumbled upon something there, you know, Warhawk. Like, the fact that Alfred mentioned that word phantasm, and we know that that's a story arc that is one of the better story arcs, and it's already been tried and tested and proven. It wouldn't actually surprise me if we did some research in the next few years and find in an interview somewhere that Gal Gadot actually, or Ben Affleck, reveals, well, originally the actual plan for my solo version of the Batman film was going to be the Mask of the Phantasm,
or at least parts of it,
like flashbacks to it, or maybe it could have been the return of the Phantasm.
Yeah.
And
I mean, Phantasm.
Andrew Beaumont's daughter came and thingy. Maybe then they tied it in that it could have been Bruce Wayne's daughter.
You never know. You never know what they had planned.
That would have been nice. But that we can speculate all day, though, can't we?
We could. Now here, Alfred pretty much throws this newspaper in Bruce Wayne's face and says to him, "New rules, Master Bruce." And Bruce says, "Of course, we're criminals, Alfred. Always been criminals. Nothing's changed." And Alfred, of course, says, "Yes, it has, sir. Everything's changed." So Alfred doesn't approve of Batman's new way of fighting crime. And we see here in the Batcave, Bruce is looking at footage which we see from Man of Steel of Superman's battle with Zod. And Alfred's basically just calling out Bruce, says that the feeling of powerlessness, the rage, the fear turns good men cruel. So obviously Alfred doesn't approve of Bruce Wayne's new actions here. I thought this was very good. I mean, it was very subtle. You know, Alfred didn't just come out and say, "I don't approve of what you've been doing lately, Master Bruce. What have you been up to? I don't like it." He just very, very subtly says, "Oh, so good man turns cruel." I thought this was really, really well done. I thought Jeremy Irons, very short dialogue, but very well executed. Makes you wish you got more of a proper film of this expanded.
Yeah, it makes me wish that whatever this film was supposed to be, we had got that film.
Yeah, I can't help but feel we should have got a prequel before Dawn of Justice, like you said, a Batman film showing you why Bruce Wayne's gone over the edge the way he has. At least that way, when we got to Dawn of Justice, it would have made more sense why Bruce Wayne's going around branding criminals and just beating them to a bloody pulp. Just would have made more sense. So here we are.
Yeah, the fact that there's clearly a driving point behind it that's not his parents being killed. Maybe
No.
that opening scene should have been that Jason Gordon-Levitt scene that I was talking about earlier on.
Yeah, Jason Levitt Gordon is like Jason Todd or something, you know.
But it would have been Robin, wouldn't it? He was Robin. He was supposed to be Robin. It would
Yeah.
have made so much more sense, seeing as, of course, the Dark Knight the Joker had been stopped. But then you could have just pitched this in, like, you know, what film, like, easily, like, back then it would have been, I don't think the Joker Returns would have been a good storyline to go with then. But you could have definitely pitched it in where some other tragedy had gone off.
Yeah, totally. So here we are. It's the first time we see Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor. I'm sorry, I'm just going to go out and say it right now. I did not like any of Jesse Eisenberg's scenes as Lex Luthor. He just came across as childish. Didn't feel like Lex Luthor to me at all. Didn't look like Lex Luthor either. And plus, his clothes as well. It's not very Lex Luthor-like. You know, Lex Luthor's supposed to be like this businessman.
To me, like, Lex had too much class A.
Mm.
Like, he'd had too much uppers, and I don't know if he was playing it. He was supposed to be playing it like that, but it did. It really came across to me like Lex Luthor had too much uppers, and the party had stopped a long time before he'd stopped, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, definitely. Didn't like any of Lex Luthor's scenes. In fact, with Lex Luthor, I felt each scene you see him, it just gets worse and worse. Apart from one, which I thought was pretty good, but he didn't have a lot of lines now, and that's near towards the end, which we'll eventually get to. But yeah, I just
what
didn't like
scenes in the Ultimate Edition.
Well, in the Ultimate Edition with Lex Luthor, I mean, they're pretty much near enough the same. Obviously, there's one extra bit where you see Lex Luthor communicating with Steppenwolf. That's pretty much like the closest thing to an extra scene you get with Lex Luthor. But I think that's more or less what you get here. I mean, a lot of the scenes here you get in the Ultimate cuts are not necessarily with Lex Luthor. It's more with other people. As I said, most of the Lex Luthor scenes here are pretty much the same. And we see Zod's body. You know, this is the first time we see Zod after he got his neck snapped at the end of Man of Steel. Now, that's another thing. This was never brought up with Superman in this movie. Superman took another life. I think that should have been a big part of this story arc. It was never addressed. Really disappointed about that. I think that could have been expanded more.
Yeah, I definitely think that could have been expanded more. I mean, it's almost like there's a consequence coming for Superman here, so in the end, you won't be bothered. That's where I think that we didn't really get an explanation to that. Although, yes, it would be Superman to have been accountable for what he did here.
And also, that should have been built up as more of a bigger reason for Batman to go after him. Says, well, hang on a minute.
point,
Yes.
you know, in that solo Batman film, when he had enough time to think and say, you know what, there are heroes out here that are not doing their jobs properly. I feel like they, you know, maybe you give Batman that dilemma of what do you do in this situation, and then he realizes that people like Superman are not here to, you know, necessarily protect all of mankind. He's basically just here to protect the people that he loves, and then, you know, impose his will over everybody else.
Yeah.
It's so simple.
Yeah, a bit lazy here, really. I mean, that as I said, that could have given Batman more reason to go after Superman. He goes, well, right. Not only is he bringing destruction, he already took another life. Right, what's more reason to go after him? But they didn't take advantage of that. So, you know, as we see here, that Lex Luthor wants the kryptonite weaponized in case that Superman ever goes rogue. See, again, this doesn't really make sense. I mean, all the versions I've read of Lex Luthor, especially the animated series, Lex Luthor hates Superman because he feels that the city's not big enough for two of us. One of us has got to go, and it's going to be you. And in the animated series, Lex Luthor is like the kingpin of Metropolis. He runs everything, and the fact that Superman is there, interfering in his business, Lex Luthor says, well, I can't have that. I can't have this guy robbing me loads and loads of money, interfering in my business. This guy's got to go. But Lex Luthor in this movie, I don't really get any motivation as to why he doesn't like him. All he keeps saying is, oh, Superman's a god among men. I just don't like him. He's got a god complex. I just had issues with Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor because his motivations were not made very clear.
And there's also the issue that I have got with Lex Luthor, which is clearly this nonsense of why has he not got the taking over the world, or, and I know that's quite cliche, but we know that's what that's supposed to be, don't we?
Yeah.
We know that it's always based on guys who, or girls,
Yeah.
who are looking for the higher power to take over the world, etc., etc., etc. That's all that needed to be.
Right.
Once you start trying to make that character just the guy who's then trying to speak on behalf of the skeptics, no, it's not going to work. We've already got Batman doing that.
You don't need to.
We don't need two. Yeah, exactly. We don't need two people questioning who this guy is. We'll deal with this from our side. But then at the same time, I think that's where they did. They created the bigger bad so that you wouldn't see Batman as the bad.
No, I guess not, but it just makes no sense to have two here. As was both said, one's more than enough. So we see here Lex is speaking to one of the, I don't know if he's like a scientist or a politician or something, and he's basically saying to him, we can help each other out. What's your wish list? And Lex is saying, I want access to the crashed Kryptonian ship. And the guy says, done. So, yeah, again, nothing made very, very clear. If you're supposed to be one of the most powerful men in Metropolis, do you really need permission to look into a crashed ship? You could just walk in there and say, I'm Lex Luthor. Done. Just certain bits here didn't make any sense.
Yeah, I agree.
And also the music as well for Lex. It's just very like...
It's this ridiculously... Lex and Lois, for some reason, there's always this overemphasized dramatic music that seems to follow them around all the time. Now, if you remember in the old films, Lex was kind of followed around by that sort of comedic, like that sort of thing.
That dopey music, that dopey theme.
Like something's gonna happen, someone's gonna slip on a banana skin or something like that eventually.
Yeah.
He was. But in this, yeah, there's this half menacing, half suspenseful music that seems to follow around Lex Luthor and Lois, and it just turns me off. I don't want to continue watching at that point there.
Yeah, I mean, you know what it sounds like to me? It sounds like, you know, when the goofy kid in school, he's just got the big job interview. This is going to be it. I'm finally going to get my job. Dun, 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 dun. You know, like he walks into the big scary building. It just sends off the wrong message.
It's almost like there's a voiceover that we're not getting.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the voiceover to kick in. Goes, I finally got my opportunity. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to impress him. Do you know what? If you put Jim Carrey in this scene, it would have made much more sense because that's what Jim Carrey's all about. Just doesn't give off the right vibe here. Just like, are we supposed to care about this? Are we supposed to be frightened of this because the bad guy's up to no good? You're just looking at this, you just feel like laughing. And I'm not sure if that's a good thing. He's even wearing Converses as well. I'm sorry. Here we are. And Lex has just arrived. And he's got full access to the ship.
Doesn't come across as rich in this either. Like there was always that snobbery to
Well, he's supposed to be rich, wasn't he?
Yeah, so I mean, there's always that snobbery to Lex Luthor, but all of a sudden, I feel like it's different.
He's eating sweets as well. Again, not very Lex Luthor. He's like eating a bowl of sweets. And he asks for Zod's body. He goes, you want Zod's body? Lex goes, okay, Zod's body it is. And we see here, right, Mercy Graves is Lex Luthor's assistant. Now, obviously, I know Mercy Graves from the comics and the Superman cartoons. Now, they portray her here as a very quiet Chinese lady. Very, very pretty, I might say, but she doesn't really do much here. Sorry. I don't know, she's supposed to be his bodyguard, but she just comes across as more like his secretary. Now, Mercy Graves, in the cartoons and comics, she's like this no-nonsense, hard, tough as nails bodyguard. Like, no, you don't go near Lex Luthor unless I tell you to. But here, she just comes across as more like, I don't know, supposed to be his lover, or she has a crush on him or something. I don't know, really. I mean, what was your thoughts on Mercy Graves?
Not positive and not very... Yeah, yeah, just one of them. It's like, I need to focus more on what's going on in this film than anybody else who doesn't need to be in the film. I mean, yeah, let's just move on. Let's just move on.
Yeah, good idea. Yeah, she doesn't really serve much purpose here.
There's absolutely no reason at all for these characters to be in the background of this film. Seen as we've barely been introduced to Bruce Wayne or better yet, still Clark Kent.
Yeah. So Lex has got Zod's body, and we see him here. Obviously, he's doing something with him. So we see him basically cutting his fingertip skin off here with a kryptonite blade. So obviously, he's planning to do something. And for those of you who are wondering, Michael Shannon wasn't actually in this film as Zod. They actually just used a dummy of Michael Shannon. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't actually in this film. They just used the dummy and I think they just used like a headshot of him from like the previous film, but he wasn't actually in this movie because I actually thought he was in this film, but he wasn't. It was just like a dummy of him, which is fine. It wasn't a problem. I don't think we need to see Zod again. We already saw enough of him in the last one.
You had your chance, Zod. Deathstroke should have come along at some point, but we didn't get him. So
yeah, we should have at least got someone.
Still using you and your cast-offs.
Yeah, your old hand-me-downs here. So we see the Clark is like watching the news, and we see a lady crying about Superman. Who is Superman to decide who lives or dies? See this stuff here where they're portraying Superman as a polarizing figure. Who is Superman? Where does he stand? This, we've said this before. This should have been, a whole movie about that. But it's just bits of mishmash here, mishmash there. It just
scenes spliced together, isn't it? In the first hour of the movie, it seriously is like they couldn't decide. Are we going to film a Batman film? I mean, let's be fair, that Mask of the Phantasm, the more this film goes on, becomes salivating when you think about it. What would that film have been like if they'd have given us that?
Oh,
and then maybe Man of Steel 2, which would have featured Superman versus Doomsday. They probably would have been much better films.
It's like this guy here, right? The guy we see at the beginning, who's Bruce Wayne's employee, he lost his legs. You clearly could see they were building up for something because he had quite not a big part, but he had a semi-big role. So
an Poison Ivy confrontation.
Yeah,
that makes you think, oh, because that was the classic origin story for a bad guy, wasn't it?
Yeah. But the guy in the wheelchair, I mean, obviously I said before that we was originally supposed to get Metallo for this movie. We was not supposed to get Doomsday. We were supposed to have Metallo, where Lex Luthor pays for this guy's operation, where they use the alien technology to basically make him into like a half man, half machine. But they didn't do anything with it. It's like they was building up this guy's hatred for Superman, and then they just decided, you know what, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to go into something else now. So put that in the dustbin. We move on. And me sitting there thinking, well, hang on a second. We were just getting into the meat and potatoes here. Why are we stopping now? Turn this guy into a bad guy, because that's clearly what you're trying to do, aren't you? Yeah, we were, but we decided that Metallo's not good enough to be in this movie. We're going to go with a completely different direction. Right. Okay. So what are you? Who is the bad guy here? Oh, that's a surprise. Yeah, even though we've already given the big surprise away in the trailer. Yeah, but just it had issue with that.
That's Warner Brothers and DC. That's Warner Brothers controlling everything that DC does.
Again, now, obviously, this is the ultimate cut here. We see Clark goes to Gotham to try and find out about Batman and his branding. So we're essentially seeing Clark Kent doing Lois Lane's job, trying to get some clues to this mystery behind Batman, because you can see throughout this film Clark wants to
do the job. Who else is going to do the job that Superman is supposed to be doing? Because Superman obviously isn't like, he's not the type of detective that Batman is he? So it's like,
no,
have to give Lois a purpose in this, and of course, because we don't get to see any sign of Clark Kent in this, really. Like, we get, this is where Lois gets made relevant, doesn't she? It's like, oh yeah, this is Lois's purpose, by helping out Superman behind the scene. Maybe this would have made sense in a Superman standalone film, but it makes no sense in a film that features the most, powerful and the world's greatest detective.
Yeah.
It's like they kept apart Superman and Batman throughout the whole of this film, just to have them basically say to each other when they meet each other, I don't like you.
And I don't like you either.
Yeah.
Let's fight each other. Yeah, that's true, actually. I mean, we're about 38 minutes into this movie, and Batman and Superman have yet to meet each other. And yet I remember in the animated series of Superman, Batman and Superman met each other within 10 minutes.
It's true.
They met each other within 10 minutes. But here we're 38 minutes into this movie and they still haven't met each other. It's ridiculous.
It's just one scene where Superman was spotted by Batman in the fight. But then you have to ask, well, could we have at least got some kind of view of what Superman thought of when Batman was destroying things during the Dark Knight and the Dark Knight Rises?
Yeah. Yeah, we should have got something like that. I mean, the next scene we get here after Clark arrives in Gotham is we see Bruce Wayne at a bare knuckle fight where he places a bet, which is where he's trying to find out who this mysterious white Portuguese is. And I mean, it's good. It's a good scene with Ben Affleck as Bruce Wayne, but at the same time, you just have to ask yourself, where does this actually fit into Batman's beef with Superman? As you say, these little scenes here do feel like this could have been intended for a Batman solo movie in the DCEU.
Would have made sense to me.
Yeah, I don't know, really, just very, very conflicting stuff. It's just like you said, it's like they couldn't decide what kind of movie they wanted to have. Do they want to do a Superman and Batman team-up movie? Do we want it to be a Man of Steel sequel? Or do we want it to be a Batman movie? They just couldn't make their mind up what they wanted to do.
I feel like they didn't have any choice.
No.
There's a higher power at stake when it comes to these types of movies, and we all know how detrimental that Warner Brothers seriously can be to their own production and stuff like that. And once again, it's not been long enough yet, has it? It's not been long enough for that moment to come, or maybe it has been long enough now for that moment to come out when people could say, where's the real version of this film?
Yeah, we're still waiting for that one.
Or better yet, still, where's the real versions of these films? Because when you watch back the first, like I said, once again, first 40 minutes of this film, what you've just seen, it is just a hodgepodge of scenes that have been blended together to make it seem like this is the same structural movie, when in reality, it looks to me like we started one project and then we finished it with another project, but then we didn't like what the end of that first project was and the start of the other project was, so we just jammed them together and tried to make them make sense.
And it doesn't even come close to making a bit of sense.
Like I said, it's not a bad plot once you get Wonder Woman in there and things start picking up and you actually get a situation in here where, right, we're all fighting against this crazy kryptonite alien monster that's been created by Lex Luthor. Everything before makes no sense. They may as well have started the movie with this.
Yeah, pretty much. So we move along here. As obviously Lois Lane's already booked herself a trip out of Metropolis, and Clark's still trying to get the Batman story out there. And then we come to the scene where the Senator meets with Lex Luthor. Again, as I said earlier, I just didn't like any of these scenes with Lex, because to me, he just comes across more as a spoilt brat. If they said this was Lex Luthor's son, like Lex Luthor Jr., who's actually a character in the comics, then I would have totally been fine with that, because, yep, this is not the Lex Luthor we know. This is just Lex Luthor's kid. And it's just so silly. Even this bit here where he says, the red capes are coming. The red capes are coming. I just thought, how is this supposed to be Superman's greatest enemy? Please tell me.
He doesn't even come across as like he's clever. He comes across like he's a bit of an idiot, to be honest.
He is, and plus his clothes don't do him a lot of favors. I mean, Lex
Yeah,
Luthor,
the business stuff, like they've gone more with the Lex Luthor from Smallville than they have with the Lex Luthor from the other films.
even Smallville Lex Luthor was much better than this.
Yeah, but in the original series, he was more dinner jacket, shirt, like jumper, and like
Yeah,
weird things like
mean.
trainers and stuff like that.
Oh, because he was still quite young.
Yeah, and then I'm saying as he got older and he started to become more of the controller of LexCorp and all that,
his clothes got more darker and he started wearing more suits.
Started wearing suits and ties and stuff like that. He'd always been like that, but it was a bit hit and miss, like casual.
Yeah, then he started wearing like longer coats as well.
Even though they're probably similar age, like I said, it made me think that they had, Cavill and Eisenberg were different ages. You know what I mean? Like they were completely different in age and stuff like that. Like it made me think like one was probably like, say, Superman was a good 10 years older than Lex Luthor in this.
You know what? I would have, if we couldn't have had Bryan Cranston as Lex Luthor in this movie, I would have been happy to have Michael Rosenbaum back from Smallville to play Lex Luthor, because he was so good. To me,
get him on into the films. Like it's never happened before, has it? Where someone's played a successful role on the television and then immediately they get put into the film roles as the same character. It's like it's never happened before.
Michael Rosenbaum as Lex Luthor in this film with Henry Cavill and Ben Affleck, he would have just fit right in. You know, as I said earlier, that, seeing Lex Luthor's, wardrobe here just doesn't scream Lex Luthor to me. It just looks absolutely silly, doesn't look intimidating, just doesn't come across as like a businessman. As I said before, if this was Lex Luthor Jr., Lex Luthor's son, then this would have been a lot more forgivable. What was your thoughts on this scene with Lex Luthor and the Senator? I mean, this just came across to me as cringy. What did you think?
What, when he tries to beg for something off the woman and she's basically just like, no.
Yeah, but pretty much.
He does come across as a creep. Like, you wouldn't leave this guy alone with your like missus or children or anything like that. Like, he comes across as, I mean, this is in the Ultimate Edition, let's not forget.
Yeah.
This is in the Ultimate Edition, so, but yeah, they obviously want to take him serious, don't they? But I just don't know if you can take this guy seriously. He
comes across as more like one of Batman's villains, like one of the lesser-known Batman villains. I don't know, like ventriloquist.
He does all that. Oh, if you'd like to know, ooh, and then like you don't ever get to find out.
That's what I'm waiting for. He goes like, ooh, you know who the Batman is. I know who the Batman is. You know, that's what I'm waiting for. It's just
I
really,
don't know
really
why, and it isn't her, but for some reason in my mind, until I've just watched this scene back, I actually thought that Jennifer Aniston was in this film. I don't know why I thought this. I don't know why I thought this woman was Jennifer Aniston, but I swear I'd seen a scene with Jennifer Aniston and Lex Luthor, but I've just realised that this woman looks nothing like Jennifer Aniston. Maybe I just didn't focus on this scene enough at the time. Maybe I just caught her from the side view. But yeah, she looked like an older version of Rachel from Friends when I first watched this a few years ago.
Like Rachel in her 60s or something.
Yeah.
Do you know who she looks like? If you like pause and look closely, she looks like Martha Kent. She does a little bit. You know, when in Smallville, when Martha left the farm and became a senator.
They just look at this Lex Luthor guy like he's a nut job.
He is.
And rightfully so.
Yeah, they got the right idea, but he just comes across as too creepy. He should have just been a lot more calmer, which is why I've said
I feel like the other guy, the guy with the glasses and the grey hair, he would have made a better, older version of Lex Luthor.
Absolutely. All he had to do was just cut his hair short.
Yeah, I mean, as in like an actor. I mean, acting-wise in real life, he's probably just some random fill-in actor.
Mm.
And just by looking at him with the grey hair and the glasses, he comes across as way more believable as like an older, just shave his head and let's see what we can do with him.
Could have kept the glasses.
Mm-hmm.
Could have kept the glasses, given that more of the mad scientists.
Even now I'm looking at it now, he does look a little bit like, not amazing, like, but bald head, I reckon he would pass as, you know, a believable follow-up from Kevin Spacey.
Not just that, another thing as well, with that guy that Lex was talking to earlier in the film, he looks a little bit chubby, and Lex Luthor in the comics, not so much the cartoons, but in the comics, he was a little bit chubby, so he would have been fine. He would have pulled that off easily.
They've always had Lex being portrayed as this old man, while Superman's always been portrayed as like a younger man, when we know that they're more the same age. But it's to do with what happened to Lex during the radiation thing, isn't it? But in this is the first time that you get to see what looks like a young version of Lex and an older version of Superman.
Well, some of the best Superman stories that they did in later years, like when it's set in the future, was Lex Luthor became this really, really ugly old man, and that was due to carrying the kryptonite around in his pocket for years and years, and it just basically just aged him so badly that he just basically became like a vegetable. And some of those stories were quite dark. Those stories I would have liked to have seen explored more. As like Superman stays the same, looking young and youthful, and Lex Luthor's just like this ugly old man, like the Vulture. You know, that would have been quite an interesting thing to pull off here. And there's a line here that Lex says here. It's kind of like hinting at the parademons. There's a picture there hanging up in his room, in the living room, and he says here that we know better now, don't we? Devils don't come from hell beneath us; they come from the sky. And you see a picture, and it's hinting at the parademons. This was in the Ultimate Edition. I thought this was really good.
Obviously, during to the last scene, which we'll get to, he's obviously been having a lot of these visions because he's gone in the pool thing, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Zod's ship, he keeps going in there. Now, we obviously get to see what really happens at the end, but I assume at this point that he's already been having like meetings in that water and seeing, or whatever that thing is.
I don't think he's had it yet, but he's found the ship. Lex has already found the ship. He's already started making work on Zod's body, so he's clearly, you know, he's getting ideas about what's going on, but he hasn't quite seen the visions yet. So we come to the next scene. Again, another fantastic scene here. We see Ben Affleck as Bruce Wayne walking through what looks like a cemetery to where Thomas and Martha Wayne are buried. Really good scene here. There's no dialogue here. It's just music playing very quietly, and you can hear rumblings of that sound that you hear in Man of Steel, where Zod and Superman were having their battle. Really good scene here. Very reminds me of much of the cartoons here. And we see here out of Martha's coffin, it starts dripping black liquid. Really, really scary here. Really subtle.
My question is, though,
What's
Going
that?
back to the scene with Lex Luthor,
Mm.
why would this woman come back to see him?
Yeah, no, that never made no sense. Why would you even go near a guy like
Why,
that?
why? This is where I'm getting at. If he was the 60-year-old looking version of Lex Luthor that should have been in this film, you could understand her being 40 odd years old, maybe 50, probably thinking, you know what better than to spread my legs to a guy who's got money and I might as well slut it up now because,
Yeah,
like that kind of stuff. But I feel like she's like treating this like a toy boy situation, like, like she's going on like a Tinder date or something. Like, oh, I couldn't get enough of you earlier on, yeah, so I need to see you again.
I want
Like, he's
more. I
proper
want more.
sitting
You know.
like he's probably sitting next to her, and like you can see that even though she is a bit thingy, like she's more wary about what he's gonna do in the future. She's willing to probably do what she needs to do in this situation.
Yeah.
Like when she stops him from tapping his fingers and that, you can see that she's clearly got that mentality of basically, can I basically F the mental stuff out of this guy? Have I still got that in me to change a guy's mentality and thinking just because I seduce him or whatever, etc., etc. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. I mean, looking at the pair of them, it's like you think that if you didn't know who these two characters were, you probably thought this was mother and son,
Yeah.
or auntie and the creepy nephew.
Although she comes across as concerned in the end, and she does.
Yeah. Yeah, she
There is
does.
there's an element to this which is more. I don't get that curiousness until right at the end when he says the come from the sky. I get the idea of she wants to almost like see what the options are between her and him. Like that's the vibe I got from that scene. Now, if she'd have been a younger, fitter woman, I wouldn't have got that because I would have known for a fact that he's not capable of getting that woman, and he wouldn't be stupid enough to allow that because of the fact that he would know that she was in for the money, etc.
Oh, totally. What's your thoughts on this scene where Bruce is at the gravesite of his parents and you see the black liquid dripping? Oh, jeez.
Dark. It's a good scene once again. As soon as Bruce gets involved in the program or the film,
It picks up.
it picks up, and like I say, you take a sit forward, you take a like a lean forward. They definitely have something with Bruce Wayne here. Like they definitely have something with the Batman saga in this. I just want to harp on and say like it's like the film's unwatchable, but without Batman in this film,
Oh, yeah.
simple situation, and that is like, I mean, isn't this like a man-bat nightmare as well that he gets
I was just about to say that there is this bit here where you see like this giant bat or gargoyle crash out of the coffin. Now, anyone who's ever listened to some of my past stuff, I've been wanting to see Man-Bat in a DC movie for a really, really long time. Anyone who knows me personally, whenever someone asks me if you could have one villain to appear in a Batman film or a DC film, who would it be? I always say Man-Bat because one, it's not something we've ever seen before. Two, the CGI and the level of horror you could do with him would be just off the charts. I don't know if this is supposed to be Man-Bat, but I just remember sitting in the cinema watching this. I thought, holy cow, are we actually going to get a Man-Bat versus Batman film? Because that's something I would love to see more than anything else. I'm done with Bane. I'm done with all that. I want to see Man-Bat fight Batman. It does look like Man-Bat.
This scene is the way that I've just seen it there. Was this from the Ultimate Cut as well? Or was it from
Yeah,
the actual?
this was in the theatrical cut as well at the cinema.
Like, wow, this was a dark scene with the
It's
man
dark
bat.
anyway.
We've been teasing the man bat for like 30 years now, haven't we? We've still not got the man bat yet.
I'd love to see that. I mean, I don't know if this is supposed to be Man-Bat or is this supposed to be like Batman?
The guy who's been genetically altering himself to turn himself into Batman.
Kind of. Well,
He ends up creating, like, turning himself into a man bat instead of Batman.
Essentially a mutant's bat. Yeah, I don't know if this is supposed to be Man-Bat. They never actually said it was him, but I remember just sitting in the cinema for that split second. I thought, holy cow, we're actually going to get Man-Bat at some point. Please please make that happen, and we don't. But I'll tell you what, it's a hell of a tease. It is a hell of a tease. There are at least two characters in a DC movie who I want to see more than anyone else: Man-Bat and Azrael. Now, we'll probably never see either of them, but I'm happy with what we got here, this little tease, if it was Man-Bat. But I really wish it was him.
It would have been nice, wouldn't it?
Oh, dude. A good scene, though, I must say. Really
Yeah,
good.
like I said, once again, if you compress all of the Bruce Wayne scenes and then you add in any other villain, this would be a pretty decent film at this point.
Yes, it would be. You'd be much more invested.
Eliminate all the nonsense with Superman. Eliminate all the nonsense with Lois Lane.
And
Any
Lex
of that gone. You could even have Lex Luthor in here.
Not too much, though.
Once again, like I say, if you had Lex Luthor as the guy who would bring Deathstroke into this, if they'd have thought of that early enough, it would have made so much sense. Batman fighting Deathstroke, and then at the end of the movie, that's where Superman gets involved.
Totally. So, you know, after Bruce Wayne, and this is an interesting scene here, after Bruce Wayne wakes up from his nightmare, we see Bruce Wayne takes a box of pills and washes them down with a full bottle of wine. Now, for those of you who've never seen Batman v Superman or have seen it and you don't remember, this is not the Bruce Wayne from the Christopher Nolan Dark Knight trilogy where he's a lot younger. This is a much older Batman, been around for over 20 years. He's seen it all, and you know, he's done it all really, and he's obviously had a different attitude. You know, it's quite amazing that, you know, Batman would not essentially commit suicide, but he'll just take tablets and just wash them down with wine. It just really shows you how messed up Bruce Wayne is. I thought, you know, they didn't really explore it much in this movie, but it's interesting because it's not really something you see much with Batman, because Batman's this really strict, self-disciplined guy, takes himself very seriously in his training, and to see him drinking alcohol like that.
Right after he woke up, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's really, really amazing. I'm surprised they didn't explore that more. Really good scene, very underrated scene.
Chateau something, anyway, that's what the drink was.
Yeah.
But basically, he takes a load of Prozac or painkillers or whatever.
Yeah.
And downs them with a £200,000 bottle of red wine.
Oh, jeez. Pretty good here. Very underrated scene.
Chateau something, because he turns the bottle around.
Yeah.
You guys exactly what this is in a second. I'll put this on slow. Change the speed. They've changed it so you can't change the speed on this, idiots.
Oh dear.
You know, they used to have the speed button on YouTube, but now, of course, on this version of YouTube, there's not got the speed button. But yeah, either way, I'm just going to play it anyway.
So we see in the morning, we see Alfred arrive. And, you know, I love this with Alfred. He's, you know, like you said before, he's an Alfred where he's not afraid to tell Bruce Wayne off, and even makes little sarcastic remarks. You know, this little scene here, he says, "Oh, I hope the next generation of Waynes won't inherit an empty wine cellar. Not that there's likely to be a next generation."
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, and also it's like, rather than doing what we'd seen Alfred do in the past, which is the "Okay, Master Bruce," you know what I mean? Like,
or something like, "Oh, with Master, anything else you require, Master Bruce." And I even like it here. Bruce comes in, he's completely wasted. He even comes in, brings Alfred a cup of tea as well. I thought that was really cool. And you hear him like Alfred say, "Oh, thank you, sir." I was like, what? Brilliant here.
I mean, I'm just watching this scene now where Alfred obviously he necks the bottle of wine, gets out of bed. Alfred, he catches him, comes back in, and makes the comment. I mean, yeah, this has definitely got that dad vibe to it, granddad vibe to it.
I love it.
Have I really raised you to be this?
Yeah, I love that. And I love that, you know, Alfred's expecting grandkids. So, oh, the next generation of Wayne family is going to inherit your empty wine cellar if there's going to be a next generation.
Not like there's to be anything, and Bruce comes over, to clearly hands him a coffee or whatever, but then goes straight into business. And it's like what you see in here as well is, even though Alfred's giving him a swift kick up the backside. It's clearly obvious that this has been going on for quite a while.
This isn't just something that happened.
Yeah, this is not something that's new.
No, this is, as you say, it's been going on for a while. Yeah, Bruce looks like half wasted.
Start of this scene, you can clearly see that they might have told him during the scene that, yeah, just calm that down a little bit. Like, you know.
I love the relation. I think what I like about this relationship of Bruce and Alfred compared to the other films is that, yes, Alfred's still a butler, and as you say, he still gives Bruce the kick up the backside when he needs it. But it's like Alfred in this movie, he's almost like very hands-on. He's not just like very good Master Bruce or anything else Master Bruce. He's right involved in the business of everything. You know, like he's sitting there like, talking about criminal activity, because normally Alfred doesn't really understand how criminal activity or how villains' minds work. He just humors Bruce, goes, oh, okay, that's good, sir. You know, but here he's really in the nitty gritty stuff, and I think that's quite cool here. It's not something you see much with Alfred.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Like, Alfred's one of them as well, where he's always a subjective character, because you know that he isn't a bad guy, but you also know that he is part of the problem when it comes to Bruce, because he is partially to blame for creating this monster that Bruce Wayne has become.
Yeah, pretty much. I like what they did with him.
He's enabled a seemingly endless fund that his employees saved up to be able to dictate to himself, the person who inherited that money, what that money should be spent on, when a lot of the time, as we both know, that money gets spent on
other things.
Bruce's ideas. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I like it. It's a very, very underrated scene here. So here's an interesting part here. Bruce asks Alfred, I'm going to need the suits. And Alfred points out, the Bat interrogated 6 people, came away with nothing. It was Bruce Wayne who got the information. So it's almost like saying to Bruce that he's like basically like the dad. Like Bruce is like saying to his dad, Dad, I want to take the car out tonight. Alfred says, well, not so fast. Why do you need the car for? You proved you can walk to the place on your own without the car. So I'm not sure, do you really need it?
Yeah.
Really interesting here. And I like what they do here, even in the cartoons. Even though it's Bruce Wayne and Alfred talking, they treat Bruce Wayne and Alfred like they're 2 different people. It's well, Bruce Wayne can't break into Lex Luthor's house, and Alfred says Bruce Wayne won't have to. He's been invited. Excellent stuff here. Now here comes another good bit here. You see Bruce looking at the Batsuit like an alcoholic looking at a bottle of beer or something, and then comes the next bit. This is what we talked about before. We see Bruce looking at the Robin suit, or what's left of it, burned with the Joker graffiti.
Oh, so was that actually in this film then?
Yeah, it was. It wasn't just in the ultimate cut.
Yeah. So this is the hint then. So maybe I was wrong earlier on. We do get a hint to the fact that thingy, but then it would have been nice to have seen how Robin got in that chair, or that suit got like that, because it makes no sense, because that's something that they've obviously kept out of the DC universe, meaning that we just know that that's supposed to have happened on paper.
Well, basically this scene, although it doesn't really give you much, this scene pretty much is supposed to tell you that something happened to Robin in the past, and we know it's the Joker.
But then caused Batman to become what he's become.
Yes. Now, obviously, we know it's for Joker because it's got his name on the Robin suit, so it's clearly telling you it was the Joker. So Robin's death, although they don't say who it is, Robin's death is what causes Batman to be what he is, going around branding people, beating them half to death, and killing them. So it's not much, but it's a little something. Very well done here. What would have made this scene even more pure gold is if they added the Joker's laugh very quietly.
In the background.
In the background. That would have just been the icing on the cake. Just that little bit. Just like that little laugh. Like, done. Maybe that might have been a bit much, but I don't care. It's the geek in me. Just to sell it. But I liked it here. Now, this bit here, this was not in the theatrical cut. This is in the ultimate cut. You basically see Bruce Wayne in the shower, just basically just looking all broken. And this other bit coming up here where he's basically getting ready to drive off. Very James Bond, I would say. It's like James Bond getting into his Rolls Royce, going out on another job. Very well done here. And as we see Bruce leave, we see Wayne Manor, or essentially what's left of Wayne Manor, burned. Now, this is where what you were saying before, they should have tied this to the Dark Knight trilogy.
Yeah, they should have. They should have pitched this in.
Mm.
And, yeah, we should have got some kind of explanation as into why we were seeing what we were seeing.
Yeah, I mean, you could have had that. Obviously, you could have kept that. Ra's al Ghul burned Wayne Manor to the ground like he did in Batman Begins, and obviously, this Bruce Wayne's been around for 20 years. Of course, you could say that. Well, the reason why Wayne Manor hasn't been fully rebuilt because it cost loads and loads of money to rebuild it. Now, obviously, you're going to say, well, Bruce Wayne's rich. He can afford to rebuild his house, can't he? Yes, but it's costing the company loads of money. So that could be another thing to why Bruce Wayne's the way he is, because he's spending all this money trying to rebuild something that's not been there for years.
Yeah.
Could have worked into that somehow. And the only thing he's got going for him is Batman. Shame really, could have worked that out.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, like I say, once again, these scenes here which feature, Alfred and Batman and Bruce Wayne, like, they are very, very powerfully filmed, powerfully shot films. They're deliberately pitched in to make you want to see more of a relationship between these two characters, because they obviously hoped that in the future they would be in that position.
Yeah. So we see Bruce has been invited to Lex's party, so he's arrived. Clark Kent sees him, although they've not actually met each other yet. Yeah, did not care for Lex Luthor, but this is the first time we see Diana Prince, played by the lovely Gal Gadot. Now, I remember when I saw this at the cinema, and they showed Gal Gadot for the first time as Diana. I remember us, because there was a boy and his mum. I think they went to see the movie. They sat like 2 seats in front of me. The boy said to his mum, "Mum, is that Catwoman?"
Honestly, there are moments where you just like, listen, I know you're 6.
I
I'm
know.
only joking, guys. I'm only joking.
I know, just couldn't believe it. I sat there for this boy's scary, intelligent. He said, "Mummy, is that Catwoman?" I went, "What? You're not supposed to know things like that."
How do you know a character that's not been in anything recently, but you don't know who, or saying that she was in The Dark Knight Rises, is what I'm on about?
Yeah, so that's probably why he would think that. Because
Is this as well when she's sitting down on her own and she discovers that Bruce Wayne knows who she is?
not yet. No,
Or did
she's
you
wearing
see
a
it
red dress
before
here.
that?
She's wearing a red dress here. She's got her hair all tied up. Looks really short. Now, obviously, I can see why anyone would think that, because you put Anne Hathaway up against Gal Gadot in that same sort of attire, look really nice. You would probably think Gal Gadot was Selena Kyle, and I would think that too. When I first saw that, I thought, well, I know who that's supposed to be, but if I didn't know going into this, say like I went into this for the first time, I only know a bit about Batman, I thought, oh, it's Catwoman, because the way she gives Bruce Wayne that look, that's definitely something Catwoman would do.
So what is this in the
Lex
is
Luthor's
this
party.
is it Lex Luthor's party scene? Is this where this is?
Yeah. She looks really good.
I thought that this was more, the bigger thing in this is because you get to see Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, this is the first time they meet each other.
Both of them with absolutely no idea that the other one is who they are. Surely Batman would know that Clark Kent is Superman.
I don't think he's figured it out just yet.
I think Superman becomes more suspicious of Batman in this.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, Superman's much more suspicious. I must say though that Gal Gadot, I mean, I can see why she was cast. She looks phenomenal.
Yeah, she's definitely a 10. Like, she's definitely at them. Like, they make her look in this situation like she is completely irresistible to men, and that's obviously the whole.
That's the whole.
Of being Wonder Woman.
I tell you what, if we had gone down a different path, she would have made a good Catwoman too. Absolutely, if they had gone down the other way.
I think, is this the scene where the scene that you're on about is at the party, isn't it? And then later on, Bruce meets her in the backstage of some kind of other party, or maybe it's the same thing. But
No, yeah, that does come. But basically, basically in this scene,
It's
Bruce.
just in that scene, if the kid would have said, "Is that Catwoman?" it would have made sense because she was near all that jewelry, wasn't she? The sword
Yeah,
or
that
whatever
would make
it was.
much more sense. Now,
Now,
this.
I do believe that that sword is something to do with her past or something. I remember reading a few years ago that sword, or one of the review ones, said that that sword that she comes across, which we'll talk about later,
Yeah.
that is actually something from her past, or is somebody who she banished in a previous time. She
Yeah.
banished that person who was the wielder of that sword. I think it was something that I read about that.
Might have been. Now, this bit here, I quite liked here. Now, this is basically Alfred and Bruce. It's like essentially they're playing like Mission Impossible or James Bond here. Bruce is setting up something. I think he's trying to get information from Lex Luthor's computer system, and you hear Alfred's voice, and obviously Clark can hear it because he's got super hearing. And you see Bruce Wayne's just like walking around very casually, trying to look for, I think, like the computer software department. It's very well done here. It's very like Mission Impossible meets James Bond. He's going down the stairs, and Alfred's like directing him. It's quite
Yeah,
cool.
it's nice to see that bit as well, like where they make it so that Alfred's got a part that we've seen Alfred do it in other things outside of the, like in the movies, it feels sometimes that, and I'll say this, it feels like in the movies that Alfred's just the guy who Bruce goes home to let his woes out to. Whereas in the games, we've clearly seen that Alfred's like, look, Master Bruce, you need to go to this place. And the game is based around you need Alfred's like keying to go and take you to certain things.
Yeah, and they do it here.
Yeah, whereas in the films, and they got a little bit of that in the comic book as well, in the cartoons.
A little bit, yeah.
But we've never really had that, apart from in the original 66, where Alfred was aware of who they were and used to be like, look, you better go and get to it. But this is more, Alfred gives suggestions. Master Bruce, don't you think that thingy? Oh, there's some things here. And I've been doing my reading. Like, he's Bruce's oracle at first, isn't he?
Yeah, he is kind of like Oracle. I mean, obviously that's the sort of thing Barbara Gordon would do in later years, but here Alfred's essentially playing the part of Oracle, and he does it really well here. And Bruce Wayne, he installs something, and
Diana catches him, doesn't she?
it's Mercy Graves comes in. That's the Chinese bodyguard or secretary who looks.
Oh, now. Sorry, I thought she was somebody else before. Yeah, I'm gonna actually say something about her. She's completely irrelevant. I actually thought that she would turn out. She's one of those characters that you kept looking and researching which Japanese or Chinese characters henchwomen could she turn out to be. Now I know that she's not going to be China Black or whatever her name was, the one that was in Arrow. The one that had Bronze Tiger with her and that.
Yeah.
Knew that she wasn't going to turn out to be her, but I was kind of thinking at first, like, is she going to turn out to be somebody else?
Yeah, I mean she looks fantastic here, but as you say, she's totally irrelevant. I like the way this is another credit to Ben Affleck's performance here. 1 minute he's all acting all super serious with Alfred, and then he just reverts straight into Playboy mode. Because I thought the bathroom was down here. Must have had one martini too many, I think. And she's like saying, "Oh, the men's room's upstairs." And he goes, "Oh, thank you." Because I like those shoes,
Yeah, I also think the shoes thing's a hint that the character that she is could be somebody who uses the shoes as like a weapon or whatever.
Yeah, that's why I think that's probably why he pointed that out. He goes, "I like those shoes, by the way."
That you don't know who I am, but I know who you are. Whereas with Clark and they don't.
Well, it's like Bruce is almost like saying, "Well, I may not know who you are, but I've known people like you." So very subtle. And there's a funny bit coming up here with Alfred. Like he says, "I can't."
Room, doesn't he? He walks into the room, and it's clearly subtle that Diana is in the background. You're supposed to spot her, and then she walks by both of them, but none of them notice her. But she clearly knows who they are.
Yeah.
Or Bruce is, more than anything, who Bruce is.
And I like this where Bruce says here, "I can't stay here, Alfred." And Alfred says, "Go upstairs and socialise. Maybe some young lady from Metropolis will make you honest." He goes, "In your dreams, Alfred." And then Alfred's like drinking a glass of whiskey.
Yeah, I just seen that scene before. In fact,
Brilliant. So this is so far. I mean, although Alfred isn't in a lot of this film, the scenes he's in, he's just pure gold. Drinking on the job, you know.
But it's almost like he's watched this kid. This is the version of Bruce Wayne that is the real version, as in we've spent 25 years with the should you be shagging around and doing all that, and now it's at that point where it's like maybe you should go back to shagging around, Master Bruce, because you're getting. Whereas by now I would have imagined that you would have settled down. You're actually becoming more reclusive and more away from women and away from stuff like that.
Yeah, because before Alfred would have not approved of all that, but here he's like, I think you should go back to getting on a bit now, Bruce. I want a grandchild.
Or just maybe it's just time for you to stop being scared of falling in love in case you lose or you leave people behind, etc.
Yeah, because I would imagine by this point the Bat family's already happened.
Realize what's just happened now.
I would imagine the Bat family's been and gone now, and Bruce is all on his own.
So Clark can hear what's going on in Bruce's earpiece, can't it?
Yeah.
But like Bruce wouldn't have noticed that Clark followed him.
I thought that comes after, but here, after Bruce has installed what he's installed, we see Lex just, again, waffling on about nothing. And this is essentially the setup for Bruce.
Diana catches him, doesn't she? She sees
she's just spotted him now. She's off, and Clark comes in, and Bruce is up playing it down. So, I'm here for support books. So, what? Oh, wow, pretty girl, bad habit. Don't quote me, all right? And then Clark asks him, "What's your opinion on the Bat situation?" He goes, Daily Planet. Do I own that one, or is that the other guy?
That's in the Ultimate Edition, isn't it?
Both. They're both in it, yeah.
Because doesn't. Yeah. In fact, I'm seeing it now because Lex comes up and starts talking crap, doesn't he?
And there's a little line here about the Joker, and it comes up here. Bruce is saying, "Don't believe everything you hear, son."
Wasn't there also a deleted scene as well, where Superman introduces someone to Batman?
No, I don't think there was.
I think there was. In this part, there was a deleted scene. Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh, that was more of a sketch.
No, they were literally. Jimmy Kimmel couldn't take this bit seriously. This was supposed to be part of the film.
I know the one you mean. It's like Bruce and Clark are talking seriously. You see like Jimmy Kimmel's in the background on skates.
He was supposed to be interviewing Lex Luthor as part of the scene, but apparently he was either so high or whatever he was. They just decided to go with some where it was a thingy. But this was actually supposed to be a deleted scene. In this scene, he was supposed to be in it where he was interviewing Lex Luthor and something like that, but he just wouldn't take the scene seriously, obviously. So they cut it out from the film. It's mad when you think about those things. Like he say that thingy, like, because he speaks about it on his actual show. I'm sure he talked about it on his show, and it says like, "Look, I was actually in the film. I was supposed to be in the film, but what actually happened was, I just, whatever."
I just didn't take it serious enough.
Some people don't do that. Like maybe he just didn't want to be in that role. He was going to get to interview both of them anyway.
Yeah, he ended up doing that eventually. And there's a bit here with Bruce. He's like, so what would happen if the alien decides to just turn around and burn the whole place down? And Clark's saying that most of the world doesn't share your opinion, Mr. Wayne. And here's a bit about the Joker. He goes, maybe it's the Gotham City and me. I just have a bad history of freaks dressed like clowns. Nice.
The little cocky bit as well, where he's like, "Don't I own this?" Or
was that the other guy? So here we are, Lex Luthor with Bruce and Clark. I'm sorry, when you got two powerhouses like Henry Cavill and Ben Affleck,
they can't admit to each other who they are, innit?
It's not even just that. You got Jesse Eisenberg. You got Jesse Eisenberg here as Lex Luthor. It's like the school nerd hanging out with the two big school jocks. Goes, "Hey guys, how about I come hang out with you two?" It's like, why is this guy here again? Sorry, he just really felt like the odd one out in this scene. Information transfer is completed. Alfred's
but Bruce Wayne's got a point though in that scene though. Like, you're not dealing with freaks dressed as clowns.
Exactly.
we're not dealing with the world's most like lunatic and unhinged people out here. You know, what have you dealt with? People from your own world. So then don't bring them here then.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like what seriously does happen if, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What seriously does happen if one of you someone is as powerful, not say you can't say you because he doesn't know that it's him. What happens if somebody is as powerful as one of these aliens, but they don't decide to protect the rest of the world?
What will you do then?
Mm.
Now, coming up to that bit you're talking about, Clark follows Bruce downstairs and he sees, like, I think it's Mexico. It's like on fire. And while that's going on, Bruce looks for his, I think it's like his USB or something. And then you see Diana has followed him. Oh, mama. I'm sorry. As I get
It's incredible, don't you? Like,
oh, dear me.
and they're desperate for that shot of her from behind as well, like to follow
Oh
her.
yeah, you know that.
Yeah, man, like trust me. And obviously Bruce is clearly attracted to her, like
It's hard not
straight
to.
away. Yeah, I mean it'd be hard. Yeah, exactly, it'd be hard not to be.
So Clark's obviously he's going to save the day while Bruce is chasing Diana. Definitely has the Catwoman vibe here. I know it's not Catwoman, but clearly has the Catwoman vibes going on here. You know, I'm not saying much.
Mischievous. Whose side is she on?
Yeah, the mischievous whose side is she on, the skimpy dress. You know, as I said before, if you didn't know going into this film, you saw her for the first time, you probably would have thought it was Catwoman.
They really did try to build something between Wonder Woman and Batman here. They honestly.
Well, yeah, they were more playing off with the animated series where Batman and Wonder Woman kind of had a little thing going on, so they kind of played that up here, which I quite enjoyed. I thought they did a really good job here. And she essentially just drives off in Bruce's car. Bruce is like standing like, I don't believe you took my car. Brilliant scene.
Trying to find something that shows me that bit here after the scene with what takes place next. After
The next thing we get here is Bruce. Superman's gone off. I think it looks like Mexico, and he saved like a burning building. It's like some sort of festival here. Everyone's all dressed up like Halloween characters. They've all got paint on their face, and you know, basically they treat like Superman like a god here. They're all like stroking him and patting him on the back, like he's some sort of god from the sky. And Superman here looks. You can essentially see here on his face, he looks really, really uncomfortable, which I find a bit weird, really, because, you know, Superman would have just been like smiling, goes, oh, thank you, you know, don't mention it, I appreciate it, and just fly off. But here he looks like he's about to break down and cry. And we get all like these news reports of, is Superman a good guy or a bad guy? Like, basically, like what we were saying before, whose side is he on? Like, question.
I see this now.
Yeah.
I found it. People start questioning it, don't they, who this guy is?
Yeah, what's his intentions?
Is that Neil deGrasse Tyson that I'm seeing there?
Looks like it. Yeah, we can see he's doing all these good deeds, and people are still questioning, you know, what his intentions are, and is he a good guy or a bad guy, or maybe he's just a guy trying to do the right thing.
There's nothing, like I've said, there's nothing to say that he's a good guy or a bad guy. That's the problem.
No, there's not really. I mean, there's nothing here you could say like, oh, we really love this guy. There isn't.
As I said earlier on, there's that false god sort of view of Superman in this, like, and it's coming at you from so many angles that you don't really know, and there's so much going on in this film that you don't really know where things are coming from.
Yeah, it's quite interesting here to see all these news reports. See, again, this could have played into a nice trilogy, where does Superman stand in the world? And there's actually a comic book here. They say a line in Must There Be a Superman? I remember there's actually a comic book of that.
Trying to find anything that covers that scene there, but practically the whole movie's on here, but it's just all not in the right order.
No. And we're up to now. Clark essentially calls Martha. He doesn't really know what to say.
That's like the real middle of the movie bit as well, that is.
Yeah, Martha and Clark having a conversation.
Yeah, that's right in the middle of the movie from what I remember.
Yeah, he's like asking, why did Dad never leave Kansas?
Yeah, it's the bit where he's like, I miss you, Dad, or whatever, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
That is a bit where it's like, I miss you, Dad, or whatever.
Not quite. That's coming up. Now, this bit here, this was actually not in the theatrical cut. This was actually in the Ultimate Cut. Lois takes the bullets to Star Labs, and we see this scientist trying to find out where the bullets came from. And this was not in the theatrical cut, so this is one of the things that makes the Ultimate Cut a little bit more superior. Is, Lois is trying to figure out, as I said, about the bullets, where they came from, and who made them. So this is quite a very good, interesting. So it's not long. It's about a minute and a half, but it's quite good. And we see here Clark's trying to find out more information on Batman and his actions while branding.
Yeah, there's a lot going off here. I mean, obviously, I don't really know what I'm watching through here, but I'm watching something that is, it's debating on whether the Superman can be trusted and all them kind of things there.
Yeah. Yeah, this is essentially these scenes here. These are from the Ultimate Cut, where you're seeing guys in prison and stuff. I don't really see what's it to do with the movie, but these were not in the theatrical cut.
Where's the bit where the African woman is talking? Have we already gone past that?
I don't think that's come up yet. No, we're up to now.
He starts to question himself.
Here comes the lady now, the one you're talking about. She. I don't think she comes yet, but it is coming up soon. This is essentially more about the guy who lost his legs.
Oh yeah, here we are. The gods among us. Here we are. This is the bit where he saves the kid in the Mexican thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we are. The god among us, and they all start worshipping him and stuff. Here we are.
That's the one.
Yeah, because this is from the trailer and the pictures in it where they're all touching out the Jesus thing, isn't it?
Yeah, they're all reaching out to him. And he looks like really uncomfortable.
Yeah, it is them same people, isn't it? It's the same people, the Neil deGrasse and them. That's why I'm getting confused. But that must have been from Man of Steel. They must have just brought back those characters to do the newscast thing.
Yeah, it looks like it. So by this point now, we're more or less getting ready for, the trial of Superman here.
Like I said before, and just off recording, so we've had a pause for a minute. There's something that I've noticed while watching this back as well, which is very strange. You have to understand the human nature of you don't look like me, you don't sound like me, you don't dress like me, them type of things, them type of stereotypes.
Yeah.
But what happens when someone does look like you and does sound like you, maybe potentially doesn't dress like you, but you know what I mean? This guy looks like a human being, sounds like a human being, but he's clearly got way more power than anyone else on this earth. So there is an element of where people are going to be, wanting to question this guy for what happens if you just decide out of the blue to follow a different thinking path. What's our failsafe against you?
Exactly.
You're the only being that is able to save some of these people in some of these situations. We have to question the fact of our humanity. Death is something that we have to embrace in our world because it happens all the time. With someone like you are actually almost cheating people of death. We have to address the fact what happens when you start to control how people can live, how people can breathe, how people can sleep, etc. What happens if that starts to take place at any point?
No, that's true. You're absolutely right. Now, before we get to the trial, there is a scene here which wasn't in the theatrical cuts. This is in the Ultimate Edition. We see Lex Luthor's right-hand man in prison talking to another prisoner. We don't know what it's about, but he essentially says to him, "You good to do it?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm good to do it." He goes, "Okay, take care of it." So we see here just some random prisoner. Not sure what's entirely is going on here. We see a weapon being passed around outside.
Thing here it says extended scenes, LexCorp, Alfred, Capital. Yeah, so this is obviously the extended bit.
Yeah, this is the prison bit. This is.
So seeing the explosion bit, yeah?
No, this is the prison bit where we see a prisoner gets murdered. I think this has basically been ordered by Lex Luthor's men to have this guy in prison murdered. Now, the next thing we get here is Lois Lane with the General. Now, we learn later on that the general is none other than John Jones, aka Martian Manhunter, but at this point here, we don't really know that yet. So this is the general we see from Man of Steel.
I understand he must have been tracked. That's where we get the thing where he's been tracking them
Yeah.
from all the way back here.
Yeah. Lois is trying to track down where the bullets come from, and she basically asks the general if he can help her, and he's not willing to because he says that he likes his job for some reason. But so back to the Daily Planet here. Yeah, Lawrence Fishburne here is an amazing actor. I just feel here he's just wasted as Perry White. I mean, I think we kind of talked about this a little bit before, but do you think Lawrence Fishburne was wasted here as Perry White?
Yeah, absolutely wasted too, and he doesn't even play the right version of Perry White. In my opinion, Perry White should be quite a fiery, annoying, a less thingy, like a less sort of in-your-face version of J. Jonah Jameson.
Yeah, maybe J. Jonah Jameson's a bit more extreme, but yeah, he's definitely up there, Perry White.
I feel the best version of Perry White was the guy in the New Adventures of Superman.
Oh, he was excellent. He was brilliant. He was, especially when he loved because he was a big fan of Elvis.
I feel like he was the best version because he did his job. The thing I feel like this version is just to basically get the job done, like you know what I mean, like that type of stuff. But then obviously he's got no clue who Superman is. Yeah,
I mean the thing is with Lawrence Fishburne in this movie, he's quite possibly one of the best actors of this entire film. If you look at his background, but he's just absolutely wasted in this film. They just don't do anything with him.
I feel like I'm still waiting to see some of these scenes happen late in this area.
There's a little line here Perry White says here. He says he's quite Clark and Perry White having an argument. Clark says here, when the Daily Planet was founded, it stood for something, Perry. And then Perry retaliates back by saying, and so could you if it was 1938, but it's not 1938, which is a play on the first time Superman made his appearance in the comics. So I like that. There's little hints here, little Easter eggs.
Definitely got that in him where he's always got something to say back, and he has to be right. That version of Perry White. So
he's always got to get the last word in everything. And there's a funny line he says at the end. It says, "Nobody cares about Clark Kent taking on Batman."
Basically, doesn't believe anything that gets said. And where's the scene where I don't know if it's where the scene where Lois basically bursts in the room and hands him something?
I'm not sure.
Like, because for some reason, Lois looks hotter than she's ever looked in her life. And I mean, even for the girl who's playing her, like, all of a sudden, this version of Lois that walks in, cleavage showing, actually looking half decent, walks in. But for the rest of this film, she is like the blandest, most unattractive female that you will see.
Well, let's be fair here. Yeah, she's no Gal Gadot.
No.
And speaking of Gal Gadot, we're up to the scene that you're talking about earlier. This is where Bruce and Diana officially meet each other. Now, this is where what you said before about this is where you would have thought you'd think this was Catwoman because all of that jewelry.
Oh yeah. This scene, yeah.
Now Gal Gadot here, she's like wearing as Diana. She's like wearing this
silver sparkly dress,
metallic silver dress. Very like.
What we're supposed to believe is that underneath some of this, she's got the tools and the things to be able to protect her. But then when you watch her from behind and from the side, there is little places on this woman that could conceal. But this is basically a teaser into who she could be. But then when you look at her outfit, immediately when you look at that sword that she's admiring, I almost would be certain that what I said earlier on, this sword has got a link to something. But then Bruce comes along and tells her it's a fake sword, isn't it?
Yeah. Now this scene here, like you said before, if you'd seen this for the first time, you'd probably thought this was Selina Kyle because of the way she's admiring the sword behind the glass and the way she's dressed as well. I got to say,
but she's also acting like Selina as well, and that's what Bruce
is
treating like she's just another cat burglar or whatever like that.
And I like how Bruce. This is a Bruce Wayne that's been around for 20 plus years as Batman fighting crime, he essentially at first sees this lady like she's just another Catwoman. I'm not falling for this again. And I have to say, you know, if I could give this a ranking for Gal Gadot as Diana, I'd probably give her 11 because she just looks phenomenal.
Oh, this scene is hot as hell. Oh my word. This scene
This is
is
James
so
Bond. This is James
this
Bond.
scene is everything what you're right, what James Bond meets Bruce Wayne, Batman.
Love
This
it.
scene is so hot. The only thing that would have made this hotter is if that this actually was with Catwoman because she's bad. Because you know that Wonder Woman's good.
Yes,
They're just doing the mysterious thing here because Diana doesn't want to be uncovered at this point.
that's right.
And because Gal's obviously beautiful and she's new in the role. But the
Yeah.
way they play this off, as soon as Bruce gets nearer, you can tell that they're trying to tell you, like, yo, if these two, if Bruce even drops the line, I've known a few women like you. Who? Selena Kyle and Talia al Ghul.
No, and I like as it goes along here, Diana's basically saying, "I don't think you've ever met a woman like me before, Mr. Wayne."
This is so good. This scene is.
This is really good.
This
It's
scene,
funny.
This scene is clearly the best scene in the film so far because this is just everything that the film. This should have been Batman's film. Why he uncovered, and this would have made an incredible Batman and Catwoman scenario if she was Catwoman. I said that earlier on, but yeah, even if she was Wonder Woman, this would have been so much better if this film was just Batman figuring out who she was, and then her having to save Batman at the end of the day because of whatever else and reveal herself. And it's like, well, you had to know in the end, didn't you, that I was somebody.
Yeah, I mean, it's like this scene here is just oozes so much class, and even got like the little classical music playing in the background. It's just absolutely phenomenal.
As you say there,
Yeah,
think about the dress.
yeah.
Guys, I'm going to end up being stuck on this scene for about 5 minutes.
It's funny because Gal Gadot and Ben Affleck going in when they were casted as Batman and Wonder Woman, they got a very, very mixed response. But yet, by the end of the film, both of them came out as the best things about this film. So it just shows you that you shouldn't always judge a book by its cover. You got to give things a chance.
He says, "I bet with a dress like that, 9 out of 10 men would be able to let you do anything." And she says,
Yeah.
"I bet you're the 10th." And he says, "No, I bet I'm the first."
Yeah.
That Faith in the Woods act. Yeah, he gets her hook, line, and sinker there.
Love it. You don't know me, but I've met a few women like you.
But this is where she's looking for that photo, isn't she?
Yeah. Oh, so I don't think you've ever known a woman like me. I was like, oh dear. I like what she says here because she hints at the fact that she's a lot older than she looks. She says, she says, it's true what they say about little boys, born with no natural inclination to share. So there's hints at the fact that she's a lot older than she says she is or appears to be. She says, "I didn't steal your drive, I borrowed it." Love it. So far, this scene, aside from the Bruce Wayne and Alfred scenes, this scene with Diana and Bruce, I'd give it 10 out of 10. Really good. Yeah, they had to get that shot of her back again.
He's even nearly corpses because she's so good in this role. He's not supposed to smirk the off. There's a moment where after they think and she turns around, he's not supposed to smirk and she's not supposed to say something that she says. Let me just watch this again. It's true what they say about little boys. Yeah, about the sharing. And he says, she says she didn't steal it, she borrowed it. He's not supposed to smirk there. She just hits that line so perfectly well that she nearly makes him laugh. And obviously they kept it in there. And yeah, of course, they've got to get that shot of her back jiggling. Like, wow.
No.
Hell. Like 9 out of 10. I second that comment there. 9 out of 10 men would probably let you do anything. Am I the 10th? No, I'm the first. That's what he said. He said, "I'm the first."
Now, coming up here, and this is one we kind of touched upon earlier, but we're going to touch on this in a big way here. Now, Bruce is trying to decrypt what Diana gave him, and this segues into the Nightmare Future scene. Now, this scene here, we see here, it's a post-apocalyptic world. Something clearly bad's happened. We see Batman in his batsuit wearing a beat-up brown coat. We see a demonic symbol. We're basically seeing the end of the world. This is essentially the nightmare world.
This scene, just going back from the Diana scene with Bruce to this scene,
To this,
10 minutes of the film is everything that this film is.
it's quite amazing, really, when you look at it. You go from a really classy scene with Bruce and Diana. You think, wow, this was actually really cool.
For the actual first point, this actually looks like a completely different film out of this, and you are a bit like,
What's this?
what am I watching here?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But then it leaves you wondering and asking more questions after. Why was this not the film that we got?
Well, it's not even just that. You go from Bruce and Diana to the nightmare scene. You think, okay, this is a bit random. What's this all about?
I'm watching this right now. This is crazy. This just looks like a different movie. But
This is the
love to have
ultimate
seen what
mission
this
scene.
was. Can I say this? I would have loved to have seen what this film actually was,
Oh,
because
yeah.
this looked like it was supposed to be a absolute. Hopefully, Zack Snyder in his vault somewhere has got another 45 minutes of this somewhere.
We need this.
Honestly, this looks like it would have been incredible.
You're seeing Batman walking around. This is like essentially. Do you remember the film Mad Max with Mel Gibson?
Yeah.
This is essentially Mad Max.
Post-apocalyptic, future dystopian
Yeah,
version of Batman.
yeah. Because they're doing a comic book. They've done a recent comic book based on something similar to this, and it's very well made. Yeah, at the time I saw this at the cinema, I thought, okay, this is good, but where does this fit into the story? And it's pretty incredible here.
Kryptonite bomb or something like that, haven't they?
Yeah. Do you know what would have made this scene even better? I know we go back, we harp on this a lot, but because we got robbed here. You know when the guy pulls a gun out and says, "I'm sorry," that should have been Slade Wilson. I'm sorry, that should have been Slade Wilson in this scene, or someone like that, or Deadshot.
This is a murder scene as well. This is a massacre.
Oh, this is.
But yeah, this is why Batman obviously kills in this.
Yeah, there's a bit more to it than just robbing. By this point, there's a bit more to it.
By this point, it's survival of the fittest, isn't it? Like,
this is more than just robbing guys.
Anyone. No one's good in this bit now.
No, this is
everybody's bad
himself.
now. Everybody's bad, and this is what makes more sense. This is why, like I said, this is finally me looking at the DC universe saying, "Oh, I now don't need to now ask whose side everybody's on. No one's on anyone's side."
This is survival of the fittest, as you say.
Yeah, it just goes to show how good that this guy is, because you can tell he's years older at this point. He still manages to fight these guys for at least 3 minutes on his own without being stopped. Like, yes, the parademons don't get involved, yeah, and they would have probably been able to have stopped him from the start, but you know what I mean?
Spooky. Look at this scene here. You're seeing more and more parademons getting closer and closer, and boom, he just gets taken out. It's really scary. And you see him like all chained up.
They really did tease us with the parademons, and then they became
big time.
Shit. They were shit.
Now here we see Superman arrive.
Incinerates them, these guys.
This is what I said to you earlier before we started talking about this. I know I probably would have given the way the fact this was a dream, but I would have loved if Superman just dived down and he had a different costume on. Maybe not necessarily the black.
The black costume would have made sense here, but could have been anything, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could have been anything, because I don't think they were thinking about the black costume by this point, but they could have just.
And why is he so clean?
That's what I mean. That's another thing. A bad guy Superman gone rogue, should not look clean. He should have a beard. He should have long hair. There should be, this guy's basically sold his soul. He should not look anything like the clean-cut Boy Scout we know and love. This is basically Superman gone to the dark side. No pun intended. They should have changed his costume. Or what they should have done here, what I said earlier, what they did in the animated series of Superman. Just have him wear this uniform, like a military uniform, like Kryptonian, like what Zod wore, and just have a mask. And obviously Batman's standing there thinking, who is this guy? Takes out everyone with the heat vision, and then Batman could realise,
are you at the Flash bit here?
not yet. So, as you say, he takes out both the soldiers out with his heat vision. Jeez.
So let me get this straight. Because a lot of people were saying when this Flash scene happened that there was all kinds of things going off in the background and Bruce Wayne's in the old Flash Star Labs room or something like that. What have I heard?
He was in the Batcave.
There was some rumours and some stuff in this scene here that I've completely forgotten about over time. But there was some things going on with this scene here.
Mm.
Now, I assume this scene is going to happen midway through whatever the Flash film is going to be. I assume that this scene is going to happen during that film, yeah?
Yeah, at some point.
He's going to become the Flash in the future, but he's going to travel back in time, isn't he?
To warn Bruce.
This scene's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, so we see Superman. Superman just basically rips out Batman's heart. He just punches his heart. And here it is. This is where Barry Allen from the future comes to Bruce in the Batcave, and he screams, Lois Lane, she's the key. Am I too soon? I'm too soon. You're right about him. We've always been right about him.
Yeah, I've just seen that. It's the am I too soon thing, which I don't understand. Like, obviously, I understand that in the future he would have had to have said, I need to try and go back in time and travel back in time, but he obviously wasn't perfect. He didn't have it perfected, did he?
That's probably what it means, am I too soon?
Yeah, this is probably his first attempt at coming back in time to talk to Bruce. And whereas we now know that he could literally walk into this timeline with a bit more skill in that,
yeah,
he's obviously not perfected it, has he? But this is why we desperately need to see what the Flash film is, so that we can see how because this scene was never going to make any sense, was it? Until we got to see the Flash film.
Yeah, that's right.
And mark my words, that scene has been filmed for nearly 5 years.
Pretty much.
In fact, no, that scene would have been filmed because look how young Ezra looks in the role there.
Yeah,
even though they tried to make him look older, you can see it's just a younger kid with facial hair put on it.
Little bit of facial hair, yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I reckon that scene was probably filmed like 7 years ago, and they've had that in the can. And that's why these films end up looking so hodgepodge. Because would it surprise you that some of these scenes were filmed during Man of Steel and after the production of Man of Steel? Then they filmed the year after the Ben Affleck stuff with Batman. Then the year after they filmed all the stuff with Ben Affleck and Henry Cavill. So you basically had 3 different production things working on 3 different films.
Yeah, I mean, they do clash a bit because, as you say, they look like all these scenes look like they were filmed at different times.
And where are you now?
Well, we are now up to Bruce has just woke up now. So it's kind of weird here. I mean, it's a good scene, fantastic scene, but it's weird because it's like Bruce essentially had a dream within a dream.
Well, no, I assume that what we're supposed to see here is the effects of Barry trying to time travel. Bruce would have been conscious. He would have been sleeping. Then Barry would have sleeping parademon dream. Barry then would have woke him up out of the parademon dream at the precise moment that Superman tried to kill him, which obviously would have been a symbolization of like something bad's going to happen. Maybe that's a sign of the Speed Force, Barry messing with the Speed Force, because this would have been the first time he would have tried to go back in time.
Do you know what I would have changed for this scene? I mean, I loved it, but if I was to change it, I would have had Batman break into Lex Luthor's house, trying to look for the kryptonite. Lex Luthor somehow gets hold of Scarecrow's fear toxin, sets a trap for Batman. Batman gets knocked out by the fear gas, and that takes you into the nightmare world. So that's essentially bringing Batman's worst fear to life in the nightmare.
Well, this would have been technically after he would have been dealt with by Scarecrow anyway.
Yeah, so he would have dealt with Scarecrow anyway, and Lex Luthor would have
he may just be affected by the down the line, so he has nightmares and
that would have been brilliant.
Something's definitely driving these visions that he's getting, and like I said, I assume that it's something to do with Barry and the Speed Force.
That's what should have happened. He should have got gassed by Scarecrow's fear gas because of Lex Luthor, and that takes you into the nightmare world. And the only reason he gets out of that is because of the Flash, and of course Alfred wakes him up. So, Master Bruce, are you all right, sir? That would have been brilliant. I mean, I still like what we got here, but just would have had little things that would have made a little bit more sense.
Has Bruce found? Has he found the files yet?
Yeah, I think he's found. Yeah, he's unlocked the files now.
So is he sent the message to Diana yet?
Not yet. He hasn't sent them yet. But I think he's doing it now. And Clark's got hold of some pictures. Judge, jury, executioner, justice ? Yeah, Bruce is now just like decrypting the white Portuguese mystery, which is a boat. This is where we get another great scene here. Bruce and Alfred. This is where Alfred starts to question Bruce that the white Portuguese isn't carrying a dirty bomb. What is it really carrying? This is where we get another top-notch scene here. And Bruce pretty much reveals here that he's going to steal the kryptonite from Lex Luthor. Alfred assumes that he's going to destroy it, but Bruce says, no, I'm not. This scene's awesome. One thing I like about Ben Affleck's Bruce Wayne, more than the other portrayals, he's prepared for everything. I never really got the sense with the other Bruce guys who played Bruce Wayne that their Bruce Wayne was prepared for anything. I never really got that. But with this one, this is a man ready to go to war. And he's preparing to go to war. And I like that.
I mean, it would have been nice to have got once again the solo Batman movie that would have given us the insight into why this Batman is completely unhinged compared to anything else that we've seen before.
Yeah.
It's not just reckless abandonment, but there is a bit of questionable behavior from all of the superheroes in this.
Yeah. But that's what I liked about this Bruce Wayne, is that he's prepared. He's willing to fight.
And which are you watching now?
Basically, I'm watching this bit here is Alfred's pretty much having a go at Bruce and saying that Superman isn't our enemy. And Bruce is up more or less saying, maybe not today. And there's a really good line here. He says, 20 years in Gotham, Alfred. We've seen what promises are worth. How many good guys are left? How many stayed that way? Now, that's an interesting line because he could be referring to Harvey Dent becoming Two-Face.
Why has someone edited this scene with Steven Seagal? Yeah, no, on YouTube, I swear, somebody has edited this scene to show clips of Steven Seagal. I don't know what's funny here. Things that people said, this is a hilarious scene. Honestly, it's ridiculous.
Oh, dear. What was your thoughts on that scene with Bruce and Alfred, where Bruce is essentially saying, I'm going to use the kryptonite to take out Superman?
I think it's a matter of know-how versus, what you think. Alfred thinks that Superman is a good guy and truly believes that, and Bruce isn't convinced by it. And Bruce is the one that is out in the field all the time. Bruce is the one that, you know what I mean? Like, there's more to it than that. There's more to it than the basis of them both just being heroes. We've clearly tried to coexist in the same world. But I'm just getting this feeling that this guy doesn't care about anybody else, Alfred. You know what I mean? But maybe
Yeah.
Alfred's looking at it from a different perspective.
Yeah, he probably could. Yeah, he probably could be. I mean, he wants to try and see the good in everyone, but I think Bruce is past that now. I like that line he said earlier, how many good guys are left, how many stayed that way. Definitely a reference to Two-Face, or Harvey Dent becoming Two-Face. Or could be a reference to Jason Todd becoming the Red Hood, because we don't really know how long Robin's been dead by this point, do we?
Yeah, this is that bit where Bruce first figures out who Diana is. But then it's just one of them ones that I think they could have got a better photo of Diana, don't you? But obviously we've seen the photo in Wonder Woman.
Yeah. I
feel like it could have been a better photo. Do you know where I'm coming from?
Yeah, oh yeah, totally.
And because of the symbols, this is nothing that really irritated me. they've got the symbols that clearly say Wonder Woman. They've clearly got the Flash symbol. So basically, they're saying that Lex Luthor named these people.
Yeah, true. We're just up to this scene now where Clark is trying to figure out how a prisoner died, and his wife, the prisoner's wife, says, "Do you know how you stop a man like Batman with a fist?" So we're getting up to the white Portuguese boat that Bruce found earlier. So this is essentially now setting up Batman and Superman meeting each other for the first time. So we're now 1 hour and 14 minutes into this movie, and Batman and Superman have only just met each other officially. All right, I know technically they met in a dream, but that doesn't actually count because it was a dream. But here, they've just met each other about to meet each other for the first time. Mental.
Yeah, it is when you think they've just met earlier on in the film, and now they're about to meet like as their actual characters, like
First time.
And they're still like Batman must be ashamed of himself, man. Like, how did you not see straight through this guy?
So
You know, how did you? Come on, like you can't. What is the trick? I know the Flash does the shaky thing with his face, yeah. But you can't tell me that taking off a pair of glasses, like, come on.
Well, I mean, how in the animated series, I mean, depending on what version you read or watch, but what I remembered in the animated series was Batman and Superman met each other. Batman was interrogating a criminal who he was looking for the Joker. Superman stops him and says, "That's enough, leave him alone. You got your answer." Batman like karate throws him, like judo throws him, and then Superman like barges him. What's really hard, and he basically uses his X-ray vision and looks through Batman's mask. That's how he finds out who Batman really is.
He does, yeah. Like, there you go. I'd do that though.
That's what he did, and Batman got really irritated about that. And Superman like called him Bruce because you're Bruce Wayne, and Batman goes, "You peaked." He got really upset about it, and then I think later on, Batman learned that Superman was Clark Kent. He planted a bat tracer in Superman's cape after he like threw him over the table, and he like followed him to his apartment. So it's quite a comical how they found out each other's secret identities. But here, you don't really get the sense of how they find out their secret identities. So here we see Batman shoots a bat tracer onto one of the vans. So he's trying to track down the kryptonite that he's going to use on Superman. So here, basically, really, we're just getting Batman on a killing spree, just trashing cars and blowing things up. This is like the first time we see the Batmobile in the DCEU.
The Batman meets Superman here.
Yeah.
Obviously they fight, yeah. Like,
eventually.
There's obviously issues arising between them. It is kind of a I don't need your help situation at first, though, isn't it?
Kind of. But the thing is, you see, with Batman and Superman fighting each other...
I didn't like this Batmobile either. It looks too go-karty for me.
Yeah, I didn't like this This Batmobile was all right, but it's not my favourite. It doesn't really look... It looks like... It looks like an extension of the Batmobile we got in the Dark Knight trilogy.
And crashes the car into him.
Yeah. Now, my favourite Batmobile is still the first one from the Michael Keaton movies. I thought that was a really good, slick-looking Batmobile. Here, as you say, it looks a bit too go-karty.
Yeah, you can see the tension in this. It looks like a toy car, the Batmobile does in there.
It does a bit.
Why do you think? So they could sell toys?
Probably. Wouldn't be the first.
It looks like a remote control Hot Wheels car.
Yeah, it does a little bit. Yeah, it's not really. I don't really like the design for this, to be honest. I mean, it looks okay, but it just looks more like you say, it looks like a remote toy car.
What's the next scene after this?
Well, obviously Batman's still going around trashing everyone. By this point, Superman's about to show up in a minute. Jeez. Tell you something now, Batman takes no prisoners in this scene. At least we got an idea of why Batman is on a killing spree and using guns. Although that wasn't really made publicly clear. And here we go. So this is now, we're now up to Superman and Batman have met each other for the first time.
For his mask. Where does he peek for his mask?
I don't think he does, you know. He should have done. This is where they first meet each other.
No, what I'm saying is how does he find out that he's Bruce then?
I don't think they ever made that clear.
No, they do. When they fight, he calls him Bruce.
He calls him Bruce, but they don't really explain how he learns the truth. Next time they shine your light in the sky, don't go to it. The bat is dead. Bury it. I like what Batman says here. Tell me, do you bleed? Oh, brilliant. You will. Excellent.
Is that where he flies off?
Yeah. See, in that scene, it was a great scene, but as you said before, Superman just came across as a real big monster heel. More than Batman.
Told you, it's the healing it.
I've definitely got heel vibes from this, even more than Man of Steel.
He just comes across as just such a robotic prick.
It's just that
derived, like he's just nowhere near he's nowhere near human mentality. His brain doesn't think like a human, obviously.
No. I don't know really. He definitely comes across more heel in this one than Man of Steel. So Bruce is in the cave now and he's located the kryptonites, which we now see is being brought to Lex Luthor. So I think by this point we're gearing up for the trial now of Superman. We had good stuff here.
Yeah, it's certainly been, this middle part has certainly been a lot better than the first bit.
Well, I mean,
don't get me wrong. There's a reason for that. It's because Batman's been in the majority of this middle part
so far. Yeah.
As soon as Batman's on the screen, everything sort of jumps up into this 7 out of 10, like locked in. But then as soon as it's just Superman or anything that's not that,
it drops a bit.
And we haven't yet got up to the bit where Wonder Woman starts kicking behind. So
yeah, Wonder Woman doesn't come till like the late third half of this movie.
So yeah, we're not even into that bit there. So you got to imagine at this point there's a lot going on with the situation in this film, because obviously, especially with this being the ultimate cut, they do build it a little bit more than they do with the theatrical cut from what it looks like.
Oh yeah, it does. The ultimate cut's about 3 hours and 2 minutes long.
Right, where are we at now?
Well, we're up to now. Superman's met with Martha, and she essentially tells him that you don't owe the world anything. You never did. So we've had that scene.
Yeah, thankfully I've skipped past that scene, guys. They're the scenes that make me want to switch this film off.
Yeah.
Stand any Superman exposition or family things or anything like that. It just makes me want to switch the movie off.
So we see the African lady who we've been seeing.
Are we finally at the African lady scene now?
Yes, we are now.
I'm sure she starts telling lies, doesn't she?
She doesn't. I think she doesn't tell lies. I think she says she was told to say all that.
Yeah, I'm watching it now. Have you actually got her on the screen where she gets off the bus and that?
She just got on the bus. She's just been to see the senator.
Oh, so I'm seeing the scene after that scene then. Yeah, I'm watching the scene.
Yeah, you're there, but you just about missed it.
Right, let me find it, because there's a scene where she speaks to someone, and then there's a scene where it obviously exposes that she lied. That's the beginning and the after bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we are. Wait, let me find this. Where's that scene gone? Because I had it before, where she speaks and like exposes something where it turns out that she was lying. I've already seen that bit anyway, so yeah, I want to watch the lied bit. It's in this playlist somewhere anyway. Which just goes to show as well, you just never know who to even trust in these situations.
That's true, you know.
Superman obviously thinks that he's safe with all these things, and he's not. It's like, look, not everybody, like even Clark said, oh, that's not what everybody else thinks. No, that's not what you think. Everybody else might actually think that, Clark. So you're at the bit with the senator and that, yeah?
Yeah.
So you're at the actual official trial of Superman bit then, yeah?
Not quite. We've just had the lady speak to the senator, and the next scene we get is Lois meeting with the general. Basically explains him that someone's gone out of their way to make Superman look like the bad guy. And the general reveals that the metal was made by a company, LexCorp. And he also goes on to explain that he had people there at the desert to set Superman up. It's a pretty good scene. It's all right.
It's probably the best scene with just Lois and Superman without Batman being involved or Bruce being involved.
Not
One
quite.
of the better ones.
Yeah, we're up to now the trial. If the trial's just started, we see the guy in the chair. We see Bruce Wayne at Wayne Enterprises. He's watching this live.
Here we are. So you're at the guy with the wheelchair. He's just come in, yeah?
Yeah, he's just come in now.
Reporters behind. He's just out. Is she started speaking to him yet, or is she just about to speak to him?
She just started speaking to him.
Yeah, I'm at this bit now.
Yeah, and Bruce is up watching it live from his office.
I've come here to tell them to wake up. It's flesh and blood. Delivered a war here, and this what this war looks like. I have nothing. So this is Bruce obviously overhearing that people don't or not everybody likes this guy.
No.
And this is obviously triggering Bruce's obviously anxiety towards anyone with any kind of power.
More or less, yeah.
Like, you know, uncontrolled and unstopped power. Like basically where that can lead to, say, the Joe Chill thing.
Yeah.
Letting him get out of control led to the death of Bruce's parents. Now I know that's a bit of a big jump from one thing to the other, but that's what Bruce's mind is telling him right now, isn't it?
Pretty much.
So we've got the June or whatever her name is. What's her name? June Firth or whatever.
Who, the senator?
June Finch. She's talking to the other guy, and then Lex has come out of nowhere.
Yeah, I'm up to there now with Mercy Graves, the irrelevant Mercy.
I didn't even see her.
Yeah, she doesn't do much. She doesn't even say anything.
She's just there and then walks off.
Yeah.
Open your eyes. Like, are you at that bit yet with Bruce reading these notes?
Not yet. I'm up to the notes now.
I'm up to the bit where they're in a cafe.
No, I'm not quite there yet.
Your scene's got to end. Let me know when the cafe looks up and it says the Senate committee hearing.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now. Martha's looking at the TV screen.
Yeah, that's Martha, isn't it? Of course it is.
Yeah.
Is she fitter than she's ever been before?
Who, Martha Kent?
Yeah.
I don't know why. I mean, Diane Lane's actually a very attractive lady. I mean, I think she must be about.
And then I feel like we're supposed to believe that there's some kind of sexual tension between Lex and this woman here. If Lex was 20 years older like he should be, I would believe that.
Yeah, you would buy into that.
Bearing in mind that if Superman looks 10 years older than Lex here, that would make probably Superman 50 odd.
At least.
Because he's going to look younger, isn't he? For the Kryptonian. He's going to look younger here, isn't he? Because of what the sun does to him. So he could be 50.
Well, Superman, depending on what you read, really, Superman ages 20 years slower than a human.
Yeah.
So he ages very slowly. So if he was 50, he would look about 20.
Oh, so the African woman gets pushed in front of the train.
Yeah, I'm up to that now.
So where did we went? Oh, because she lied before, didn't she?
Yeah, she was told to lie. I'm quite amazed no one saw him do that. Kill the lady. So now the trial has just started. Superman's just walked in now.
Yeah, I've just watched him walk in. Everyone's just like, shut up.
Yeah.
They're pressed, like sitting on the floor in there. Come on.
I know.
You get the trial of Superman up now because I've missed that bit. It's weird because as soon as Superman gets on the screen, I feel like we're watching a completely different movie.
It is like that because each time you're seeing these guys on screen, it's like you're watching, as you say, it's like you're watching different films. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like Henry Cavill's Superman's not really had a lot of lines in this movie.
No, it's just all cliche stuff.
I don't really feel like he's talked enough in this, and yet Superman, he's the opposite of Batman. He talks quite a lot more. The senator's just noticed a jar of pee, which is a reference to what Lex Luthor was saying, what she said to Lex earlier. Yeah, he starts to realise that Lex is not in the room, and that's when the bomb goes off.
I also feel like this is a good way of looking at Lex. Obviously, she doesn't get a chance to see this bit because, of course, what happens in a second. But I also feel like this is a great way of seeing, like, that Lex is actually a lot more like the Lex Luthor that we see, but you don't get to see enough of this. he is manipulative in this film. He is controlling, and he's been planning something like this all along from way back when. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
This is basically for her, the Senate and people like, she's now realized, she's just thinking that she's been used to get Superman into this position, so she looks like the target woman, whereas in reality it's more than that.
Absolutely. Yeah, Bruce has just got the newspaper clipping saying, "You let your family die." This is all basically to make Superman look like the heel. Now, in the Ultimate Cut, it's explained, which we'll see, which we'll get to soon enough. Now, in the theatrical cut at the cinema, everyone frowned and said, "How could Superman not see the bomb go off?" You know, it was never really explained or addressed.
Flash, is he? He's not the Flash.
No,
it's not the Flash. Like, this is the difference, and this is why I was a little bit annoyed in the Justice League film, because they act like because Superman can move at the speed of light that he is like the Flash. He's not like the Flash. There's something that the Flash has got that Superman hasn't got, and that's that ability, so the whole room slows down. Now, Superman can reverse the effect of that. That is not something that I'm going to argue with. So it means that when the Flash is slowed down, or the Flash is moving at speed, Superman can just be there looking at him like he was in the Justice League.
Yeah.
But in this situation, Superman wouldn't be able to sense that, because unless the brain of that guy was going, or somebody in his ear was going, get ready, get ready, get ready, he wouldn't be alerted to it. He wouldn't think. He sensed something wasn't right, and he could sense the tension in the room. But he isn't like Barry, where explosion, Barry can move so quickly because he can see it that he could empty that room out in the split second that explosion went off. Superman could have if he had the thing that Barry did, but he hasn't got that. I don't know what the difference technically is, but I just know that Barry's got the ability to slow down time and move with time, whereas Superman's just got the ability to move as fast as Barry has.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I think people might have had that one a little bit confused, to be honest, because I don't think that Superman should have been able to have evacuated that room. I mean, don't get me wrong, I feel like the Quicksilver Flash thing can be quite convenient at certain times when they can just empty a room of people being killed, but then at other times they're not there to be seen.
No, that's true. Well, I mean, they do explain a bit later on why Superman was not able to sense the bomb. And this was not explained in the theatrical cut, which really made a lot of people annoyed, me included. But I'm glad in the Ultimate Edition of Batman v Superman that was addressed. So I was quite pleased they actually.
What was the actual explanation?
The actual explanation was that the guy's wheelchair was lined with lead, which carried the bomb underneath its chair. That's why Superman was not able to see it with his X-ray vision.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't, because obviously I thought you meant why he wasn't able to stop the bomb after.
Obviously, if he'd seen.
Yeah, if he'd have seen the bomb in the chair, he would have been able to.
Yeah, he would have been able to stop it. And plus, because it's lined with lead, it blocks Superman's hearing as super hearing.
Yeah, I was just the ticking. Yeah, of course. I was just referring to why people would have said, because I thought in my mind people were doing that. What happens in X-Men, where Quicksilver clearly sees the explosion, but he's so quick that he can evacuate everybody away from that explosion before that explosion actually goes off.
That's
and
right.
He can just move, like move people like chess pieces, like move. So he doesn't have to technically save everybody one at a time. He just has to get people 10 feet away from the blast and then save them. Boom, 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 boom. He can not like, Quicksilver, compared to the Flash. I feel like the Flash has got all those abilities, but I feel like they did more with the X-Men films by showing you Quicksilver's not only thinking for how quickly I can save these people, he's also doing things in between. Like, he will push your body 20 feet away from the explosion, along with 20 other people, save 2 people close to the explosion, then he will save you 20, because that's what his mind is so quick. Why it's not just him moving quick, it's actually his mind is moving quicker than every other thing that can even think. And that's where I think that maybe he would have an advantage over Superman. But then in this situation, Superman, he would have to hear the ticking, sense the bomb, know something's wrong, then save people, or he would just hold the bomb to his chest, wouldn't he, and take the blast himself.
Totally, absolutely. That's pretty much what happened here. That he couldn't see the bomb because it was lined with lead.
And it's weird to think, isn't it, that Quicksilver couldn't take that blast because he'll be dead immediately if he got hit with the blast. But he's quick enough to be able to exit a room, and the Flash would be,
Yeah.
exit that room of people before the explosion reached those people, even though the explosion's almost instantaneously. That's how fast that they are. But yeah, the Flash would have a better chance of saving all those people in that court than Superman would in that position.
Oh yeah, he would have done. Absolutely.
I reckon the Flash could have at least got out a few people.
Yeah, he probably would have been able to get a few people out. So we're now up to, in the ultimate cut, Superman's just left, and we see Alfred's arrived on the scene back at Bruce Wayne's house. He sees all the notes that Bruce Wayne's got, and it just starts to dawn on him that Bruce Wayne's gone and done something really terrible. He's gone to actually get the kryptonite. Even though Alfred doesn't really say anything here.
It's almost like you can see the disapproval in Alfred's face to say, like, why have you gone against what I told you not to do? I told you not to do this. And not just because of thingy, it's because of what this can cause after. There's also an issue with that as well.
Yeah, you can see that, as you say, you can see a look of betrayal in Alfred's face, like, oh dear Lord, Bruce, what have you done?
And also like disappointment as well, because obviously whether Bruce is right or wrong, the situation's not right. That's the difference between Bruce and Alfred. Alfred can look at it from a situation of what's right for everyone, rather than when Bruce can look at it about what's right for him and the situation and how he wins the situation, which we all know that Batman can get kind of caught up in that as well.
Yeah, definitely. So we see Batman's broken into LexCorp, and he's stolen the kryptonite, and Lex Luthor sees the Batarang, and Lex is essentially, he's smirking. So we see now that Lex Luthor's plan is to have Batman take out Superman for him, even if Batman doesn't realize it. So that's the plan.
I don't think that was his plan. I think he stumbled upon that plan when he's seen the behavior of Batman, like how eager that Batman was to take out Superman. I think that's when he realized. That's what that smirk's about. I feel that smirk's more to do with, I didn't see this one coming. What happens when you turn one guy who's hot-headed? I mean, obviously, it'd be like nice if Lex knew who Bruce was. Obviously, that isn't. He knew that Bruce was Batman, because then he could be like, what happens when you put one hot-headed guy in a suit against another hot-headed guy in a suit? It's a recipe for disaster, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Remember, at this point, he hasn't created Doomsday.
Not yet. He's getting ready to. He's preparing to. He's got Zod's body, so he's preparing to do something with Zod's body. We don't know yet, but we know that he's planning to do something.
This mind that you're right. If Lex Luthor was played by a different person, but he still had this brain of thinking, just being a total unhinged, I don't care how much collateral damage I cause type of madman, I feel like it actually would have gone down pretty well.
It would have done.
Absolutely. Like they maybe cast somebody who was just out of his depth in this role.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, when you got powerhouses like Henry Cavill as Superman and Ben Affleck as Batman, and even throwing Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman, you think, wow, that's pretty impressive right there.
Doesn't explain why he introduced us in Deathstroke, and then we still didn't get any of that.
No, we didn't even get that either. And then you throw in Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor, like, eh?
It's because he's linked to that as well forever and a day now, isn't it? We all have to sit here and say, oh yeah, well, let's not forget that he was the character that introduced Deathstroke, and then we never got him.
Yeah, I know. It's just like, it just feels really odd and looks odd. So right, you got all these powerhouses, and then you got him. You're like, okay.
His job is basically to be Bobby Heenan and Jimmy Hart.
It's not as classy.
Finding a stable of heel villains that can then go on and attack all the good guys.
But just not as cool though.
That's what I mean. None of that ever happened.
No.
Like, we never got that. We never got what we wanted, which was, right, Deathstroke coming in, this person coming in, let's bring in some other person, and then we've got a team of villains that can go up against a team of heroes. But no, they just decided to go with let's create really powerful villains that none of them can't take on.
It doesn't really make it believable, does it?
Nope. Oh,
So we've just had Superman Lois having a scene where Lois is trying to convince Superman that there are lots of people who are behind this trying to frame him, and tries to say that the symbol still means something. And Superman very emotionally says that it's just a dream of a man from Kansas, my dad's dream. I thought it was quite interesting here that Lois, she's trying to like motivate Superman, so look, people still believe in what it stands for. And Superman's like, no, it doesn't. It's just not. Superman's always been known as a hopeful character, very optimistic. He always wants to see the good in everything, always hopes for the best. Here, he just sounds so defeatist.
is this the no one stays good?
Not yet. We're not. We're not far off from that. No, this is where Superman's in Lois's apartment. This is where we're up to now. And Superman's basically saying that my symbol meant something on my world. It means nothing on this world.
Oh, Superman was never real.
Yeah.
I've got it.
He goes, my world doesn't exist anymore, and he just flies off. I have to say, though, I have to agree with what you said earlier. For some reason, it's what you said earlier, Amy Adams as Lois Lane, just here, she looks really, really good. And even like a few scenes earlier, she looks really good. But then the rest of the movie, she just looks really boring.
She does. It's just like, I feel like she turned up one morning and she couldn't be bothered.
Yeah, you kind of get that sense. It's like, I don't know, really. It's like if Amy Adams as Lois Lane just woke up and said, no, I can't be bothered to look good today. It's like she doesn't even try to look good.
If I was a woman, I'd be able to get away with literally sitting here and saying, she looks rough in half the film.
Yeah, it's a rough cover.
She looks rougher than Jane Foster did in half the film of Thor, and she's dying.
That's not good.
She just doesn't look invested in role. And plus, it's the comedy, because she was in comedy and that before.
That's it, yeah.
I can't take her seriously.
It's like
she was a bad comedian before she was in this film.
I remember. No, it's just like even like Gal Gadot. Even Gal Gadot, she was like, oh, I look rough, but to us, be like, yeah, you still look great though. Gal Gadot doesn't even have to try. I think the difference between Amy Adams and Gal Gadot is, I think
that could also be the fact that Gal Gadot looks so good in this movie that it makes all the other women. I mean, don't get me wrong, Martha looks pretty decent for her age.
Absolutely.
Amy Adams just looks rough. Like Martha looks too old, too young to be Clark's mom.
Yeah.
Amy looks too old to be Clark's girlfriend.
That's it. It's like Gal Gadot, yeah, she looks so good. She doesn't even have to try to look good. She could wake up in the morning with a potato bag and still look good. I think that's just how it is, really. Some people just can look nice no matter what. So now we're up to Lex Luthor's in the ship, so it looks like Lex is starting to get ready to create Doomsday. So he's in the liquid now. This is essentially, I always refer to this as Dr. Frankenstein creating his monster. Now this is where Zod is mutated into Doomsday. This is something that this was done in the more recent comic books, where Zod mutated into Doomsday. So they kind of took parts of that comic book for this movie. Me personally, I always feel Zod and Doomsday should be two separate characters.
Yeah, I do as well.
I was not a fan of. I mean, it was okay. I suppose it was okay for what it was, but I wasn't a fan completely of Zod mutating to Doomsday. I just wasn't a fan of that. It would have been more interesting if Zod was brought back to life. I think that would have been much better.
Where's the confrontation between Lex Luthor and Superman?
It's coming. That's coming up soon. Now we're up to Bruce Wayne. He's basically training in preparation for his fight with Superman.
Oh, I hate the training thing. Yeah, I'm going to watch this now.
Now this was something I've wanted to see in a DC movie for a long time. Bruce Wayne's just in beast mode here.
Affleck looks like he's in great shape as well.
Oh, he really got in shape.
He did the scene himself as well. He did that scene himself with the tire.
Yeah, he did all of this himself. Some people have said that, was there CGI involved? There wasn't. It's all him. The shape he got in for this movie, as you can see, was just phenomenal.
Some of this that's being filmed here is what he sent to Warner Brothers. I swear I read something about he sent some of these training montages to Warner Brothers, and they were so good that they think he wrapped all the weights in like black and all that kind of stuff to make it so it looked more like a Batman thing.
Another thing I like about this training scene is only a little minor detail, but it really adds into the fact that this Batman's been around.
This is the bit where he figures out who Wonder Woman is, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. There's a part here, it's only a little minor detail, but I thought it was really good they added this in, and it really shows you how long this Batman's been around. If you look closely on Batman's back, Bruce has got all cuts and bruises and scars from years and years of fighting crime. So on the top of his shoulder, it looks like he's got a burn mark. So I'm guessing that's from Joker's acid. And then round his lower back, as we move along this scene, round his lower back is all bruising. So I'm guessing he must have at some point had his back broken by Bane.
Yeah.
I like that because and even on the front of his top of his chest, he's got all scars where he probably might have been shot, may have had his chest slashed by the Joker or someone. You can see that this guy's been through wars. Like that. I know it's only little details, but I thought it's really good they add those details in to show that this is not just Batman. This is a soldier. He's been in some real fights.
I want to find the Lex Corp files again.
That's coming.
I've already seen that scene.
Yeah, Bruce has just finished training. He just drops all the weights, and yeah, you can see this guy's ready for not a fight. He's ready for a war, and that's something that I feel like a lot of the other Batman films, just in general, have never captured that. I mean, yeah, we've seen Bruce train, but you never really got the sense that when you're training, you feel like, wow, you can feel that intensity, you can feel that pain. Bruce really wants to go to war, and I really feel Ben Affleck captured that intensity perfectly. Even when he's sitting at the chair, going through the files, what you're talking about, he just looks out of gas because he's much older. Here we go. This is where he learns about Diana. And here's what you were saying before. All the files have got all the members' logos on it.
Yeah, that was.
It's like you said, it's almost like they're trying to say to us that we don't know who these people are.
He sits back in the chair. He clicks the meta-human thing, yeah? So he obviously knows what he's going to find here.
Yes. So we've got a Wonder Woman logo, we've got a Cyborg logo, the Flash logo, and Aquaman.
And the timing's terrible. Surely one video should have been, and this is really where I have to get into this. If we're going to do a movie that's 1984, 5 years, 2 years later, or 3-4 years later, wouldn't it have made a bit more sense if we got to see her in a costume in 1984?
Not just that. You see,
one video was from 2012, one video was from 2015, one video was from 1918. That could have been a great grandma. It would have made way more sense if one video was from 1955, one video was from 1918, one video was from 2012.
Do you think we should have had? You see, when Bruce is watching the security tapes of Diana, do you think one of them should have been from 84?
100% in that shopping mall, and she saved those people.
Yes, we should have got that.
They took pictures of her.
There was security cameras in 84. Of course there was.
Because that man switched some of them off, didn't they, as well? They broke some of them.
Yeah, they could have been one still working.
And I'm pretty sure it's being broadcast on the news as well at the time.
Oh, would have been.
No, in the actual film, it was being broadcast on the news at the time.
So Bruce would have seen it.
They kept cutting to like film things. That's why it was very contradictive in that film. And just to add to that, you wouldn't necessarily think just because someone looked like somebody else 100 years later that they were automatically that person. The first thing that you would think is potentially that they were that person's grandma or granddad. Like it's explained in the Eternals with that guy who says, I've lived through 5 generations or whatever.
Yeah. I think that there's that scene where Diana's looking up at the camera as she's taking out money. That should have been from 84, and her hairstyle should have been like very 80s, and the clothing should have been like close to the 80s, like big shoulder padded top. And
how much could she have changed between 2012 and 2015?
What we should have seen in these scenes is Diana, each year, like you said, each year you see Diana, she looks different. And Bruce could have just been sitting there thinking, holy cow, this lady hasn't even aged.
Has he sent them to Diana yet on yours?
No, we're not up to there yet. And there's another. There's a yeah. We're up. He's found the picture from 1918 with Steve Trevor. Yeah, he's just looked at it. He's just found it now.
You wouldn't necessarily think that that's her, though.
No, I thought it was kind of cool to do the reveal. I thought that was kind of cool they did that.
Sent it to Diana now, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's just sent it to her now, but we don't see that till a bit later on. We're now back to Lex starting to prepare Zod's mutation into Doomsday.
But yeah, let's find the Doomsday thing.
He's got the knife out now.
Lex Luthor.
He starts dripping blood on Zod's body's face.
Here we go.
That's it.
What we got here? So he's got the horrible thing on his hand that he opened. It's the fingerprints, isn't it?
Yeah, Zod's fingerprints. Do you know what would have made this scene even better? The computer's voice, it should have been Brainiac. I'd love that. So Brainiac system's activated.
His trainers and all that on, like, the system wouldn't know that he's someone different.
Yeah, because Brainiac's a computer. You wouldn't know it's not Kryptonian. Because Brainiac basically just does his job. He's just programmed to do a job. So yeah, Zod's started to mutate. And we see now news reports.
So Lex takes that thing out and then puts the thing back in.
Yeah.
So he gets to look at it. Would have been nice if we'd ever seen Zod do anything that is involved in this scene. Of course, no, we didn't get to see any of that in Man of Steel.
No. Well, Zod was already the main villain in Man of Steel. I don't think it would have served much purpose having him back in this one.
No, but I mean, what we're seeing Lex do now by activating all these things is all new. We didn't get to see Zod do any of this stuff.
No.
It's all just automatically done because he was the leader of the group. Of course, watching him drag a body like naked means that you know that he's got to touch certain places and stuff.
That's it.
It's like Lex acts like he's like disgusted and that, and it's like, you're not. You're supposed to be a bad guy. And the worst thing is, and I've got to say this, is this not just like the dumbest thing that you've ever seen? He creates now. Sorry, no. I'm going to be honest. I would understand this if they would have added this in with the fact that he was exposed to the Superman crashing down on Earth, and something in his blood made it so that now he could use his partially mutated kryptonite blood to then create a baby with a kryptonite man. But why would two men be able to create anything? Surely the first thing that he would need to do is take a strong, powerful female, maybe Diana, and then use her blood, because he knows who Diana is because of the picture.
Yep.
I'm not even going to get it. It's obvious where I'm going with that.
Yeah, I know where you're going. I know what you mean.
It's so obvious. That is one of the dumbest things that I've ever seen. Why? Listen, why would you want to... Is he that delusional that he thinks that he's like Superman and Batman? Why would he want to create anything out of his blood? I'd be worried that that thing would turn out dweeby and not ready to fight.
Exactly.
Surely the whole idea here would be to get Superman's blood, but he can't. So then he goes to the next best thing, which is, well, I might know somebody. So then he lures Wonder Woman out. Oh, my word, this film could have been something completely different. And the worst thing is, the film wasn't bad. Like I said, I keep hitting on it. This film wasn't bad. But you can just see with DC how many, like, they've sat in a room and said, right, give us ideas. And they've had 500 ideas and not one of them have been good.
No. And all the ideas that were suggested don't make a blind bit of sense.
And see where I'm coming from, though, how when you take Batman out of the equation, you have to think from what would Lex Luthor be doing. This isn't what Lex Luthor would do.
No.
Why would he use his own blood to create something that is going to be a killing machine? And then thus, why would that then become a killing machine when it's infected by Lex Luthor's blood? Surely it'd be geeky and avoiding any sort of physical contact.
Well, I mean, Superboy was created by Lex Luthor and Superman's DNA. Obviously, totally different thing. But that was done slightly different. But with this movie, it just doesn't make any sense. There's no sense of any technology to use. It's just, we'll just use a bit of my blood. Yeah, there's your Doomsday.
You see in the Doomsday is born.
We don't see Doomsday come out till a bit later on in the film.
Where are you now?
Now, where are we at? Superman's gone missing, and Lois is like watching the news. Lex's plans obviously is coming together. And now we're up to Lois Lane's in the guy's wheelchair's apartment.
Yeah, this is a scene that I'm probably not going to do any research for. Where's the scene between Superman and Lex Luthor? When does that start?
That's coming shortly. So we're just getting through this scene much. There's not really much to say.
I'm just going to wait
about this scene. It's just left Lois is like basically looking for clues.
You know, Lex says problems up here. Any expedition with Lois Lane, I just can't be dealing with it. I don't need Lois to be doing it. I know that she's doing it because she's unaware that Batman is out there, but she can't be oblivious to this situation.
Well, we're now up to she's talking to the scientist who she gave the bullet to, and that's when they finally confirmed that the wheelchair was lined with lead, which was why Superman wasn't able to hear or see the bomb. Now we're up to Superman is in the mountains. He's just walking alone. Now, there's an interesting thing I got to ask. Superman here's got a beard. Now, the only time he'd probably grow a beard if he had no powers. So it just makes no sense how he could grow a beard here.
Lazy filming.
And now we got a cameo from Jonathan Kent, played by your favourite actor and mine, Kevin Costner.
Yeah, that's all we need at this crucial part of the film.
Yeah, just when things are getting more epic.
Appearance from one of the characters that were head scratching in the first film.
Yeah. With his questionable parenting. It's not really an important scene. It's just Jonathan Kent talking about saving people and stopping a flood. Yeah. I'm sorry, but I know it's only a cameo, thankfully, but I've said this before and I'll say this again. I would not have cast Kevin Costner as Jonathan Kent.
Me neither.
I would either have tried to get John Schneider back from Smallville, or I would have got maybe an unknown actor, because I'm sure there's plenty of older actors out there who could have done a much better job. And Clark's like asking, did the nightmares ever stop?
They don't, mate. They don't.
And Kent says, yeah, when I met your mother. There's that line, she was my world, just like what Superman said in Bruce's Nightmare.
Yeah, this is the part of the film where it's like, come on, less Superman, more Batman, please, more Wonder Woman. Can we get to that?
I miss you too. I miss you too, Dad. And here we go. So we get a really good epic scene here. We see Alfred come to Wayne Manor. It's all burned, and Alfred's basically convincing Bruce that he can't win this fight. I've got to say, the scenes with Ben Affleck and Jeremy Irons as Bruce Wayne and Alfred are just 5-star class.
Best in the film, like the best scenes in the film. They clearly deserve to have an actual film with just Ben Affleck playing Batman and Alfred being Alfred. Like, honestly,
these two are just gold.
Jason Gordon-Levitt as Robin. I wonder who would have been the villain in that film there.
If we'd got a prequel before Dawn of Justice, who would have been the villain? I don't suppose it would have been the Joker, because
they already had the villain in mind. They knew they were going to have those two characters interact with each other on the big screen.
Yeah.
Why did we not get this as the Batman film? And the reason why Batman would have a problem with Lex, the reason why Batman would then thus be able to somehow stumble up into this other being, which is Superman, etc., etc. It could have been all solved.
I like here that Bruce Wayne, this is again another great moment why Ben Affleck was awesome in this movie. He's actually willing to give his life to stop Superman. And Alfred more or less says to him, what over 20 years of fighting crime, does it not mean that much? And he says a really good line here where he says, criminals are like weeds, Alfred. You get rid of one and another one grows back. This is about the future of the universe, the world. Top-notch writing. See, this is quite interesting. The writing for Jeremy Irons and Ben Affleck, as Bruce Wayne and Alfred, it's just top-notch. Even the stuff with Diana, with Gal Gadot, although she doesn't have that many scenes, they're pretty good. But it's just when you get to Amy Adams and Henry Cavill as Superman and Lois, it's just questionable. Really, really questionable. So Bruce is essentially getting ready to go to war. Now we see here that Martha Kent gets kidnapped. Now, for those of you who know, yeah, this leads into a very infamous line that still gets talked about a lot to this day, and that's the whole Martha scene, which doesn't come just yet, but it's coming. So now we're up to that. Martha Kent gets abducted by Lex Luthor's men.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like on top of it, it's always like we have to have situations with Lois and Martha. Batman doesn't seem to be driven by constantly having to do the Spider-Man saving your girlfriends and family members and stuff. Like there is a bigger wide world out there than just the people that are trapped in this little metropolis, obviously.
Well, we're now up to Bruce is getting ready to fight Superman. We see him in the bat suit of armor. Now, the bat suit of armor, for those who know your comic book lore and mythology, the suit of armor is from Batman: The Dark Knight Returns, written by Frank Miller. Now, I was really pleased with this because he looks exactly like Batman from the graphic novel. Silver armor, cape, eyes glowing white. It's like I'm watching essentially the comic book being brought to life, and yeah, really, really good here. One thing we haven't touched upon that I really wanted to mention here, and I wanted to ask you this before we get into this scene more. What was your thoughts on Bruce Wayne having a voice changer in his mask to disguise his voice? What did you think of that?
Well, it's subtle, isn't it? Like most of the guys just put on a deeper voice, like Christian Bale did anyway. So
yeah, I was not a fan of his voice though.
Voice anyway, but yeah, it didn't take away from it, and because we know who Batman is, it doesn't really take it away from us, does it? Because we already know who he is anyway. And we have to sit there and suspend our disbelief and say these people don't know who he is. We do.
Well, I mean, obviously Christian Bale did an amazing job as Batman. No one can ever take that away from him. But he loses only a couple of points because the voice, is a bit head jarring. Just a little bit.
It is a bit overbearing still. I won't deny.
I think Ben Affleck's Batman, the voice, because he uses a voice changer in his mask, I think is really good. It doesn't sound too over the top, but then it doesn't sound too like downplayed. It's just like a good balance. You can hear him. You can hear what he's saying. It sounds quite scary, but it doesn't sound too over the top. Like I'm Batman,
I've heard that though. Like when even back in the day with, I think a little bit with Michael Keaton, he did that a little bit where it's like, I'm Batman.
I think he only did it like one time though, which was fine. He didn't overdo it though. But I feel like Ben Affleck's Batman
was still trying to convince himself that he actually was Batman, though, wasn't he?
Yeah, but I think what I like about Ben Affleck's Batman, not once has he ever said I'm Batman, because he doesn't need to tell you who he is. You know who he is.
Yeah, you know who he is.
Yeah, that's what I think I like this one just a little bit more. That he doesn't need to tell you that I'm Batman. No, you know who he is. And his voice, it's intimidating, but it's not over the top. It's just very, very calm. I like that. I thought they did a really good job with the voice here. Doesn't really get talked about enough. So now Batman's essentially switched on the bat signal, so he's basically calling out Superman for a fight.
Right, well, it's one of them with this film where it's like, oh, so we're going to get the fight between Batman and Superman first, yeah?
Yeah, pretty much.
So let's fight. What is it? Black and blue, God versus man.
Yeah.
Right, let's have a look at what this takes place here, because
we're getting near to it now. Lois gets kidnapped first, though, because we've not seen that before, have we?
Lois, we've never seen anything like that. I just said that before. Like, why does everything that involves Superman and Spider-Man seem to always involve somebody in the family's been kidnapped or whatever? Like, come on, let's find a different thing. Lois, can you keep yourself out of trouble, please?
Yeah, I know, it does get a bit old after a while. Plus, I've noticed that Lois doesn't really try to defend herself. In most versions I've seen of Lois, even when she's getting kidnapped, she still puts up a fight. Like maybe she kicks someone or slaps someone across the face. Like she tries to put up a fight to escape. But here, it's like Lois just gets kidnapped and, that's it really. So Lois is taken up to the top of the tower where she meets Lex. And it's just, I'm sorry, didn't like this scene. Nothing against Amy Adams, but I don't like Jesse Eisenberg. I just didn't like him as Lex.
Yeah, he was out of his depth. Yeah, out of his depth.
He clearly was the odd one out of this whole cast. He had no business being here.
That should do.
Laying low in the morning. Lola. Lois Lane. Yeah, I'm sorry. Just didn't like this. Yeah, so we're up to Lex Luthor and Lois. Yeah, I don't really care much for this scene. Didn't care for this at all.
Everything involving Lois, Lex Luthor, and Superman seems like it's filmed in a different film. I swear to you.
I know. So Superman returns, no pun intended, and saves Lois. So he goes missing for all those days, and he comes back to save her. One thing that does bug me, though, if Superman's been away for a few days, how would he know where Lois is, and how would he know when to save her? Because Lois could have felt her death easily.
That homing device that he seems to have.
Perhaps.
Get it right at the start. Like, what has he got? Some kind of like radar homing device on Lois?
Must be. Now we're gearing up to Lex Luthor and Superman meeting each other. Finally.
Is this finally happening now?
Yeah, it's finally happening now. So let's look at it. We are now 1 hour and 54 minutes into this movie, and Lex Luthor and Superman have just met each other.
Nearly Lex Luthor wrestling there instead of Impact Wrestling, unless Lex Luthor's actually set up his own wrestling promotion.
Do you know who he reminds me of, this Lex Luthor by Jesse Eisenberg? He could be like Vince McMahon's stupid nephew that he never wants to talk about.
Eric Bischoff's like legitimate son instead of what he did with Garrett Bischoff.
Dad, I want to be an owner when you're old enough, son. But Dad, I'm 35. I want to be an owner like you. Not now, son. Go away. I like what Superman says here to Lex. He says, I'll take you without breaking you. And he just pretty much reveals to Superman that he knows he's Clark Kent.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
Yeah. So Lex has pretty much revealed that 2 years of being pushed over the edge, but he didn't need much encouragement and all this. And now you will fly to him and battle him to the death. Fight night. The great God versus man, day versus night.
You know what it is? I've never been invested in heels that are not
believable,
like tough guys. So I can't get into these supervillains that are not capable. I don't think they need to be powerful, but they need to at least be sadistic and dangerous in their own right, with things a touch of a button. I don't buy this Superman standing right next to this weird guy who's clearly trying to take him out, and not just flying at him and take him up into space and freezing him and leaving him there. You clearly see that he's a villain.
Yeah,
this is that point where it's like, you don't kill. I think it's like, so he doesn't kill, fair enough. So then take him to prison then, like Superman would have done in the early films, and just said, I feel like you're going to do something stupid, so I'm just going to lock you away. And then another villain would come along. Or Lex would be then forced to do all his stuff from prison, which then, forgive me for saying this once again, would have drove him to, of course, try to hire out maybe some mercenaries.
The thing is, you see, why I've never liked Lex Luthor, even not even for talking about Jesse Eisenberg, just in general, I've never really bought into the idea that a human could cause an alien so much trouble. I just never really bought into that. I'd understand if it was someone like Darkseid or Brainiac. Then yeah, I'd be like, fair enough, they're from other planets. I'd expect them to cause more trouble because they're very powerful, especially Darkseid. But a human who's caused Superman so much problems for all these years, I never bought that. Never really bought into that. Lex says, you'll fight for that special lady in your life. And he says, she's safe on the ground. What about you? How about you?
It's weird though, isn't it? Because obviously you can see that he is towards the end of this starting to, and he's getting to the stage where he's like, look, let's calm down here. Let's separate the men from the boys here. Really, what are you? And this is the thing that I'm saying. If this scene was at the start of the movie, you could have potentially built Jesse Eisenberg's character into a really annoying version of Superman, of Lex Luthor, that then Superman was forced to have to deal with. But I feel like what you've done is you've done it in the reverse way. You've made it so Superman looks at this all-conquering being, and you've just made this Lex Luthor guy look really bitter and jealous about anything that Superman does.
I like here Superman just screams at Lex, "Where is she?" But the interesting thing is that I've got to give Lex for this, even if I didn't like him, is he was able to do something that no villain's ever been able to do: bring Superman to his knees without actually asking him to kneel, not even lay a hand on him. He just basically just throws pictures of Martha Kent. He just drops to his knees. I thought that was very subtle, the way he did that.
He's got a lot of power over Superman with this situation.
He has.
But I don't think that he's the one that we should be feeling. So it doesn't make you feel sorry for Superman at any point in this film. It kind of makes you feel like he's a bit of a dick. Like, why would I feel sorry for him?
Exactly. So, well, I don't care about this guy because he, as you say, we've not been given any reason to like this guy.
Fast forward to the Batman stuff. Do you know what I mean?
I know. Where's Batman or where's Wonder Woman?
Yeah. More importantly, yeah. Where's that beautiful thing gone?
So now Lex Luthor's pretty much telling Superman that to save Martha, bring me the head of the bat or Martha dies. So basically he's got an hour. This scene here, I don't know. It's one of those scenes, Lex Luthor and Superman, it should have been magic, but I wasn't feeling any. I was feeling something, but it wasn't magic.
He still hasn't created Doomsday yet, though, has he?
I think Doomsday's already been created yet, but we just haven't seen him.
No, that's what I mean. He hasn't broke out yet, because when he breaks out, the moment he breaks out, he fights with Superman straight away.
Yeah, that's right. Well, here at this point, Martha's already been tied up, and we see that one of Lex Luthor's men's bringing the bomb. And around this time, Lex Luthor's generating electricity, so clearly that's pumping energy for Doomsday to be born. And here is Diana. Lovely Diana.
What is that? Where they're doing the news report where there's some kind of activity going
Yeah.
on, and Diana turns around like, "Whoa!"
This is all building up to the big stuff now.
Good.
And Superman says, "I've got to go to Gotham to convince him to help me, or he has to die. No one stays good in this world."
Is that scene yet? Told you.
Yep, we're up to there now.
No one stays good in this world.
Well, unless you're her.
It's weird because I'm always at the bits where the film's good.
Yeah, I know. I've noticed that. Yeah, this is where Bruce sends her the picture.
No one stays good in this world. Oh, is this finally where Bruce sends her the picture?
Yep, here we are.
All right, let's get to this because I want to watch through this scene. So I want to talk about it.
Cracked Luthor's drive, found your photograph, but it doesn't belong to you. It is you. Getting good now. Who are you? Where have you been? Now, this is where we start to see the cameos from the other DC heroes.
He's asking her that as well because he's confused, isn't he?
Yeah.
Where the hell have you been when I've been fighting against all these people?
So
There's a reason why me and Clark don't like each other, because we can't trust each other to get along because of the bad people that have fought against us, because we're both paranoid. Where on earth have you been for the last 100 years? Why have you let these people get so far out of control that you won't even help? Are you good? Are you bad?
Well, we just had a scene of Barry Allen as the Flash, just saved someone in the supermarket, in the shop. And this is the first time we've seen Jason Momoa as Aquaman. So clearly this is now set up.
Barry Allen scene is weird though, isn't it? Because I never got it. Ezra's obviously the guy at the fridge, yeah?
Yes,
and then
you can clearly see it.
It's like he doesn't move from there, but somehow he stops the guy. It's so weird, isn't it? It's like it's clearly something to do with him.
Yeah.
But this is filmed in such a crap way. And I presume that that's also another scene that we will get to see. But then saying that, we didn't get to see the Aquaman thing in Aquaman, so why would we get to see this?
No, clearly not. We're getting Cyborg here. So this is like a little bit of Cyborg's origin, which gets expanded upon more in the Justice League Snyder Cut movie. So we're just seeing the creation of Cyborg.
Barry clearly gets caught there.
Oh, definitely.
Aquaman's blatant because you get to see his face.
Yeah. Cyborg is quite something like a horror movie.
Yeah, Cyborg is a freaky thing. Right. Very strange.
It's good, but it's just very strange.
Especially when you notice his dad as well.
Yeah, and obviously that plays a big part in the Justice League Snyder Cut movie. So Lois is essentially going to Gotham, as we can see here. Oh, here we go. So now Batman and Superman getting ready to fight each other now. Definitely getting Dark Knight Returns vibes here. And I love this line coming up here. Well, here I am. Now, just imagine him saying that to Deathstroke, just for a split second. We're up to where Batman and Superman are about to fight each other.
What, is that finally happening now?
Yeah, it's about to happen now. And it's taken 2 hours and 3 minutes to get to this point now.
Is this the... Yeah. This is where Batman traps Superman in that thing, doesn't he?
Yeah, he basically has like a series of booby traps for him. I have to give credit, though. Batman's prepared, though.
He's not scared of him.
Oh, no, far from it. No, he's just got all these traps prepared for Superman. Aside from the fact he's wearing a suit of armor, I mean, that's preparation in itself, but all these different traps. I love that where Superman says, "You don't understand. There's no time." And Batman in that voice goes, "I understand." Jeez.
Have you gone past that bit?
What, where he pushes him?
Yeah, in the
Yeah,
drones come on.
yeah, I've just seen that. Oh, with
Batman
machine guns.
got Batman, he pushes him again. Batman goes about 100 feet across the floor.
And you see all the machine guns.
No, I'm at the second push now. Smashes him up into the building.
Yeah, I'm nearly up to there.
Puts him into the light.
Wow. Yeah, that's it. Well, this is the ultimate cut. So the fight's a little bit longer. He shoves him around a little bit more.
I think I'm watching the ultimate cut fight.
Yeah, now he's going to throw him up into the build, fly him up into the building now, and throws him on top of the bat signal. See, if not for that suit of armor, Batman would have been dead already. Yeah, Superman basically screams at that. Stay down.
Wow. That kryptonite bomb.
Yeah. If I wanted it, you'd be dead already. Here we go.
Bearing in mind, no one's ever done this to Superman, you know.
What with the kryptonite gas?
No, I just mean got him in this state where he physically can't fight against him. Like, remember, Batman's got him to the point where it's like, now you're at the same level now.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's a bit of a racial issue, like I said earlier on. It's the "you don't look like me, you don't sound like me" thing, but in a different way. Batman's basically saying, you're not human. I can see the difference. People are worshiping you like a god, but you're not.
I love this. This fight scene's awesome. Say what you want about this movie, but the fight between Batman and Superman is excellent.
Batman actually hurts him as well, don't he?
Yeah.
See Superman for the first time ever, like, winced him. Well, not the first time ever. Well,
but it's the first time you've ever seen Superman look vulnerable.
This is a great fight.
Absolutely. I probably would say that this fight scene was a lot better than the one we got in Civil War with Iron Man and Captain America. I mean, that was a bit more personal.
These characters are better as well.
Yeah, but these guys, there's a lot more brutality to this fight. No, this is good here.
This is great.
Yeah. So by this point, we're seeing
Superman's not fighting back.
Yeah, he's starting to fight back now. He's starting to get his strength back.
The Batman's got to think, what's the next trip?
Yeah, no, like you can see every time you see Batman's face go, right, what do I do next? And now this scene was coming up here is good. Batman's just punching away, and Superman's just not even flinching. And I love that you hear that the sound of the metal ping up, ping.
And then now Batman gets scared like a heel.
I know. That killed it a bit.
Why are you doing that for? Why is he getting scared like a Hogan, like Hollywood Hogan?
You know what? If that was my Batman.
I'm getting scared like Hollywood Hogan.
See, if that was my Batman from the DCEU, he'd still be standing there like, yeah, but he's like standing like, oh, can we talk about this? You know, like Hollywood Hogan. So don't hurt me, Goldberg. Here we go. Another kryptonite gas. Here's an interesting part here. After Superman smashed Batman's mask, you see it split in half.
Yeah.
It's almost like Two-Face.
Gets him again with the kryptonite there, don't you?
Yeah. And this is a favourite of DC, what they like to do in their fight scenes. They always like to use the sink. I don't know what it is with fight scenes and DC stuff. They like using the sink to smash over people's heads.
Yeah, it's effective.
They did that in Stargirl with Hourman when he was fighting someone in the toilets, and he like smashed the sink over the chick's head. They do this here. I mean, obviously this was like way before Stargirl.
That second grenade canister, what hits him with the kryptonite, that's brutal.
It was a lot more stiff.
It just blows up. That was like a noob tube.
Yeah.
It's basically set up a noob tube, if you know what they are. But you get in the Call of Duty games.
Yeah,
Basically set up a noob tube, but with the kryptonite in it. So it's a kryptonite noob tube. That'd be nice if you could get them in the in the actual games and that. Imagine if they made like a Call of Duty version of like Injustice or whatever.
that would be something.
Or you could just play as those characters.
So now Batman's pretty much got Superman where he wants him.
The Activision Treyarch, I said that here first. DC, I said that here first. If you start doing things where you have 6 versus 6 matches where it's team deathmatch and it's Superman and Batman and all them versus the Call of Duty teams, I want some royalties from that. I created that.
Give it to him. He demands it. I think Ben Affleck's Batman voice here, because the voice changer's busted, he still sounds quite intimidating even without the voice changer.
It could be to slightly disguise the voice.
I still like it though. I think it sounds a lot better. He's like saying, like, I suppose your parents taught you that you mean something. It's kind of reminded me of Kevin Conroy a little bit. Just a little bit though.
So when you look at fights, Batman has won this fight twice.
Pretty much. He has pretty much won this. He's got the kryptonite spear. Now, this film, watching it all the way through, it's like they took The Dark Knight Returns with Batman and Superman fighting each other, and the death of Superman, and bits of other Justice League stuff, and just mushed it all together.
He really batters Superman here, though, don't he?
Oh, absolutely. He's pretty much got him in the end. He's got the kryptonite spear. He's like basically slices Superman's cheek. Jeez. Oh god. There's the Martha scene. You're letting him kill Martha. Now, why did you say that name? That scene. Now, obviously, this scene gets laughed at a lot. The Martha thing, and I can see why people would think it's silly. I mean, I personally didn't find it like funny. I can see what they were trying to do. I think what they should have done is they probably should have changed this as you're letting him kill my mother. That probably would have come across more believable. The whole Martha. I know it wasn't meant to be comical, but yeah, it does come across.
Saying, isn't it, that they both got a mum with the same name?
Yeah, that's what ruined it a bit. Not much. I mean, it's not that bad. I know a lot of people have said, oh, this was so stupid. It's not stupid. In fact, it's quite a powerful scene, but it does come across a bit silly. Yeah, you basically seen Batman here. He just looks like a bit of a chief now. It's like, oh, what have I done? All this time, Superman's the heel. I'm not much better either.
Firefly's here. Firefly, come on. This guy's definitely Firefly.
Yeah, they should have made him Firefly.
He's Firefly. I am officially.
They don't say. They don't refer to him as Garfield Lynns though.
They don't refer to him as anything.
But you can clearly see he's supposed to be Firefly. I know he's not.
Firefly.
I know he's not credited as Firefly, but you can clearly see, like you said, the goggles, the gelled back hair, the flamethrower, jetpack. Yeah, it's definitely supposed to be Firefly. Now, this scene here, Batman and Superman are basically going to work together. I just didn't buy this because you've essentially built up the whole film of this giant confrontation between Batman and Superman. They're going to kill each other. And now, all because they got their mums both got the same name. Oh, guess we're going to work together now. This just felt really, really forced.
Well, you know what? Weirdly enough, I think this is actually something that people in real life would do. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. And you go to see him, and it's like, yeah, well, your cousin's my cousin's cousin.
I don't think we should fight each other.
Right, yeah, we're best mates. That's when you know we're best mates. Like, why?
Why? After all this time, I think what they should have done. They should have had Batman say to Superman, if I was writing this scene, I would have written it like this. I would have had Batman say, look, you go after Lex. I'll find your mum. However, I still don't trust you. Nothing's changed. But I know what it's like to lose a parent.
Especially with the foreshadowing to what takes place later, where Clark obviously does turn rogue.
Of course, so that's what you could have had. You could have had Batman say to Superman, I'll find your mother. I still don't trust you. Nothing's changed between me and you. We'll settle our business later, but for right now, I'll help you find Martha. I know what it's like to lose a parent. I won't see someone else lose theirs. But this between you and me is not over. So you're still leaving it open that Batman still doesn't trust Superman.
Yeah.
That's classic Batman. It's like, no, I still don't trust you, but I'll help you. But I'm warning you, I'm keeping an eye on you. If I see you going to turn, I'm taking you down. That's it. Perfect.
What's next?
So we're essentially getting Batman and Superman agreeing to work together reluctantly. So I think Superman's on his way to confront Lex, while Batman's going to try and rescue Martha Kent. So we're getting the big epic warehouse scene coming up shortly.
Oh, is this the warehouse scene?
Yeah, we're getting ready. I think we're getting ready for that very soon. Excellent fight scene, I must say. So we're getting a nice little conversation here with Batman and Alfred. Alfred's still hands-on. I like it. Alfred gives him the coordinates. And I like this little remark here. Batman says, "I don't deserve you, Alfred." And Alfred says, "No, sir, you don't."
Yeah.
Jeremy Irons, 10 out of 10 as Alfred. Goes, "No, sir, you don't." Brilliant. So Lois throws away the kryptonite spear, which is a bit dumb, really, because this kryptonite spear is going to play a very big part in the final battle. I'm telling you, I agree with what you're saying. He's definitely Firefly.
100% he's Firefly.
He looks like him a little bit, actually.
No doubt in my mind, he is definitely Firefly.
Yeah.
So why would they show him twice with the flamethrower? Why is that his go-to thing?
I know. Now this is starting to look like an Arkham game. Got the Batwing flying over and just taking out everybody. I like it, though. I think Zack Snyder's clearly a fan of the Arkham games, because I definitely starting to get Arkham game vibes here. Yeah, Alfred's on full hands on deck here. Yeah, we're getting ready for warehouse time now. Nice. Here we go.
Yeah, Batman just starts bridging gaps here, mate, like beating people up.
This, for me, this warehouse fight scene, this is like the closest thing to the Arkham games I think we'll probably ever see, because this is exactly how the Arkham games are.
Also shows how good that Batman really is with hand to hand.
Definitely, this is something that's been severely lacking.
No group of like vigilantes can take out this guy.
Not even just that. It's like, I feel like a lot of the fight scenes with Batman, with a lot of bad guys, they're okay, but I just don't think they're like the choreography. I don't think it captures the fighting as well as it should. But here, Batman owns everybody in this scene. You know, obviously everyone gets their hits in on him, but he just takes out everyone here. And that's what you want. Everything he does here looks really painful.
They're expecting Superman. It's like, it's the Bat. Yo, what's the fuck? Yo.
And he's just like flying around everywhere. I mean, it's not just punch kick. A lot of the things Batman does here looks really painful. There's even like one bit here.
I was just gonna say one thing I like about it is how Alfred can just take over the Batwing and Batman can just get out now.
Yeah, Batman is just doing his thing.
Let's just do it. This is where you get to actually see Alfred. And by this time, remember, they had started to retcon the Alfred character in Gotham and all that.
Yeah.
Alfred had way more ability to get involved, and he had military experience and stuff.
Yeah, I like here. We just see here that he like trips up a guy and he just literally snaps this guy's arm in two.
Because the mum's not hearing the noises that she would normally hear if this was Superman. It's like, wait, this is not Superman. This is not my son.
No, he like even throws him through a wall. Very Frank Miller Batman.
Gadgets from the game as well here. The Bat Claw, the Deathstroke, all that. Yeah, this is straight out of the Arkham game.
Definitely.
And he doesn't kill anyone. He uses the other guys to kill people.
Yeah, and when he sticks the knife in like the last thug, I like the way Batman is just silently walks up to him. He doesn't even have to say a word, but you know the message is clear. It's like, I'm going to ask you one time, where's Martha?
From the game. That's from the game.
Yeah.
That's from the game. Their moments there, them cutaway scenes from the game.
Yeah.
The Riddler.
And he just like chokes the guy out after he stabbed him, by the way.
Firefly wants no part of this as well.
No, you don't. Why does Martha Kent look really young? It's like what you're saying earlier.
She looks too young to be Clark's mom.
And this,
no, she's not, obviously. She's not actually Clark's mom.
And this scene here where Batman just literally pulls this criminal through the wall, that's straight out of the Frank Miller Batman comic.
Because they had to make the woman in the TV program Smallville look older, didn't they?
Yeah, but she did start to age out much later on. But yeah, they had to, at the earlier season, had to do that. Because I'll kill her.
She looked too young to have a 20-year-old son.
He goes, believe me, I'll do it.
Go on in, Firefly.
I believe you. Oh, jeez. Yeah, Firefly got burned. Now, this little bit here, I understand why they did it, but I didn't like this bit where he says, it's okay, I'm a friend of your son's. He shouldn't have said that. It kind of like downplays Batman's character a little bit. Should have been Martha Kent saying, are you a friend of my son? Batman just says nothing. Because I can tell, because you're wearing a cape, so you must be a friend of my son's. He just would have had Batman just say.
She doesn't know her son as Superman, though, does she?
No.
She just knows him as Clark.
Yeah.
He doesn't interact with her as Superman.
Not really that much, no. So the spear's been thrown away. Martha's safe. Now we're getting ready for the unveiling of Doomsday. Late, says the White Rabbit.
Wait. It's okay. I'm a friend of your son's. Oh, I love you. I swear she says I love you.
Please.
Look for the olive juice at the end here.
I know.
Wait. Oh my word. I'm not even joking. If you watch the 4-minute 25 clip that I've seen online with the hand-to-hand combat thing, this makes it look like Batman just came in Martha Kent. Like, that's really have an orgasm at the end of this.
Is that not the bit where he says,
I'm a friend of your son?
He sounds out of breath after that, doesn't he?
When he protects her from the fire and that. It's like they both have an orgasm.
It's okay. I'm a friend of your son's.
And then she looks like she says olive juice.
So now we're getting ready for Doomsday to be unveiled here. If God won't do it, then the devil will do it. So essentially Doomsday's pretty much born now. As a huge fan of Doomsday, and he's in my top 5 favourite Superman villains of all time, this has got to be one of the worst looking Doomsdays I have ever seen.
Have you got the Doomsday bit up now, yeah?
Yeah, we're pretty much virtually up to Doomsday now. I'm sorry, I thoroughly hated this Doomsday.
It looks like Dr. Connors.
No, he looks something like Ninja Turtles. It's like if Krang and Shredder took the Turtles' DNA and fused it with Krang's DNA, you get something like that.
Peter Parker. Yo, I swear that looks like the lizard guy, but just more slimy.
Oh. No, it just looks like the love child of the Turtles and Krang.
Knows to wipe his face of all the mess, but then doesn't wipe his body of it all.
I know.
Beats up, just screams, doesn't say a word, doesn't talk.
No, I'm really pleased about one thing. I'm glad they didn't make Doomsday talk, because I know some versions Doomsday has talked, which I thoroughly hate. Doomsday should never ever speak. So now Superman and Doomsday are going at it now.
Why would Superman allow save Lex Luthor from this creature when Lex Luthor just created it?
I know. I can understand why he would, but at the same time, it's Lex Luthor. So, really and truly, if you look at it logically, we just had Batman versus Superman, Dark Knight Returns. Now we're getting Death of Superman, Superman versus Doomsday. If you really look at it like that.
Yeah. Still no Wonder Woman, though.
Not yet. Now, I've said when we started this, if you're going to ever bring Doomsday in, it's either for a Superman movie, a separate one, or a Justice League movie. I love Doomsday, but he had no business being in this movie.
It doesn't make sense how this creature's thinking, already logically thinking about what his environment is. Oh, if I use this, I can smash this onto Superman. How would you know that that was made of anything that was worth smashing onto him?
It's not even just that. It's just...
Creature was born fully thinking and stuff. Like, no.
The thing with this Doomsday...
Little baby creature.
The thing with this Doomsday is he doesn't even resemble Doomsday from the comics. He hasn't got his classic red eyes. He hasn't got his green camouflage or the boots or anything. Because Doomsday essentially looks like a soldier. He's like a full-fledged soldier. But here he just looks like a mutated turtle from Ninja Turtles, and that's not in a good way. Sorry, I just think they really dropped the ball hard on this one with Doomsday. I think they should have saved him later.
Stop shooting him, because doesn't that give him more power?
Yeah. Now we're seeing Dinah at the plane, so it's obviously she was getting ready to leave. And she sees Doomsday on the news.
Oh, what's he letting off here? Some kind of like massive energy blast or whatever. This isn't the same Doomsday that I've seen, like, honestly.
No, it's not. It's like do you know what I would say? This isn't Doomsday. I would say he's more like Parasite. Like the more power Parasite's one of the Superman villains. So like the more power Parasite absorbs, the more stronger he gets. That's Parasite, not Doomsday. Doomsday's already powerful.
That uncontrollable power, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's uncontrollable power, Doomsday. He's already strong. He's like 100 times strong. And he feels no pain. No matter how many times you hit him, Doomsday can't feel a thing.
This is ridiculous, though. This creature can fly, all sorts of
Yeah,
stuff.
Doomsday could.
How would he know that he could do this? He was born 20 minutes ago.
Doomsday doesn't fly. He can jump, like the Hulk. He can jump really high, but he can't fly. I've never remembered Doomsday flying.
It was more like a flight. It was more like a Hulk jump, I'll be honest. It was like a velocity jump. But the same thing, though. How would he know he could do any of these things 20 minutes after he was born?
No, I know.
He was born full size.
In the words of the Great Vision, he was only born yesterday.
Literally, born minutes ago.
I know.
One born every minute.
Yeah, they really dropped the ball hard on this one with Doomsday. So Superman's essentially taken Doomsday up into space, and the military have just shot the missile. Here we go. And
wow. That radiation blast or whatever, that nuclear blast that he lets off.
What, the missile?
You know, where he absorbs all that energy and then he just explodes.
Oh, in outer space, yeah. You see all the sky going all yellow.
Well, he's already done it on the bridge. It's all that pink and some looks like electricity. I don't know what it is, but Doomsday looks like he's completely. I'm just watching the Doomsday versus Superman fight. I've rewound it. And obviously when the military starts shooting all those bombs at him, he obviously gets just an energy blast that just takes out a massive nuclear radiation area. Oh, here we go. We got the usual military idiots in the White House arguing about stuff that they've got no idea about.
Yeah. Doomsday's just essentially just been reborn. So he starts to see the bones and spikes growing out.
Shooting nuclear thing. I mean, I'm a bit behind you, but they're shooting them nuclear bombs at him.
Yeah.
And obviously not realizing that this creature's not made of the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, he's essentially he's been reborn here. Yeah, he's starting to look a little bit like Doomsday from the comics, but not much. Every time we hit it, we make it more powerful. I'm saying it's unkillable.
Nuclear blast in the sky.
I'm sorry, but that shot of Doomsday, he looks like something out of a computer game.
This is the scary thing, though, when you think about it, because you can hit these creatures with a nuclear blast, the most powerful thing that we've got on this earth. And the best thing that it could thingy is it won't even phase these creatures. You know what I mean?
No.
It basically exposes that guy for being just a lunatic. He launched the missiles, didn't he? And then the missiles ended up exploding on Earth. Also exposes that we'd have absolutely zero defense against an alien attack.
And yet here we go. They're still blasting Doomsday. It's not working.
Skin, getting all the bones and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And Superman's just getting a full recharge from the yellow sun. Right, is it just me or has Doomsday got even more taller?
Yeah, that regeneration process that we just seen a second ago, it made him bigger.
I think we're getting ready for the big moment here. And Wonder Woman's just arrived. Oh, yeah. I remember in the cinema when Wonder Woman first actually appeared, I'm not joking. It was like WrestleMania, like someone's just made a big return. It was like the place just popped hard. The whole cinema just erupted in cheers. So finally, Wonder Woman's actually here in the flesh. I like how she's the first thing she says to Batman goes, "Why did you bring him back here?" That was a great moment. This is. Oh, here we go. There's that famous line. Is she with you? I thought she was with you. Oh, here we go.
I'm just coming up to that. Batman's trap now is just crashing. He's like, I'm done here.
That shot of the Trinity, Superman and Wonder Woman together. Love it. Big deal here. Yeah, it's essentially Doomsday's just become like Broly now. The full power.
He's just a completely explosive person, though, isn't he? Like, if you
punch him,
everything just explodes around him, man. Of course, Lois will be stupidly wandering around, tripping up like an idiot. Get her off the screen, man.
Here we go. Superman and Wonder Woman going into battle. Love it. I'm definitely loving the Xena Warrior Princess vibes from Wonder Woman here.
But it's like Batman's acting like he doesn't know that that's Diana. If this would have happened before Bruce realized who she was, like, and then said, "This is you," yeah, I could have got it. Like, this is why I'm trying to say, I feel like there was so much of this film filmed out of order and out of context. That is such a good iconic moment. When you break it down, it's dumb because Bruce has already met Diana. So does he not know that this woman in front of him is Diana?
I think he was just more. I think he was just more lost for words.
Like I said, it would make sense if he met Diana earlier on in the film, had no idea that she was this metahuman, then never seen the picture, then this happened, and then when he was recuperating, he then turns around and looks at that LexCorp files and sees. Like, that makes me even more convinced that those LexCorp files were actually, that was the end of the film. It was a post-credits rather than in the middle of the film.
That would have been, yeah, that would have been good as a post-credit scene, absolutely. Yeah, I know what you're saying. When you break it down, really, it is a bit stupid.
Yeah, just that line. Literally just that line of, I thought she was with you. Well, no, you didn't, Bruce, because you've met her before.
I know.
Her in a room before, but he hasn't interacted with her like you have. Even if just briefly you interacted with her in that dance, you know, you've had a little date with her, basically.
More or less, he has.
In fact, I've got the perfect description. He had a menage a trois with her. A menage a trois. And I'm not exactly sure what that translates to. But basically, he had a meeting with her, didn't he? He had a seductive meeting with her.
Yes.
Like, when no one else was kind of like there in that room. Both knew that sword was stolen.
I do feel here in this fight scene, I mean, we all love Batman, but Batman's not really doing a lot here. It's just all Superman and Wonder Woman fighting Doomsday. Really and truly, it's more like Wonder Woman versus Doomsday. There's even a shot here of Wonder Woman after Doomsday like throws on the floor. Wonder Woman's almost like got a smile on her face, like she's enjoying this fight. Batman's pretty much absent here. I think Batman really should have had his suit of armor back on for this fight. So by this point, Superman saved Lois again, and Superman realizes that the only way to stop Doomsday is to sacrifice himself. See, Superman, we know what's coming next. You see, Superman sacrificing himself. See, I'd accept this more if we had a Superman trilogy already. So you've established Superman and he dies like maybe in a fourth or fifth film. And then you'd be more invested in it. You'd just be like, okay, he's earned the trust of the world. Everyone loves and respects him. And he goes and dies. And yeah, you'd be more upset. But here, this is only like the second movie and he's already dead. Don't know, really. A shocking moment, because it's not something I expected. But it just feels a bit rushed. So Batman's fired the kryptonite gas at Doomsday. Superman stabbed the kryptonite spear. Superman's been stabbed. See, I remember from the graphic novel, Superman and Doomsday's fights was a lot more bloodier. I mean, Superman's costume was completely ripped to shreds. He was completely covered in blood, like someone just poured a bucket of blood over his head. It was very, very graphic. But here, there's hardly a mark on him. What did you think of the way Superman dies here?
It's a bit anticlimactic, you ask me. I mean, obviously, Doomsday is building himself stronger and he's becoming more and more stronger. You can see that he's building this sort of spike or whatever he's building up.
Yeah.
But, you know, I feel like the first idea was the best idea. Why did you not just keep flying further out into space until you were both dead?
Yeah, which that's how they did it in the cartoon.
Oh God! Oh no! Why? Why would you? Why would you bring that up? Why would you bring that up? Because of course, once again, it leads me back to my original point. Anything that's too simple for these people, it's like they won't do that. But then it leaves you. Everything else leaves you asking questions of why have we destroyed half of this world to get to this point where the one person who can't use the spear stabs him with the spear. Why did Wonder Woman not use the spear? Surely it would have been better if Superman was to have held him in a suspense and then wonder, like, seriously, this was ridiculous.
It's not even just that, it's how there's two versions of how Superman defeats Doomsday. In the animated movie, he takes him up to space and they both crash land into Metropolis. They both essentially died, but Superman lived for about a minute and a half. I preferred how they did it in the graphic novel. Superman and Doomsday just basically punched each other at the same time and knocking each other out cold. Superman
This
lives.
also makes sense as well, because we've seen before, and yes, we will see again, that the moment that this guy reaches a far enough level away from kryptonite, he will be healed. So I just don't understand how he died in this scene. I know some people might say, well, it's obvious he got stabbed right through his chest by Doomsday, etc., etc. But it's like, yes, but at the same time, we've also seen him in quite critical conditions before.
Yeah.
And he was, wait, 4 minutes ago, he was suspended in cryogenic freeze in the middle of the sky, and a ray of sunshine basically, and then what you're talking 400 seconds later, he's been stabbed and he's dead now. Bearing in mind, let's not forget that he had no power in space because his power was reduced because of the sun thing.
Yeah.
Which also doesn't then explain why has he got his power in the dark.
Yeah.
Surely he would have to travel to Australia and all that. Like, he would have to travel to a different part of the world to be powerful. Like, there's bits here that you can't rely on the red sun thing. Never ever draw attention to that, because then people can obviously then say, so how is he powerful in the nighttime then?
I know, that just never made any sense.
You're getting power from Jupiter's moon all of a sudden. Come on. I've only just thought about this now, but you have to look at it. You're already at the point where you have to question the bit where you have to suspend your disbelief because of the glasses thing. But that one's a big question, isn't it? Wait a minute. How is he powered by the sun? So what about in the nighttime then? Surely you then have to travel to Australia and the other part of the world where it's daytime.
Yeah, you would think that, but they didn't really make it very clear.
Yep, we'll be here all night if we're trying to figure out the origin stories to where these characters came from. What's next?
Well, we're slowly coming towards winding down on the films. So after Superman's sacrificed himself to kill Doomsday, I still think after Doomsday got killed, I think he should have just changed back to Zod. I think that's what should have happened. Even if Zod's dead afterwards, I think that's what should have happened. The next thing we see is Lex Luthor is talking to Steppenwolf, or communicating with Steppenwolf's form.
I thought that was a post-credit scene.
No. It's actually in the Ultimate Cut. So Lex has been communicating with Steppenwolf, or at least Steppenwolf's form.
What is actually said? I'm sure Steppenwolf just says something about the boxes or whatever, doesn't he?
He doesn't say anything. You just see an image of Steppenwolf holding the boxes. He's roaring. As soon as the police arrive, he just disappears into dust. And we see here Lex Luthor's in prison. Finally gets his head shaved, so he's starting to look a little bit more like the Lex Luthor we know. So he knows about Darkseid, and the next few minutes we get here is the world's mourning the death of Superman. You see, as a big fan of the death of Superman story arc and the whole resurrection of Superman, yeah, this was still a good moment. This is quite an emotional moment, but it just feels really rushed because you've not really been invested in Superman enough. I mean, he's not even had like a trilogy of films to get behind. It's like, okay, we've introduced Superman now. Now we're going to kill him. Why? So we can get the audience can care about him. Yeah, you could have got people to care about him if you had established him more. It just feels forced.
We get
Still good stuff.
Get the shaved head of Lex Luthor.
Yeah, we've had that. Now we're getting the funeral of Superman. Now I remember the funeral for Superman in the comics was quite a big moment. You essentially had the entire DC universe come to his funeral, except Batman, because his character doesn't do funerals, but he was there, but he's like hiding in the shadows.
Pretty obvious. The guy standing next to the other woman realistically would be Batman then, yeah? You know what I mean? And the first people that you'd be looking for if you was anybody except Lois Lane is who are the random people at this funeral. Surely he's Batman then, yeah? Why is Bruce Wayne?
Batman doesn't do funerals. In the comics, Batman didn't go to the funeral because that's not what he does. And a lot of the Justice League in the comics, even in the cartoon, a lot of the Justice League members were like, "Oh, why isn't Batman coming? Because Batman doesn't do funerals." Oh, come on! This is Superman. Batman's got to make an exception. He doesn't do grief. Dinah's like Batman doesn't do grief very well, so we just have to respect that's his way. So it looks like we're learning here that it looks like Superman was going to propose to Lois.
Have we gone from a black coffin to a different coffin?
Got the coffin.
It had a symbol with Superman on it. Now it's a different coffin.
Yeah. I like that they have the funeral in Smallville. I thought that was quite a nice touch. Oh, here we are. There's the coffin you're talking about, the S.
Bruce doesn't go to the funeral. He's standing at a distance, and then Diana walks up.
Yeah, he is there, but he's not there with the public.
I don't get that.
Got the old gun salute here as well. I just realised that the coffin for Superman's black. It's got the silver S, which is kind of like a nod to the black suit he was returning.
I don't understand this bit though. I never understood it. Like Batman's like, I failed him in life, but I won't fail him in death. And it's like, why are you trying to honor the guy when you were the guy trying really the most guy who was suspicious? You need to take accountability for the fact that you was wrong about him first, potentially, and then we can start addressing you making up for what you've done wrong. Don't try and play. Don't try and play the guilt card now.
Not just that. I know when he's saying, "Oh, I failed him," I thought, "Hang on a minute, wasn't you trying to kill this guy before?"
Yeah, exactly. Like, don't play the guilt card now. You wanted him dead 5 minutes ago. Now you realize that there are way higher evil power. I mean, we've kind of brushed over that, but it really took Batman to see the real version of what he kind of seen Superman as, which was Doomsday, obviously. Which to Batman, Doomsday should have really just come out of nowhere. And he should have still been suspicious that Superman created this guy.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I find it interesting here that the funeral, it's revealed that Bruce Wayne paid for the whole funeral. I thought that was quite cool. That an anonymous payer.
Then immediately be suspicious.
You would think that. So now we've got Bruce and Diana here together.
Yeah, this is the origins of the Justice League, isn't it? Where Bruce starts talking about
Yeah, here we go.
A fight.
I hate to keep saying this, but yeah, she looks really good here. And I'm not talking about Lois.
Lois is just an afterthought. I'm glad that she's gone. The fact that she's back in the next film, of course she is.
Yeah, she's more or less gone here. So yeah, we're pretty much getting the formation of the Justice League here. And there's a line here. She's saying that 100 years ago I walked away from mankind. It's like, yeah, we know. So where have you been?
You know, this scene just feels to me like, why am I not feeling like this should have been the film at the end of the Batman film that Superman popped in? to speak to Lex Luthor and says, "I know what you've been doing," and Lex is like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! You don't know what I know," and then something like that happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I feel like this should have been completely the opposite round. It should have been Superman visiting Lex Luthor at the end of the film,
For the first time.
saying, "I know you bought Deathstroke and you sent him to kill Bruce."
Yeah, they should have done something like that.
And all of a sudden, right now as well, I'm seeing this version of Lex that's like fierce and no one can hurt me. But it's like,
If there was ever a scene that showcased how scary Batman really is, it's this scene here with Lex in prison, with all the lights dimmed dark red. Wow, unbelievable. I'll have to give Zack Snyder and everyone high ratings. They really went above and beyond to make Batman look really, really good. And also another thing as well, this is the first Batman movie in history that Batman's costume's black and grey. It's always been all black. So now we finally got grey after all these years. Here we go. Whatever you do, wherever you go, I'll be watching you. This is brilliant. There's a little line here coming up. Now, I'm not sure if this was to set up for a future movie or the Suicide Squad, but there's a little line here. Batman says that I'm going to have you transferred to Arkham Asylum. I still have friends there. They're expecting you. Should have been. It looked like it sounds like they were setting up for something, but doesn't look like we're never going to know what that is.
I'm just watching the picture of the parademons and that.
Yeah, I'm almost up to there now. Yeah, Batman's just pretty much punched a hole in the wall with his Bat's brand and get a little hint of Darkseid hint from Lex Luthor saying that he's hungry and he's found us and he's coming.
He's
Ding,
coming.
ding, ding.
And then it cuts to the parademons thing. And it's ironic, isn't it? It's the parademons that are pictured and not Darkseid or Steppenwolf, like as in the Earth has actually experienced these creatures before, but it was, it's in high up. As fearsome as they are, as dangerous as they are, there is a higher power that actually controls them. And I feel like at this point they had something. They definitely had something with this Justice League building, because at this point you can see it that like you now know this flash forward. And remember, we've not seen Steppenwolf or Darkseid in their truth at this point. We just know at this point that he's coming, but then we've seen him, and it's like you assume at this point whoever the king of these parademons is.
Yeah, they're definitely out there and they're coming.
What's weird is like we've seen him. This dystopian future that Batman obviously got seen into, where we see the parademons or a parademon, and we know that somehow Superman's working with them. It's like, whoa, where do we go? How do we go from here to Superman being alive to then the parademons being on thing? And the thing is I feel like they regret, because they took a jump so far forward that it was hard to be able to bridge the gap between, because let's be fair, we're 7 years later, and we still haven't got to the point where we've actually been able to, because I assume that scene with Batman took place after the Batman scene with the Joker and all them lot took place.
Yeah.
I assume that Batman was literally the last man standing at that point there.
Pretty much, more or less. So we see Lex Luthor in prison. Batman's already branded Lex Luthor's prison wall, and we essentially see that Superman will return as we see the dirt on his coffin start to slowly rise, and that pretty much ends Dawn of Justice, Batman v Superman. So before we wrap this up, we're just going to do our rating here.
Lengthy watch along. This has been like double the length of the film.
I know. It's been all good. So we'll start with you, Rex. How would you rate Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice Ultimate Edition? How would you rate it?
It's certainly better than the Man of Steel film. It's a considerable amount better because Batman's in this film. Personally, myself, I'm going to give this a positive rating. I'm going to say this was a 7 out of 10. It was way more watchable. It was completely and utterly weighed down by the nonsense with Lois and Superman and all that. Less of that would have made a better film. But yeah, the Batman and Wonder Woman scenes, and Alfred, they just blew me away. Really good film. Even to watch back some of this now to see how good it still stands up.
Yeah.
And you can see what still stands up. You want to just really fast forward through the Lex Luthor, Superman, Lois Lane, Clark Kent, any of that stuff. This would have been better if it was a Batman, Wonder Woman love story / them taking on someone like Deathstroke or, maybe the Phantasm. And somehow, I don't know, they could have even done it where they had half Phantasm, half Wonder Woman, where Bruce didn't know that Diana was Wonder Woman. He was in love with her. Diana was then masquerading as the Phantasm, but not doing anything bad, just stealing and other things like that to put things, potentially historical objects, back where they belong, because she knew from the past, but then couldn't reveal how she knew these secrets from the past. And then Bruce ended up investigating her. They could have tried to pitch in something here. And I know you can see it as well. Like the gears turn when I think of what they could have done if they'd have had a Wonder Woman doesn't feel confident to be revealed. Bruce is chasing this mysterious Catwoman-like person, which obviously the Mask of the Phantasm was kind of like that. And then when you blend it all in together, Bruce is also in love with Diana, and then he figures out that Diana's not only the Mask of the Phantasm, she's also an ancient Amazonian-like woman who is able of protecting the world. Maybe some big bad comes along at the point where Bruce kind of figures all this out and she saves him like she did in this. I would have thought that would have been a much better film, Batman versus Wonder Woman, than Batman versus Superman.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. I think I still had a few issues with certain things with this movie, but I think the Ultimate Edition definitely far more superior to the one we got at the cinema. I kind of wish that we got this one instead of the one we got on the big screen. I think things might have turned out a little bit differently. But yeah, I'm going to go with you as well. I'm definitely giving this a 7 out of 10. Very, very good.
Did you feel about the fact that if you'd have took half of this movie out and added in some of thingy and made like a Man of Steel 2, that film seems like it would have been poor. But if you'd have taken out all of the Batman bits with Wonder Woman and made a completely different film with Batman and Wonder Woman, even if Superman was involved in it, it just seems like that film would have been so much better. Like these two, like I said, it's edge of the seat stuff. And there's not enough Wonder Woman in this. They kept her to a minimum in this, to be honest. She was only in the last like 15 or 20 minutes. And as Wonder Woman, even as Diana, they barely even show her. And you still want to see Diana and see what she's about and the mystery that surrounds her. But I feel like, you really could take out, because obviously once you take out the 5 or 6 things with Lex and Lois and Clark, it would not be a Superman film, would it? You'd literally just have a cameo from Superman at that point there. But I feel like they should have gone with that. Should have gone with that. They should have gone with a different theory. They must have known by the time that this got completed and recorded, especially the Ultimate Cut. Wonder Woman and Batman are just so superior in this film to Superman.
And it's interesting that Gal Gadot and Ben Affleck going into this movie, they were not well received, not at the initial casting. Once we saw them in action, everyone's opinions quickly changed.
I feel like the thing with that is it's the Cavill effect. People question, was this Cavill being bad in Man of Steel? Was Man of Steel a bad film, or was it just an amalgamation that is making me not like what I've seen? When they seen this, they knew this isn't a terrible movie, and those two are not bad in this movie. He's not terrible, Cavill's not, but you can just see how robotic that Superman is portrayed by him, and then it stands out above it all. You look and you think, clearly wasn't that invested. I think he was just happy to play Superman, but I just don't ever think he bought into that.
I think it's just more a case of down to bad writing more than anything else. I think with the right writer and a good solid script, I think it would have given Henry Cavill more motivation to get his teeth into because he's still very
Why were the other
passionate.
two good though? What I'm saying is why were the other two good though?
Maybe it was just different writers. I mean, I
Why
don't think it
was
was all.
Alfred good? Why was Alfred good? Like, surely they couldn't have had one person writing, which it would make sense with the way that the film actually turned out, that one person was writing all the Superman script, one person was writing all the Batman stuff, another person was writing all the Wonder Woman stuff. But for some reason, the people who wrote the Wonder Woman and Batman stuff knew they needed to have situations where Batman and Wonder Woman overlapped. So they, and not with conflict. So they had sit downs and meals and stuff. Whereas it doesn't seem like the people who were writing anything for Superman understood that this is not a Superman film. He's
No,
going to be outshadowed in this film by better characters, but you knew he was going to be outshadowed by Batman regardless. I don't know.
that goes without saying.
I don't know when they realized he was going to get outshadowed by Wonder Woman, but they couldn't have been mistaken, like you said, right at the start of this. Did they have enough with a Superman to put Superman out there on his own? Clearly not. But they knew
No.
if they put Batman out there on his own, it would have still been a success. But it might not have been the success that what the previous one would have been, which is the reason why I believe that they put the two franchises together. But I'll hit up on this. The biggest negative for me is the fact that this should have been a standalone Batman film and then something like this. Part of this seems like it really should have built to Bruce having issues with something, meeting Diana along the way, then discovering that Diana's Wonder Woman, then them two getting into a situation where she might be all powerful and that, but they're still weak and they're still thinking, but there's no conflict, and something more powerful than them comes along where they've got no choice but to try to reach out. And that's when they reach out to Superman. Then they start thus then adding in more people in the next film, which would have been Dawn of Justice, because Superman starts to get to that point where they all start to realize, can this guy be trusted? Because he's a little bit powerful. You know, there's multiple characters thrown in there in the middle. Like you say, Metallo could have been the bad guy in Dawn of Justice.
Yeah, it should have been. That was the plan originally.
Imagine you've got something with Batman and Wonder Woman in the first one. Then Metallo comes along in Man of Steel 2. Then we have Dawn of Justice, which then not just only reunites those three, they then, towards the end of that film, then when you see this almighty, all-powerful version, rather than Superman dying to face off against it, you could have then had the Flash and had Aquaman, more powerful people come along, and Cyborg come along. Cyborg obviously would have been the perfect one to have killed Doomsday in this situation like that, to have that. Or you have what happened in the comic books, which is he just flies out into space and deals with it that way, and then the rays of light bring him back to life. Well, why would that not bring Doomsday back to life? And it could have been the original normal Doomsday as well. I feel like they took steps to make it so that they could say, oh, well, don't worry, you'll get Doomsday down the line. Well, when? Because we still haven't got some of the things that we already teased before. We won't, we can get into that all night. You know we can. But the fact is I feel like this was 2/3 of one Batman film and 1/3 of a Superman film that they just decided we haven't got time. We need to get to Marvel quicker than what we are. And then
Also,
10% they added in Diana, and then there's the Dawn of Justice film, and it's like, no, that doesn't feel like Batman versus Superman. It feels like 2/3 of a Batman film where Batman meets Diana because he's looking for people, and 1/3 of a Superman film where he faces off against something really powerful and thus needs the help of other people.
and also as well as you say, it's like 2/3 of it's Batman and one is Superman, and then they just like shoehorn Wonder Woman in through the back door, and then just with sprinkles of Justice League on top. But yeah, I'll definitely agree with everything what you said there. As I said, I'm still sticking with 7 out of 10. Good solid film. I would have changed Lex Luthor.
Really?
I wouldn't have cast Jesse Eisenberg. I would have picked someone much older, someone like a Bryan Cranston or Billy Zane.
This was where DC had a lot of power as well.
Yeah.
Because of Batman, you can clearly feel what I'm on about, which is there is a lot of negativity in this film, and it should really only be like a 4 or 5 out of 10. But there are some things that are in this film because it features Batman and because it's got that Wonder Woman and Batman arc being developed. I'll be honest, it's them that keep hitting them 5 or 6 or 7 minutes of block of things where it's got Batman, the warehouse, they are like 10 out of 10 cinematic
Absolutely.
scenes. Yeah, they'll blow you away. But you'd have to
Definitely.
compress like 44, 45 minutes of the film to get a 10 out of 10 film. Then you've got about another 7, 8 out of 10 film for about an hour. But then you've also got like a 4, 5 out of 10 film for about an hour as well. And that drags down the other film and makes it, maybe 7 is high, but I'm just looking at it from the perspective of without those two characters, and because they balance out those two characters and Alfred, along with some of the things at the Batwing, etc., they outweigh. I wasn't happy with Doomsday. I'm not a fan
No.
of Superman. I don't like Lois Lane, and I didn't like what's it called? Also, the Firefly situation. Could we not have just called this guy Firefly?
Yeah, they should have done that really. The fact that they kept showing him a lot, because clearly he was supposed to be someone semi-important. So okay, if he's not going to be this guy, just make him Firefly, because all the clues point to the obvious. But yeah, overall, I'd say good film. The 7 out of 10. Lot some issues, but I would definitely say that there was a lot more good in Dawn of Justice than there was in Man of Steel. So
Oh
I'll
yeah, because
definitely
Man of
say,
Steel didn't have any. It didn't look like there was anything coming. Whereas with this, one thing that you can give this credit for is maybe there was too much of this as well. We know Wonder
maybe.
Woman's Wonder Woman now, but then also we know we've got 4 other people to come. Plus, we don't yet know who really Steppenwolf is at this stage. So that's 5 people that we've got to reveal. Thus, then we obviously know we've got to see more of what these parademons are, etc., etc. So you've sort of got this like world of parcels that they left you with in this film that are unopened, whereas with Man of Steel you didn't get anything that led you to believe, oh yeah, well maybe there's something happening in the future.
No, I don't think they were planning to make anything. I think they were just planning to do this Superman movie and just see where it goes. I don't think they were really
Which is
thinking
just so
about.
strange, isn't it, when you think that this film came out in what, 2016,
Yeah,
and Green Lantern came out in 2011, and they in 5 years, Warhawk, they did nothing. And
no,
in one movie they tried to shoehorn in all of this.
yeah, I know. It's just it is very strange.
Surely in those 5 years they should have sat that. This is honestly, I'm even strongly now believing this was definitely 2 movies. I feel that somewhere in 2013, after The Dark Knight, in that year after The Dark Knight Rises, before they made Man of Steel and released it, I feel like there was conversations that said they were going to build this universe finally. But I feel like somewhere in 2013, 2014, I feel like they should have been then pumping out films constantly. You see where I'm coming from with this? Why did we not get a 2015, late 2014, early 2015 Batman film? Surely they should have gone straight to Christian Bale after Dark Knight Rises and said, we need you to film one more Batman film. Started filming in 2013 and 2014 for a late 2014, early 2015 release, sort of around that time. Then at the end of 2015, early 2016, you got the Man of Steel sequel. And then around about 2017, because they'd already had all this production in thing, you got the introduction somewhere on the line of Diana. Then you got the introduction of Aquaman, Barry Allen as the Flash. And you're at 2017 and you've got that film. But just before you get to that point there, then you can make that decision to say, right, do we do the Justice League now? Or because we've had teasers and they've all started getting in and we've had the film where they're all in now, they're all part of it. Do we now go with an Aquaman and Flash film to keep the franchise so it's whole? Then we do the Justice League Part 1. Then we introduce Cyborg as a much bigger and relative character in this. Cyborg gets his own film, so we get to see how Cyborg and etc. And then bang, you've got the whole team. And just when they get back in trouble in that, that's where the Green Lantern Corps comes in at the end, and you get that reboot after 10 years, which would have been in 2021. You get that full reboot of the Green Lantern. Now, obviously, we didn't know the pandemic was going to come along, but that sounds feasible. Like, what, you're only asking for 6 movies?
I know.
In 5 years, they made 2 movies, because you can't count The Dark Knight Rises. They were already making that film when the Green Lantern was being released. So you have to say Green Lantern, and then the next one after that was Man
Yeah.
of Steel, and then Dawn of Justice. So 3 films in 5 years when they're trying to compete with a franchise that's releasing 6 films every year.
Yeah, I know. It just makes no sense.
See how quickly they shoehorned in all of the Justice League here, and still we still haven't even been given them all by now. It's been 10 years since they decided, and if you look at it, even when it comes to films now, by the end of this year, we still wouldn't have had a full lineup of the Justice League in films. We'd have some form of a lineup, but we're still missing multiple members. And people can say, "Oh yeah, well they've all featured now."
No, they haven't.
You've had them all. You've had most of them feature, because think about it, if you go back to Ryan Reynolds' film, by this time now you have had most of the main team of the Justice League now in the films. The only one I think who's got to come is Black Adam. I think the rest of them have all been in the films. Obviously Shazam, obviously Martian Manhunter's been in there. Even some of the side characters have been in some of these films now. So you have technically had them all in the DCEU, but we weren't told that, Warhawk. We were told that they would all have their own films.
Well, who knows really what goes on in the minds of Warner Brothers, or what goes
you know what I mean? We don't expect Vision and all those side characters to have their own film, which Marvel's obviously done things with them, with TV programs, which is what DC started, remember? Having certain side characters that might not get into the main teams, having their own TV programs. But for some reason, with this main lineup of the Justice League, it's like Warner Brothers and DC have not understood. You've had 10 years. You've only got like 8 characters. How have we not had 10 movies in them 10 years?
It is shocking, really, but it is what it is. You know, it's just a shame that, you know,
there's probably five Fast and Furious films in the last 10 years. Why have we not had 10 films from DC, where Marvel's making 4 films a year?
Well, they're waiting
for all the DC films. We've still had a good 20 DC films in the last 10 years, but they've all been reboots of the same characters or prequels and things. It's like, wait a minute, could we not have spent all that money on just having a film for each one of the Justice League that then led into the Justice League?
I know. That's crazy, man. So that's going to be it from us. We're going to wrap this up now. What was your thoughts on Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice Ultimate Edition? Did you enjoy it? Do you think it was much more superior to the theatrical cut that was shown on the big screen? Or did you prefer the theatrical cut over the Ultimate Edition? What was your thoughts on the portrayals of Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman and Ben Affleck as Batman? Did you enjoy their performances? How do you think Superman was showcased in this movie? Do you think he was better in Man of Steel, or do you think he was better in this one, or do you think he was worse in both of these movies? And also, what did you think of Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor? Do you think he had no place in this movie, or do you think they could have just cast someone else to play Lex Luthor? And do you think Doomsday was needed in this movie? Do you think it was needed to have him, or do you think they could have saved him for a future DC movie? You know what to do, guys. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave your thoughts and comments down below. Rex to Boss 11, this has been an absolute pleasure watching and talking about this very interesting DCEU movie, Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice. This has been long overdue, and
some deluxe deep dive into
absolutely
Justice, which has been, you know,
No,
I mean, like I said, it's not just been a complete and utter absolute psychotic burial of what they've done, because it wasn't all completely unwatchable mess, and I'm glad that it wasn't. And I appreciate anyone who would have stuck around and listened to the whole of this, because this has been, you know, if you're a fan of these characters, then you have to be subjective as well, and we are very subjective when it comes to it. But I've enjoyed all of this because it gives you a chance to almost look at the difference between 8 series of one program that really started to drain, and a movie that had millions and millions and millions of dollars spent on it, and it's not bad. And I feel like this is the whole premise for the DCEU. Not bad, but some reason just not fantastic. Not what it should have been.
It's more a case of not bad, but could be better.
Yeah, like everything screams this. I feel like somewhere in 2016, someone just pulled the plug on every single idea that these people had. Maybe 2014, 2015, like is it, can we get to the bottom of who this person is? That it's got to be somebody who previously worked or owned stock in Marvel. Honestly, I'm not
I
even
think we'll
joking.
probably will find out. We'll probably will find out
There
one
is
day.
nothing good with DC without there being something bad, is there?
No, it's never been like all good. It's always been
Everything's
something
subjective.
questionable.
Everything's just really, 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 really subjective.
So until next time, everybody, take care, everybody, and stay safe. And once again, as always, much appreciated. Thanks for listening. And Rex the Boss, pleasure as always, and look forward to another one very soon.
Yeah, peace out, guys.
Take care and bye for now.